Venture into a sun-scorched desert where the earth hides more than just bones. A relentless pursuit of knowledge unearths a chilling force that blurs the line between reality and nightmare. This Western tale pulses with danger, mystery, and echoes of the unknown. Listen and let the shadows draw you in. Chapter 1. Whispers in the Red Dust. The stagecoach groaned to a halt, its worn leather suspension sighing like an old man settling into a chair after a long day. Outside, the world was bleached bone-white under the relentless glare of the late afternoon sun. Dust, fine as milled flour and tinged a peculiar shade of rust, hung thick in the air, stirred by the coach's arrival but refusing to settle, as if perpetually disturbed by secrets the earth refused to keep buried. Maeve Collins shielded her eyes, peering through the grimy window at the settlement that huddled defensively against the vast, unforgiving landscape. Redemption Creek. The name felt like a cruel jest, or perhaps a desperate prayer uttered into the teeth of the wilderness. She pushed open the heavy door, the hinges screeching in protest, and stepped down onto the packed earth of the main street. The heat struck her like a physical blow, dry, searing, sucking the moisture from her skin, her throat. It carried the scent of baked dirt, horse dung, sun-cured wood, stale beer, and something else. Something metallic and wild, like the tang of blood carried on the wind from miles away. It was the breath of the desert, raw and untamed, a world away from the damp, ordered earth of the geology departments back east. Her traveling suit, practical navy serge chosen for durability, felt heavy and suffocating. It marked her as an outsider as surely as the leather-bound satchel clutched tightly in her hand, filled with maps, geological hammers, and notebooks detailing the theories that had brought her here, to the ragged edge of nowhere. She adjusted the spectacles perched on her nose, her gaze sweeping the short, dusty street. Weather-beaten storefronts leaned against each other for support, a saloon with swinging doors spilling faint piano music and rough laughter into the heat, a general store with barrels flanking its entrance, a livery stable smelling pungently of hay and horses, a sheriff's office with a single barred window that seemed to squint suspiciously at the world. Beyond the meager cluster of buildings, the land rolled away in waves of ochre and red, culminating in distant, hazy mountains that shimmered like mirages under the oppressive sky. Somewhere out there, nestled within that brutal beauty, lay Crimson Canyon, her canyon, the focus of years of study, fueled by fragmented reports, dubious prospector tales, and one tantalizingly unique sample mailed by a former professor shortly before his untimely death. A crystal shard of impossible redness, humming with a strange energy that defied conventional explanation. Professor Albright had called it geological anomaly of the highest order, hinting at properties unknown to science. He'd planned his own expedition before illness claimed him, leaving his research, his obsession, to her. Maeve felt the weight of that legacy, a responsibility as heavy as the pack she'd soon be hauling. A few faces turned towards her as she stood by the stagecoach, collecting her trunk. Mostly men, weathered and lean, their eyes narrowed against the sun and perhaps against her presence. A woman, young and alone, clearly not a rancher's wife or a saloon girl. She was an anomaly here, as strange in her own way as the crystals she sought. Their scrutiny was palpable, a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, making the fine hairs on her neck prickle. She squared her shoulders, lifting her chin. She hadn't come this far, endured the bone-jarring journey and the condescending inquiries of fellow passengers, to be intimidated by a few hard stares. The stage driver, a man whose face was a road map of sun-baked wrinkles, hefted her heavy wooden trunk down with a grunt. "Redemption Creek, ma'am, end of the line for this run. You sure this is where you meant to be?" His tone wasn't unkind, merely dubious. Few people came to Redemption Creek intentionally unless they were running from something or chasing a desperate dream. "Quite sure, thank you," Maeve replied, her voice steadier than she felt. She pressed a coin into his calloused palm. "Is there a place, a respectable place where I might secure lodging?" He squinted towards the far end of the street. "Mrs. Gable runs a boarding house. Clean enough, I reckon. Keeps to herself, mostly." He gestured vaguely. "Down past the Mercantile. Can't miss it. Only house with geraniums out front looking half alive." He tipped his hat, a gesture incongruously polite in this rough setting. "Good luck to you, ma'am, whatever you're seeking here." He climbed back onto the driver's seat, gathered the reins, and with a crack of the whip, the stagecoach lurched away, leaving Maeve alone with her trunk in the swirling red dust, the silence settling back in, heavier than before. Seeking. Yes, she was seeking. Seeking knowledge. Seeking proof. Seeking the validation of Albright's theories. Seeking something that felt vital, a truth hidden in the Earth's heart. But the driver's words, the way the dust seemed to whisper around her ankles, stirred an unease that had nothing to do with scientific inquiry. She located Mrs. Gable's boarding house easily enough. The geraniums in the window box were indeed struggling, their red blooms muted by a fine layer of dust, petals curled inwards as if shrinking from the harsh sun. Mrs. Gable herself was a woman carved from prairie timber, tall, gaunt, with eyes the color of faded denim and a mouth set in a permanent line of resignation. She surveyed Maeve with an unnerving lack of curiosity, named a price for a room and board, and showed her to a small, sparsely furnished chamber upstairs. It was clean as the driver had promised, smelling faintly of lye soap and dried lavender. A narrow bed, a washstand with a pitcher and basin, a single window looking out onto the relentless expanse of the high desert. It would do. After washing the worst of the travel grime from her face and hands, the water blessedly cool against her skin, Maeve paused, catching her reflection in the small, wavy mirror above the washstand. Her brown hair was escaping its pins, stray tendrils clinging damply to her temples. Her gray eyes, usually alight with intellectual curiosity, looked large and shadowed in the dim light. She saw the determination there, the refusal to yield that had always defined her. But she also saw a flicker of apprehension. She was 28 years old, unmarried, pursuing a career deemed unsuitable for a woman, venturing into territory whispered to be dangerous for reasons beyond bandits or rattlesnakes. Was it courage or foolhardiness? She pushed the doubt away. She had faced skepticism and dismissal her entire academic life. This was different only in its rawness, its immediacy. She unpacked her essential instruments first, laying them out carefully on the small bedside table. Her hand lens, the geological hammer with its reassuring weight, the compass, her notebooks filled with precise script and detailed sketches, tools of reason, of science. They were her armor against the whispers, against the unsettling feeling that this place held more than just rocks. Later that afternoon, fortified by a simple meal of beans and dried beef provided by the taciturn Mrs. Gable, Maeve set out to make inquiries about a guide. Crimson Canyon was remote, treacherous, its trails known only to a few. Professor Albright's notes had stressed the necessity of experienced guidance. She started at the livery stable. The air inside was thick with the smell of horses and manure, shafts of dusty sunlight illuminating the dim interior. A wiry man with arms corded like rope was mending tack, his movements economical and precise. "Excuse me," Maeve began, trying to project confidence. "I'm looking to hire a guide, someone familiar with the territory south of here, specifically Crimson Canyon." The man stopped his work, looking her up and down slowly, his gaze lingering on her sturdy but clearly not locally made boots. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dirt floor before answering, his voice raspy. "Crimson Canyon?" He shook his head, a small, decisive movement. "Ain't nobody goes there, missy. Not if they got good sense." "I understand it's difficult terrain," Maeve persisted, keeping her tone level. "That's why I require an experienced guide. I'm a geologist, here for scientific study. I'm prepared to pay well." He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Ain't about the pay. Ain't about the terrain, not just. Place ain't right." He picked up his tack again, his attention seemingly elsewhere, but Maeve sensed his deliberate evasion. "Not right how?" She pressed gently. He shrugged, his focus intense on the leather strap in his hands. "Just ain't. Bad medicine. Ask the people." "The people?" "Utes. Apaches, maybe. Further south. They know. Stay clear." He paused, then looked directly at her, his eyes holding a warning that felt genuine. "Places got a thirst, they say. Gets inside folks. Makes 'em different." A shiver traced its way down Maeve's spine, despite the oppressive heat. Bad medicine. A thirst. Superstition, of course. Primitive explanations for natural phenomena. Perhaps dehydration, heat stroke, disorientation caused by the canyon's unique geography. She clung to the rational possibilities. "Folklore often arises around unusual geological formations," she stated, more to reassure herself than him. "But I need someone who knows the trails." He shook his head again, more firmly this time. "Maybe try Jedediah over at the Mercantile. He knows folks. But don't say I sent you looking for that place." He turned his back, effectively dismissing her. Feeling a prickle of frustration, Maeve left the livery and crossed the dusty street to the Mercantile. The interior was dimmer, cooler, smelling of coffee beans, cured meats, canvas, and lamp oil. Shelves climbed high, laden with goods, bolts of cloth, tinned foods, tools, ammunition, sacks of flour and sugar. A portly man with a fringe of gray hair and spectacles perched on his nose, Jedediah presumably, stood behind a long wooden counter, tallying figures in a ledger. She repeated her request. Jedediah peered at her over his spectacles, his expression shifting from mild curiosity to guarded concern when she mentioned Crimson Canyon. "Crimson Canyon," he echoed, his voice low, though they were the only ones in the store. "Miss, forgive me for asking, but what business does a lady geologist have in a place like that?" "Scientific research," Maeve said firmly. "I'm studying the unique crystal formations found there." She decided against mentioning Professor Albright or the specific theories, sensing it would only deepen the resistance. Jedediah sighed, rubbing his temples. "Formations, yes. The red crystals. Pretty things, some say, like frozen blood." He leaned closer across the counter. "Miss, people around here, we have a respect for places best left alone. That canyon, it has a history, not a good one. Prospectors gone missing. Others come back, changed, talking wild, eyes empty or burning with something fierce. They talk about the rocks themselves, singing to 'em, promising things." Singing rocks, promises. It sounded like delirium, the effects of isolation and hardship on the mind. "I assure you, Mr. Potter, Jedediah Potter. Mr. Potter, I assure you I'm taking all necessary precautions. I simply need a guide who knows the paths and water sources." He chewed his lip, looking genuinely troubled. "There was old man Hemlock, knew it better than anyone, but he went in 5 years back looking for lost silver and never came out. Found his mule wandering weeks later, half-starved. No sign of him." He shook his head. "Most others, they won't go near it. Not for any price." Maeve felt her hope begin to fray. Was it truly impossible? Had she come all this way only to be thwarted by local fear and superstition before even setting foot near the canyon? There must be someone, she insisted, a note of desperation creeping into her voice. Someone less susceptible to stories? Jedediah hesitated, polishing his spectacles with a corner of his apron. "Well," he said slowly, reluctantly, "there is one fella. Knows this land like the back of his hand, canyon included. Grew up partly with the Utes, knows their ways, their warnings, doesn't scare easy, but..." "But?" Maeve prompted, leaning forward slightly. "He ain't exactly reliable. Keeps to himself mostly. Works when he feels like it, disappears when he don't. Name's Jake. Jake. Well, most just call him Jake." Jedediah lowered his voice further. "Half-breed. His mother was Ute. Father, some white trapper long gone. Walks between worlds, belongs in neither. Some folks don't trust him 'cause of his blood. Others say he carries some of that bad medicine himself." Jake. The name resonated with what the liveryman had hinted at. A skeptic, perhaps? Someone not swayed by the local fears? Or someone who understood them too well? Where might I find this Jake? Jedediah sighed again, looking unhappy with the information he was divulging. Likely place is the saloon, the Dust Devil. Sits in the back corner, usually. Minds his own business, lest someone gives him reason not to. He looked her straight in the eye. Miss, I ain't recommending him, you understand? He's got a reputation, keeps his thoughts locked up tight, and he likely won't take you. Especially not to the canyon the Utes call the place where the spirit thirsts. The place where the spirit thirsts. The name sent another involuntary chill down her spine. It was poetic, evocative, and deeply unsettling. It spoke of more than just physical dehydration. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Maeve said, forcing a grateful smile. I appreciate your honesty. She purchased a few supplies, dried fruit, jerky, matches, more to justify the conversation than out of immediate need. As Jedediah wrapped her purchases, he added quietly, Those red crystals, they say they hold memories, bad ones, that they whisper things to folks who get too close. Don't listen, miss. Just don't listen. Leaving the mercantile, the afternoon sun felt less bright, the shadows lengthening across the dusty street. The whispers Jedediah spoke of seemed to echo in the dry wind that gusted suddenly, swirling the red dust around her feet like spectral dancers. Folklore, hysteria, isolation. She repeated the rational explanations to herself, a litany against the growing unease. Yet the consistency of the warnings, the genuine fear in the eyes of the liveryman and Jedediah Potter, the evocative, chilling names for the canyon and its supposed effect, it was harder to dismiss than she wanted to admit. Her path was clear, though. She needed Jake, the half-breed outcast, the man who knew the canyon, but whom everyone seemed wary of. He was her only remaining hope of reaching Crimson Canyon, of uncovering the scientific truth behind the legends, the geological reality beneath the curse. She walked towards the Dust Devil Saloon, the jaunty piano music sounding more discordant now, the laughter harsher. The swinging doors seemed like jaws preparing to swallow her. Taking a deep breath, ignoring the renewed stares from loafers on the boardwalk, Maeve Collins, geologist, seeker of knowledge, pushed through the doors and into the dim, smoky, uncertain heart of Redemption Creek, searching for a man who walked between worlds, hoping he could guide her through a place where spirits, or perhaps just the mind itself, were said to lose their way. The wall of noise, smoke, and male BO hit her. Every eye seemed to turn, conversations halting mid-word, and in the furthest, darkest corner, half obscured by shadow, a man sat alone, nursing a drink, his gaze lifted, meeting hers across the crowded room with an unnerving, unreadable intensity. The whispers seemed to follow her inside, swirling with the tobacco smoke, clinging to the very air she breathed. Chapter 2. The Skeptic's Shadow. The immediate hush that fell over the Dust Devil Saloon was almost more jarring than the preceding cacophony. Conversations died mid-sentence. Chairs scraped as men turned. The tinny piano music faltered for a beat before resuming its slightly off-key tune. Maeve felt dozens of eyes on her, a wave of raw, masculine scrutiny that washed over her, prickling her skin beneath the heavy surge of her suit. The air was thick with the smells she'd anticipated, stale beer, cheap whiskey, unwashed bodies, tobacco smoke, but layered underneath was a tension, sharp and metallic, like the air before a thunderstorm. This was no place for a lady, their stares proclaimed, certainly not one alone, dressed for travel rather than trade. Her gaze remained fixed on the man in the far corner, the one Jedediah Potter had hesitantly pointed her towards. Jake. He hadn't moved, save for lifting his head when she entered. He held his glass loosely, not drinking, simply observing her approach with an unnerving stillness. Unlike the other men whose curiosity felt coarse and obvious, his gaze was different. Quiet, assessing, penetrating. It held no welcome, but also none of the leering insult she might have expected. It simply watched. As she walked towards him, the narrow space between rough-hewn tables feeling like a gauntlet, the whispers started, low rumbles barely audible beneath the resumed noise, but palpable nonetheless. Who's that? Ain't seen her before. Lost? She kept her chin high, her steps measured, clutching her satchel like a shield. The floorboards creaked beneath her sensible boots, a sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the momentary pockets of silence that followed her progress. He was leaning back in his chair, one leg casually crossed over the other, the picture of relaxed indifference, yet Maeve sensed a coiled energy beneath the surface. He wasn't a large man, not bulky like some of the laborers near the bar, but lean and wiry, suggesting a strength that was less about brute force and more about endurance and speed, like a desert predator. His features were striking, sharply defined, high cheekbones, a straight nose, a firm jawline dusted with dark stubble. His skin was deeply tanned by the sun, hinting at his mixed heritage, and his hair, dark as a raven's wing, was tied back loosely at the nape of his neck. But it was his eyes that held her attention. Dark, almost black, they seemed to absorb the dim saloon light, reflecting little. They held the vast empty stillness of the desert night, yet flickered with an intelligence that missed nothing. They were eyes that had seen too much and expected little. He wore practical, trail-worn clothing, durable canvas trousers tucked into scuffed leather boots, a faded blue work shirt open at the collar. No gun belt was visible, but Maeve didn't doubt for a second that he was armed. There was an air of quiet capability about him, a self-contained readiness. He looked like part of the landscape she'd glimpsed outside, weathered, enduring, potentially dangerous. She stopped a respectable distance from his table, the smell of whiskey and something else, something faintly earthy like sagebrush after rain, reaching her. "Mr. Jake?" she inquired, keeping her voice steady, pitched just loud enough to be heard over the saloon's low din. He didn't invite her to sit, didn't acknowledge the name directly. He merely tilted his head slightly, his dark eyes sweeping over her again, taking in her spectacles, her determined expression, the slight tremor she couldn't quite control in her hands clutching the satchel. "You looking for someone?" His voice was low, rough-edged, like stones tumbling in a dry creek bed. It held no regional accent she could place easily, a blend that spoke of his mixed background, belonging nowhere entirely. "I am," Maeve confirmed. "I was told you might be the man I need. I require a guide." A flicker of something, amusement, cynicism, crossed his face, gone as quickly as it appeared. He took a slow sip from his glass, his eyes never leaving hers. "Guide? Lot of places round here folks need guiding to, or away from." "I need to go to Crimson Canyon." The name hung in the air between them. The corner of his mouth tightened almost imperceptibly. He set his glass down on the scarred wooden table with a soft thud. The silence stretched, punctuated only by the distant clink of glasses at the bar and the mournful piano keys. He looked past her for a moment toward the swinging doors, as if considering the world outside this dim, smoky room. Then his gaze returned to her, sharper now. "No," he said flatly. The single word was utterly devoid of inflection, final as a slammed door. Maeve had expected resistance, but the blunt refusal, delivered without even a question about payment or purpose, took her aback. She drew herself up straighter. "Perhaps you misunderstand. I'm prepared to offer generous compensation for your time and expertise. I am a geologist, conducting scientific research." He cut her off, not rudely, but with an air of weary finality. "I understand fine, miss. You want to go poke rocks in the place the Utes call Paya Kwai, the thirsting land, the place sane folks stay clear of." He leaned forward slightly, resting his forearms on the table, his dark eyes locking onto hers. "You look smart enough, educated. Why court trouble you don't need?" "It's not courting trouble," Maeve countered, feeling a flush rise in her cheeks. "It's scientific inquiry. There are unique crystalline structures in that canyon, phenomena that deserve proper study, not superstitious avoidance." She tapped her satchel. My work could contribute significantly to our understanding of geology in this region. He gave a short, humorless laugh that grated on her nerves. Science. He tasted the word as if it were unfamiliar or unpleasant. Your science, explain why mules go mad in there, why men walk in whole and come out empty, or don't come out at all. There are likely rational explanations, Maeve insisted, clinging to her logic. Dehydration, disorientation, perhaps even naturally occurring gases or minerals affecting perception. Minerals, he repeated slowly, his gaze drifting towards the tabletop as if seeing something else entirely. Yeah, the red ones. Pretty, ain't they? Like little chips of sunset or blood. He looked back at her, his expression unreadable. They sing, you know. Maeve frowned. Sing? Jedediah had mentioned this. Delirium, surely. Auditory hallucinations brought on by stress and environment. Not like that piano player, Jake clarified, nodding towards the front of the saloon. More like a whisper, right inside your head, promising things. Water, when you're dying of thirst. Gold, when you got nothing. Love, when you're alone. His voice was low, almost hypnotic. Anything you want most. It finds the hollow places inside you, see? And it fills them up with poison. His words, spoken with such quiet conviction, were far more unsettling than the broad warnings she'd heard earlier. He wasn't just repeating local gossip. He spoke as if from experience, or at least from a deep, ingrained understanding passed down through his Ute heritage. The air around their table felt suddenly colder. That sounds like folklore, Maeve managed, though her voice lacked its earlier certainty. Legends born of fear and misunderstanding. Maybe, he conceded with a slight shrug, leaning back again, or maybe the people knew a thing or two your books didn't teach you. They learned to listen to the land, not just break it open. He picked up his glass again, swirling the amber liquid. Point is, I ain't taking you there. Find someone else. There is no one else, Maeve said, frustration and a rising tide of desperation making her voice sharp. Everyone I've asked refuses. They're afraid. You're the only one who knows the way and isn't ruled by fear. Or so she hoped. His lips twisted in a wry smile that didn't reach his eyes. Not ruled by fear? Maybe I'm just ruled by common sense. Or maybe, he added softly, his gaze intent, I know exactly what there is to be afraid of. Maeve took a steadying breath. She couldn't give up. Professor Albright's legacy, her own ambition, the lure of discovery, they wouldn't let her. She had to try a different approach. Money. It was the language this world understood, wasn't it? I am funded by a geological society back east, she stated, trying to sound businesslike, authoritative. They have provided ample resources for this expedition. I can pay you double the standard rate for a guide. In advance. She paused, watching his impassive face for any reaction. There was none. Triple, she offered, the word feeling reckless on her tongue. It was a significant portion of her budget. He looked at her for a long moment, his dark eyes searching her face, assessing her determination, her desperation. She met his gaze steadily, refusing to look away, refusing to show the unease churning inside her. She saw a flicker deep within his eyes, not avarice, but perhaps calculation, or something else entirely. He finished his drink in one slow swallow, then set the empty glass down deliberately. Why? He asked quietly, the question cutting through the bartering. Why this canyon? Why these rocks? There's gold farther north, Silver whispered about down south. Easier finds. Safer. The directness of the question caught her off guard. She hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. The truth about Albright's specific theories, the hint of anomalous energy, felt too vulnerable, too easily dismissed as fanciful here. It's scientifically significant, she repeated, feeling the inadequacy of the words. The formations are unique, unlike anything documented elsewhere. Understanding them could rewrite sections of geological history. He watched her, his expression unchanging, but she had the distinct impression he saw right through her careful phrasing, sensing the deeper, perhaps more personal motivation she wasn't voicing. He knew she wasn't just chasing textbook entries. "Rewrite history," he murmured, almost to himself, "or just get yourself killed chasing shadows." He ran a hand over his jaw, the rasp of stubble audible in the relative quiet of their corner. He seemed to be weighing something, not just the money, but her, the canyon, the risk. The silence stretched again, taut with unspoken thoughts. Maeve held her breath, waiting. The entire expedition hinged on this moment, on this man's decision. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and gravelly. "All right, geologist." He didn't smile, and his tone offered no warmth. "Triple the rate. Half now, half when, if we get back, and you listen to me. Every word. You step where I say step. You drink when I say drink. You keep your science to yourself when the whispers start. You don't touch the crystals unless I say so. And if things go bad, you don't blame me for leaving you to whatever the canyon wants." The terms were harsh, brutal even. "If we get back. Leaving you." It wasn't the reassuring agreement she might have hoped for from a professional guide. It was a grim pact, an acknowledgement of the danger he clearly believed was real. Yet it was a yes. Relief washed over her, so potent it left her slightly weak-kneed, but it was immediately tempered by a fresh wave of apprehension. What had she just agreed to? "I understand the risks," she said, hoping she sounded convincing. "And I agree to your terms. I listen to you, follow your lead. My focus is the research, not recklessness." He nodded slowly, his eyes still holding that unnerving depth. "Research." He said the word again as if testing its weight. "We leave at dawn, day after tomorrow. Need supplies. Need to make sure my horses are fit for that hellhole. Meet me at the livery. Be ready. And bring cash, not society drafts." "Dawn, day after tomorrow," Maeve confirmed, pulling a small leather purse from her satchel. She carefully counted out the agreed-upon advance, the stack of bills feeling substantial and slightly terrifying in her hand. She pushed it across the table. Jake didn't touch the money immediately. He just looked at it, then back at her. "One more thing, geologist." "Yes?" "Those rocks. They don't just make you thirsty for water. They find what you really hunger for." His gaze flickered, just for an instant, holding an intensity that felt personal, invasive. "Make sure you know what that is, and be prepared for what happens when you find it." Without another word, he scooped up the money, folded it precisely, and tucked it into his shirt pocket. He rose from the table in one fluid motion, lithe and silent. He gave her a final, lingering look, a look that seemed to carry the weight of the desert wind and the secrets of the crimson earth, then turned and walked away, weaving through the tables and disappearing through the swinging doors, without a backward glance. Maeve sank onto the chair he had vacated, the wood still warm. Her heart was pounding, her hands trembling slightly. The noise of the saloon seemed to rush back in, louder now, more oppressive. She had her guide. She had her way to Crimson Canyon. But the victory felt hollow, overshadowed by Jake's chilling warnings and the unsettling intensity of his gaze. He was a man who believed in the canyon's curse, or at least in its power to break people. A skeptic of her science, perhaps, but a believer in the danger, and he carried his own shadows, deep and quiet as the canyon itself. She looked down at her hands, noticing for the first time a fine red dust clinging to the cuffs of her suit, dust that must have followed her in from the street. Whispers in the red dust. The phrase echoed in her mind, no longer sounding like mere folklore. Jake's final words lingered, sharp and disturbing. They find what you really hunger for. What did she hunger for? Besides knowledge, recognition, respect, or something deeper, something she hadn't dared to name, even to herself. Suddenly, the scientific expedition felt far more complicated, the journey ahead infinitely more perilous than she had ever imagined. The shadow of the skeptic, and the canyon he knew too well, had fallen over her certainty, leaving only a cold knot of anticipation and dread. Chapter 3. Beneath a Crimson Sky. The pre-dawn chill bit through Maeve's sturdy wool jacket, raising gooseflesh on her arms. Redemption Creek lay shrouded in gray mist and shadow, the shapes of the buildings blurred and indistinct, hushed as if holding its breath before the onslaught of another scorching day. Only a few lamps glowed weakly, casting lonely pools of yellow light onto the dust. One from the saloon, likely still serving the dregs of the night, another from the sheriff's office, a solitary beacon of dubious authority. The air was still, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke from a banked hearth somewhere, and the sharp, clean smell of the high desert cooling under the cloak of night. It was a liminal time, caught between darkness and light, sleep and waking, and Maeve felt caught too, suspended between the familiar world of logic and textbooks and the unsettling unknown promised by Crimson Canyon. She stood near the entrance of the livery stable, her trunk and packed saddlebags piled neatly beside her. Inside, she could hear the soft snorts and rustles of horses shifting in their stalls, the occasional stamp of a hoof on the packed earth floor. She'd barely slept, her mind racing, replaying Jake's warnings, visualizing the unique crystalline structures Professor Albright had described, and battling a persistent knot of anxiety in her stomach. Was this courage or monumental folly? The question echoed relentlessly. She clutched her satchel, the worn leather cool beneath her fingertips, finding a small measure of comfort in the familiar weight of her tools within. Exactly as the first hint of pale light began to streak the eastern horizon, silhouetting the distant jagged mountains, Jake emerged from the shadowy depths of the stable. He moved with a silence that was almost startling, materializing rather than walking. He led 3 horses, 2 sturdy pack animals laden with supplies, and a lean, intelligent-looking bay mare that Maeve assumed was his own mount. A 4th horse, a sensible-looking sorrel gelding, clearly intended for her, was tied loosely to a hitching post just outside. He looked little different than he had in the saloon. Same worn clothes, same air of contained watchfulness. He spared her only a brief glance, a quick assessing sweep that seemed to take in her readiness, her fatigue, her barely concealed apprehension, all in an instant. There was no greeting offered, no concession to social nicety. "Mount up," he said, his voice low and rough in the morning quiet. He checked the cinch on her saddle with efficient, practiced movements, then turned his attention to securing the last of the packs on the mules. His economy of motion was impressive. Nothing wasted, every gesture precise and purposeful. He worked with the quiet competence of a man entirely at home in his element, utterly attuned to the rhythms of preparation and departure. Maeve swung herself onto the sorrel, settling into the saddle. It felt good, solid beneath her, a connection to the tangible world that helped anchor her swirling thoughts. The horse shifted slightly, blowing warm air from its nostrils, but seemed calm and well-mannered. Jake had chosen well, at least in horseflesh. As Jake finished with the pack animals, 2 more figures emerged from the gloom near the mercantile, heading towards the livery. Maeve recognized them immediately. The other 2 members of her small, society-funded team, arranged via telegraph and letters weeks before her own arrival. Arthur Holloway was the elder, a man whose face looked like a geological map itself, etched with the lines of hard sun, hard luck, and probably hard liquor. He was somewhere past 60, grizzled and stooped, with eyes that held the weary cynicism of a prospector who'd seen too many promising veins pinch out. He'd signed on for the pay, making no secret of it, his expertise supposedly in identifying mineral-rich areas and surviving harsh conditions, though Maeve suspected his primary skill was grumbling. He carried an old Sharps rifle as if it were an extension of his arm and spat tobacco juice with practiced accuracy. Beside him, almost bouncing with ill-concealed excitement, was Ben Carter. Fresh from university, barely 22, Ben was supposed to be Maeve's assistant geologist. He had bright, eager eyes behind thick spectacles that perpetually slid down his nose, and an air of earnest naivety that Maeve found both endearing and slightly worrying. He idolized Professor Albright and saw this expedition as the adventure of a lifetime, a chance to make his mark. He carried a brand-new geological hammer on his belt like a badge of honor and clutched a notebook filled with, Maeve suspected, more romantic notions than practical observations. "Miss Collins, all ready, I see," Ben chirped, his breath pluming in the cold air. He adjusted his spectacles, beaming at her. "Remarkable morning, isn't it? The very cusp of discovery." Holloway just grunted, shifting the rifle on his shoulder and eyeing Jake, who was now mounted on his bay with open suspicion. "This the guide? The half-breed?" he muttered, not quite quietly enough. Jake's expression didn't change, his gaze fixed somewhere down the street, seemingly ignoring the older man's comment. But Maeve saw the slight tightening around his eyes, the way his hand rested, almost casually, near the worn buckskin sheath that held a long knife at his belt. "This is Jake," Maeve said firmly, meeting Holloway's gaze. "He knows the territory, and he will be leading us. And this is Mr. Holloway and Mr. Carter, Jake. They are part of the geological team." Jake gave a single, curt nod that encompassed both men but offered no warmth. Holloway grumbled something under his breath about trusting folks you knew, while Ben stepped forward enthusiastically, extending a hand towards Jake. "A pleasure to meet you, sir. Ben Carter. I've read extensively about the potential formations in the canyon area. Fascinating hypotheses. Do you subscribe to the theory of hydrothermal deposition or perhaps meta-sedimentary origins for the primary crystalline structures?" Jake looked down at Ben's outstretched hand for a long moment, then slowly met his eager gaze. He didn't take the hand. "I subscribe to staying alive," he said flatly. "Keep up. Don't wander off. Don't touch anything shiny, less I say." He turned his horse's head towards the south end of town, clearly indicating the conversation and Ben's offered handshake were concluded. Ben's hand dropped awkwardly, his face falling slightly, though he quickly tried to cover his disappointment with a renewed burst of scholarly enthusiasm directed at Maeve. Holloway just shook his head, spat again, and swung himself onto his own sturdy mule with a groan. Maeve exchanged a quick glance with Jake. His face was impassive, but she sensed his impatience, his disdain for Ben's naive chatter and Holloway's undisguised prejudice. He nudged his horse forward, the pack animals falling into line behind him. Maeve urged her sorrel forward, falling in beside Jake, while Ben and Holloway brought up the rear. They rode out of Redemption Creek as the sun finally broke free of the horizon, painting the underside of the lingering mist with strokes of rose and gold. The town seemed to shrink behind them with surprising speed, swallowed by the vastness of the landscape. The air warmed rapidly, the chill receding, replaced by the familiar dry heat that promised another demanding day. Ahead lay open country, rolling plains dotted with sagebrush, creosote bushes, and the occasional stunted juniper tree clinging tenaciously to the arid soil. The ground sloped gradually upwards, heading towards a series of rocky ridges that shimmered in the growing light. The only sounds were the rhythmic hoofbeats of the horses, the creak of saddle leather, the jingle of harness, and the sigh of the wind picking up as the sun climbed higher. No one spoke much. Jake seemed utterly absorbed in reading the land ahead, his eyes constantly scanning the terrain, the horizon, the sky. Maeve found herself watching him, intrigued by his quiet intensity, his self-sufficiency. He rode with an easy grace, a natural extension of his horse, moving through the landscape as if he were a part of it, not an intruder upon it. She tried to engage him once, pointing towards an interesting rock outcrop. "Basaltic intrusion?" she asked, pitching her voice to carry over the hoofbeats. He glanced briefly where she pointed, then back at the trail ahead. "Lava rock," he replied curtly, offering no further elaboration. His message was clear. Stick to the essentials, trail talk, not textbook talk. Ben, riding behind them, occasionally piped up with observations about soil composition or erosion patterns, addressing his remarks mostly to Maeve, who responded politely but briefly, her own attention divided between the landscape, her guide, and her own thoughts. Holloway remained resolutely silent, chewing his tobacco and occasionally muttering darkly to his mule. The silence wasn't uncomfortable, not exactly. It felt watchful, as if the land itself were listening, waiting. Maeve focused on the details, the way the light changed the colors of the distant hills from hazy purple to sharp ochre and rust, the scent of dust and dry grasses stirred by their passage, the cry of a hawk circling high overhead on invisible currents. She tried to anchor herself in these sensory details, in the physical reality of the journey, pushing back against the unease stirred by Jake's presence and the lingering warnings about their destination. Around midday, Jake led them towards a shallow, cottonwood-lined wash where a trickle of water, surprisingly clear, flowed over smooth stones. It wasn't much, but it was water. They dismounted, letting the horses drink greedily before loosening their cinches and allowing them to graze on the sparse patches of grass clinging to the banks. Jake produced dried meat and hard biscuits from his saddlebags, offering them around without ceremony. Maeve accepted gratefully, the simple fare tasting surprisingly good after the morning's ride. She found a smooth rock near the water's edge and sat, sketching the twisted roots of a cottonwood tree in her notebook, partly for her records, partly to keep her hands busy. Ben sat nearby, eagerly examining pebbles from the stream bed with his hand lens, occasionally exclaiming over a quartz vein or a feldspar crystal. Holloway found shade under another tree, tilted his hat over his eyes, and appeared to doze, though Maeve suspected he was as alert as Jake. Jake himself stood apart, leaning against the trunk of the largest cottonwood, scanning the surrounding ridges, his attention never seeming to waver. He moved with a quiet economy, checking the horses, refilling their canteens, his presence a constant, silent reminder of the vigilance required in this land. Maeve watched him discreetly from under the brim of her hat. Who was he really, this man who walked between worlds? What had he seen in Crimson Canyon that put such caution, such grim certainty, in his eyes? Was his skepticism towards her science born of ignorance, or of knowledge she couldn't yet comprehend? She felt a strange pull towards him, an unsettling mixture of professional reliance, intellectual curiosity, and something else, something less defined, more primal. It was the awareness of his competence, his quiet strength, the air of mystery that clung to him like the desert dust. It was disconcerting, this flicker of attraction towards a man so aloof, so potentially dangerous, a man hired simply to guide her. She pushed the feeling down, firmly reminding herself of her purpose, her scientific objectivity. Personal feelings had no place here, especially not feelings directed towards a guide whose warnings echoed the very superstitions she was determined to debunk. Yet his parting words in the saloon lingered. They find what you really hunger for. After a short rest, Jake gave the signal, a simple nod, and they were mounting up again, pushing southward. The terrain grew rougher in the afternoon. The rolling plains gave way to broken country, a maze of dry gullies, rocky outcrops, and slopes littered with scree. The colors intensified. The soil took on a deeper reddish hue. The rocks became sharper, more angular. The vegetation grew sparser, hardier, twisted into shapes that spoke of a constant battle for survival. The air itself felt different, thinner, drier, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible metallic tang on the wind. Maeve noticed the change, her geologist's eye cataloging the shift in strata, the evidence of different geological pressures and compositions. Was this the prelude to the canyon's unique environment? She felt a thrill of anticipation, the scientist in her momentarily overriding the wary traveler. As the sun began its descent, casting long, dramatic shadows across the landscape, the sky transformed. Hazy blues and pale yellows bled into vibrant oranges, fiery pinks and deep, impossible crimsons that stained the clouds and reflected off the increasingly red-toned rocks around them. It was breathtakingly beautiful, a vast celestial canvas painted with colors so intense they seemed almost unnatural. A crimson sky, indeed, but the beauty held an edge, a dramatic intensity that felt less like peace and more like a warning. It silenced even Ben's occasional chatter. Holloway pulled his hat lower, squinting towards the west. Jake led them into a relatively sheltered basin, protected on 3 sides by low, crumbling cliffs of reddish sandstone. "We make camp here," he announced, swinging down from his mare. The routine of setting up camp unfolded with practiced efficiency, though Holloway grumbled about the choice of spot. Too exposed if the wind picks up, and Ben struggled awkwardly with tent pegs in the hard ground. Jake moved silently, unsaddling the horses, rubbing them down, securing them on a picket line where they could graze on clumps of tough buffalo grass. He built a small, economical fire, using carefully gathered deadwood, its flames licking cheerfully at the encroaching dusk. The smell of coffee brewing and bacon sizzling soon filled the air, mingling with the scent of wood smoke and the cool desert night. They ate mostly in silence, the crackle of the fire and the distant yip of a coyote the only sounds breaking the immense stillness. The crimson sky faded slowly to deep indigo, studded with stars so bright and numerous they seemed almost close enough to touch. Maeve sat hugging her knees, staring into the flames, the coffee warming her hands. The day's journey had been long, tiring but manageable, yet the landscape, the silence, Jake's taciturn presence, and the memory of the warnings combined to create a persistent unease. They were drawing closer to Crimson Canyon, closer to the place the Utes called the Thirsting Land. Holloway finished his meal and lit a pipe, puffing contentedly, the smoke wreathing his head. "Reminds me of a time up near the Gila," he began, his voice raspy. "Prospect in silver, ran out of water. 3 days just me and my mule, sun beaten down like a hammer. Started seeing things, waterfalls where there was just dry rock. Heard voices calling my name from empty canyons." He shook his head. "This land, it plays tricks on a man's mind if you ain't careful, or even if you are." Ben listened intently, his eyes wide. "Hallucinations due to severe dehydration and heat exposure," he murmured, diagnosing Holloway's experience. "Perfectly understandable physiological response." Holloway snorted. "Call it what you want, boy. Felt real enough. Saw my dead brother plain as day, sitting across a campfire just like this one." He fell silent, staring into the darkness beyond the firelight. Jake, who had been cleaning his knife with slow, deliberate strokes, looked up, his eyes catching the firelight, seeming to glow momentarily. He didn't look at Holloway, but addressed the air, his voice soft yet carrying. "Sometimes the land don't trick you. Sometimes it just shows you what's already there, hidden deep." He wiped the blade clean on a piece of leather and slid it back into its sheath. His words hung in the night air, ambiguous and unsettling. Was he talking about Holloway's dead brother? Or something else? Something related to the canyon? Maeve felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night temperature. Later, tucked into her bedroll beneath the vast, star-dusted canopy, sleep remained elusive. The fire had burned down to glowing embers. Holloway's snores provided a rhythmic counterpoint to the chirping crickets and the soft sigh of the wind moving through the rocks above them. Ben was asleep in his small tent nearby. Jake, she knew, wasn't sleeping. She'd seen him settle down away from the fire, near the horses, wrapped in a blanket, but she sensed his wakefulness, his silent vigil under the immense sky. She closed her eyes, trying to focus on geological strata, on scientific principles, but the image that came to mind was of the crimson sky at sunset, beautiful and menacing. And then she heard it, or thought she did. A faint, high-pitched sound, almost like singing, carried on the wind? Or was it just the wind itself, whistling through a notch in the cliffs? She strained her ears, holding her breath. Silence. Only the wind, the crickets, Holloway's snores, imagination, fatigue, suggestibility fueled by the stories and Jake's cryptic remarks. But as she lay there, staring up at the indifferent stars, a sliver of moonlight illuminated a section of the cliff face opposite their camp. Embedded within the rough sandstone, catching the pale light, was a vein of something dark, almost black in the dimness, but shot through with tiny, glittering flecks of deep, startling red. It wasn't the main deposit. She knew not the legendary crystals of Crimson Canyon itself, but it was a precursor, a hint, the first touch of the canyon's strange signature upon the land. It seemed to pulse faintly in the moonlight, a tiny shard of the crimson sky fallen to earth, holding its secrets, waiting. And suddenly Maeve felt an almost overwhelming urge, a pull she couldn't explain, to get up, go closer, touch it, just to see, just to feel. She clenched her fists, forcing the impulse down, her heart pounding against her ribs. It was just rock. Interesting rock, nothing more. But the whisper she thought she'd heard seemed to echo again, fainter this time, closer, right at the edge of her hearing, a promise just out of reach. Chapter 4. First Tremors. Dawn broke not with the gentle pastels of the previous morning, but with a harsh, brassy glare that seemed to bleach the color from the sky even as it illuminated the land. The air felt thin and brittle, carrying the scent of dust and something else, a faint, dry mineral smell that tickled the back of Maeve's throat. The landscape had changed subtly overnight, or perhaps it was merely the starker light revealing its true nature. The sandstone cliffs surrounding their campsite seemed redder, the shadows they cast deeper and sharper. The silence felt heavier, less peaceful, more like a held breath. Maeve had retrieved the small piece of red-flecked sandstone she'd spotted the night before, tucking it carefully into a canvas sample bag before the others were fully awake. Now, while Jake methodically checked the horses and packs, and Holloway grumbled over the rekindled fire, spitting emphatically into the flames, she examined it with her hand lens. Under magnification, the tiny crimson specks resolved into minuscule, perfectly formed crystals embedded within the darker matrix. They weren't like any quartz or garnet she'd ever seen. Their facets seemed to drink the light rather than reflect it, glowing with an internal luminescence that was deeply strange. She scraped gently at one with the tip of her geological hammer. It was hard, harder than the surrounding sandstone, but seemed almost resistant, pushing back against the steel in a way that felt oddly animate. A shiver traced its way up her arm. Fatigue, she told herself, low blood sugar before breakfast, static electricity from the dry air. She clung to the rational, the explainable, even as the tiny red crystal seemed to pulse faintly under her lens. Ben, ever eager, peered over her shoulder. "Remarkable, Miss Collins. Is that it? The crystal Albright wrote about?" "A precursor, perhaps," Maeve murmured, slipping the sample bag back into her satchel. "A trace element. The main formations are said to be much larger, purer." She avoided meeting his enthusiastic gaze, unwilling to share the flicker of unease the small stone had ignited in her. Breakfast was a tense affair. Holloway complained about the coffee, weak as ditch water, the bacon, too damn salty, and the pace Jake was setting. Trying to kill us before we even get there? His usual grumbling seemed sharper today, laced with a genuine irritability that went beyond his normal cynicism. He kept glancing towards the south, towards the unseen canyon, his eyes narrowed, his hand often straying to the butt of his rifle. Ben tried to lighten the mood with talk of sedimentary layers and erosion patterns, but his voice lacked its usual confident ring. He seemed subdued, casting nervous glances at Holloway and occasionally fumbling with his utensils. Even the horses seemed restless, shifting their weight, snorting nervously, their ears twitching constantly as if listening for something beyond human hearing. Only Jake remained unchanged, a figure of quiet, watchful calm amidst the growing tension. He ate his share quickly, methodically, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, missing nothing. When Holloway directed a particularly venomous complaint about the dwindling water supply directly at him, "Should have found a better spring last night instead of that trickle," Jake merely looked at him, his dark eyes flat, unreadable. "There's water ahead," he said calmly. "Enough for today. Don't waste it." He turned away, effectively ending the conversation, leaving Holloway sputtering indignantly. Maeve watched the exchange, a knot tightening in her stomach. Holloway's aggression felt disproportionate, irrational. He knew Jake was the guide. Questioning his knowledge of water sources was foolish and provocative. Was this the thirst Jake had spoken of? Not just for water, but a deeper dissatisfaction, a craving that curdled into anger? Or was the old prospector simply feeling the strain of the journey, his age, the harsh conditions? As they broke camp and mounted up, the sun already beating down with fierce intensity, Jake paused beside Maeve's horse. "Keep your canteen close," he said, his voice low, meant only for her. "And watch Holloway. He's edgy." "I noticed," Maeve replied quietly. "Do you think... is it the place?" Jake's expression remained impassive, but his eyes held a flicker of grim confirmation. "This land, it tests you. Finds the cracks." He looked towards the south, his gaze distant. "The canyon just makes them wider." He nudged his horse forward, leaving Maeve with his cryptic words and a deepening sense of foreboding. The day's ride was harder than the previous one. The terrain grew increasingly broken and treacherous. They navigated narrow, winding ravines where the rock walls seemed to press in on either side, amplifying the heat and muffling sound, creating an unnerving, claustrophobic silence. They traversed steep slopes covered in loose scree, where the horses picked their way carefully, sending small cascades of stones rattling down into the unseen depths below. The red color of the earth and rock intensified, ranging from pale rust to deep Venus crimson, as if the land itself were bleeding. Maeve tried to focus on her geological observations, noting the twisted strata, the evidence of immense pressures and ancient upheavals. This was extraordinary country, geologically fascinating, yet its stark alien beauty felt increasingly menacing. The air remained thin and dry, and despite sipping regularly from her canteen, a persistent thirst lodged itself in her throat, a dry, scratchy feeling that water didn't entirely quench. She noticed Ben licking his lips frequently, his face flushed under his hat. Even Holloway, despite his earlier complaints about water conservation, seemed to be drinking more often than usual. Around mid-morning, while crossing a wide, flat mesa baked hard by the sun, Ben let out a sudden yelp. His horse had stumbled, its forelegs sinking into what looked like a hidden animal burrow. Ben, caught off guard, tumbled awkwardly from the saddle, landing hard on the packed earth with a cry of pain. Holloway, riding just behind him, reined in sharply, cursing. "Damn clumsy fool. Watch where you're going, boy. Could have broke the horse's leg." Jake was off his mare in an instant, moving quickly towards Ben and the struggling horse. Maeve dismounted too, hurrying over, her heart pounding. Jake calmed the frightened animal with quiet words and a firm hand, carefully examining its leg. Miraculously, it seemed unharmed, merely shaken. Ben, however, sat clutching his wrist, his face pale and contorted with pain. "My wrist! I think it's broken," he gasped, tears welling behind his spectacles. Jake knelt beside him, his movements gentle but efficient as he examined the injury. "Sprained," he diagnosed after a moment. "Badly, but not broken." He looked up at Maeve. "Got bandages?" Maeve quickly retrieved her small medical kit from her saddlebag. Working together, she and Jake cleaned the scrapes on Ben's arm and wrist and fashioned a supportive splint and bandage. Ben winced throughout the process, but managed a grateful, watery smile. Holloway watched the proceedings sourly, making no move to help. "Just slowing us down," he muttered, loud enough for Ben to hear. "Should have stayed back east, pushing pencils." "That's enough, Holloway," Maeve snapped, her patience finally fraying. Ben looked crushed by the older man's cruelty. Holloway glared at her, then spat. "Just saying, this ain't no place for greenhorns, or women pretending to be rock hounds." Before Maeve could retort, Jake stood up, facing Holloway. He didn't raise his voice, didn't make a threatening move, but his stillness, the sudden intensity in his dark eyes, was more intimidating than any shout. "He's part of your team," Jake said, his voice dangerously soft. "You look out for your own, or you find yourself alone." He held Holloway's gaze for a long moment, an unspoken challenge hanging in the air. Holloway flushed, his hand twitching near his rifle, but he looked away first, muttering under his breath. He turned his mule abruptly and rode a short distance away, pointedly ignoring them. Jake helped Ben back onto his horse, his expression unreadable. "Can you manage?" he asked the younger man. Ben nodded, still pale but resolute. "Yes, thank you, Jake. Miss Collins." The incident left a sour taste in Maeve's mouth. Holloway's bitterness seemed to be festering, turning venomous, and Jake, his quiet defense of Ben, his confrontation with Holloway, revealed another layer to the enigmatic guide. A sense of rough justice, perhaps? Or simply the pragmatism of survival. A divided group was a vulnerable group. Yet the way he had looked at Holloway held something deeper, a warning that went beyond mere trail discipline. They continued onward, the atmosphere thicker with unspoken tension. Ben rode stoically, cradling his injured wrist, his earlier enthusiasm completely extinguished. Holloway kept his distance, a thunderous expression on his face. Maeve found herself riding closer to Jake, partly for reassurance, partly drawn by his quiet strength in the face of the group's fracturing dynamic. She tried again to engage him, this time on his terms. "The Utes," she began tentatively. "Your mother's people. What exactly do their legends say about the canyon?" He was silent for a long time, scanning the horizon. Maeve thought he wouldn't answer. Then he spoke, his voice low, almost reflective. "They say the canyon was born from a wound in the earth, left when the Creator fought a great shadow beast. The beast's blood soaked the ground, staining the rocks red." He paused, and its hunger remained, trapped in the stones. A hunger for life, for spirit. "The thirst," Maeve murmured, recalling Jedediah's words. Jake nodded grimly. "It calls to the emptiness inside people, promises power, whispers secrets, makes them see what they desire most or fear most, drives them mad with wanting." He glanced at her, his eyes dark with ancient knowledge. "They say the crystals, they are the teeth of the shadow beast, still sharp, still hungry." Teeth of the shadow beast. The image was visceral, disturbing, far more potent than geological anomalies. Maeve felt a chill despite the heat. "And you believe this?" she asked softly. He shrugged, a gesture that could have meant anything. "I believe I've seen men walk into that canyon sane and come out something else. I believe my grandfather warned me never to go near it, said the whispers are patient. They wait for you to listen." He fell silent again, his attention returning to the trail, leaving Maeve to wrestle with the weight of his words, the unsettling blend of folklore and first-hand observation. Late in the afternoon, the terrain began to change dramatically. The broken hills gave way to towering cliffs of deep crimson rock, carved by wind and time into fantastical shapes. Spires, hoodoos, massive sheer walls that rose hundreds of feet towards the sky. The ground underfoot was littered with sharp, reddish stones, and the air itself seemed to vibrate with a low, almost sub-audible hum. They were entering the approach to Crimson Canyon. Jake led them along a narrow, winding track at the base of the cliffs, the towering rock faces looming over them, casting the trail into premature shadow. The silence here was profound, broken only by the click of hooves on stone and the occasional dislodged pebbles skittering down the slopes. The sense of being watched intensified, as if unseen eyes peered down from the shadowed ledges above. Suddenly, one of the pack mules, the one carrying most of their spare water and food supplies, reared violently, its eyes rolling white with terror. It screamed, a high-pitched sound of pure panic, and bucked wildly, trying to throw off its load. The pack shifted, straps straining. "Whoa, steady there!" Holloway shouted, grabbing for the lead rope, but the animal was beyond control. It spun, kicking out, narrowly missing him. It bucked again, harder this time, and the main cinch strap snapped with a loud crack. The heavy packs containing precious water barrels and food sacks tumbled down the steep embankment to their right, bursting open on the sharp rocks below. Water gurgled uselessly into the thirsty red dust. Sacks of beans and flour split, spilling their contents. The mule, freed of its burden, bolted, scrambling back the way they had come, disappearing around a bend in the trail before anyone could react. They stared in stunned silence at the disaster strewn across the rocks below, a significant portion of their sustenance gone in an instant. Ben looked horrified. Holloway let out a string of furious curses, kicking savagely at a loose stone. "Damn worthless beast! Spooked at nothing!" he raged, his face suffused with color. He glared towards the canyon entrance, now just visible ahead as a dark slash between two monumental cliffs. "It's this place! This cursed place!" Jake had already dismounted and was scrambling down the slope, assessing the damage. Most of the water was lost, soaked into the ground. Some of the food might be salvageable, but much of it was contaminated with dirt and rock fragments. He climbed back up, his face grim. "We lost maybe half the water," he stated flatly, "and a good chunk of the food." He looked at each of them in turn, his gaze hard. "We press on, we ration tight, real tight, or we turn back now." Turn back? After coming so far? After Albright's legacy, her own investment? Maeve's heart sank. But the thought of facing the canyon, already feeling its oppressive influence, with severely limited supplies, was terrifying. "We can't turn back," Ben protested, his voice thin. "We're so close." Holloway rounded on him. "Close to what, boy? Starving to death? Dying of thirst? I knew this was a fool's errand." He turned his furious gaze on Maeve. "This is your fault, dragging us out here chasing ghost stories and pretty rocks." His eyes burned with an irrational fury, his knuckles white where he gripped his rifle. For a terrifying moment, Maeve thought he might actually raise it. The air crackled with tension. The first real tremor had shaken the expedition, not from the earth, but from within their own ranks. Supplies lost, nerves fraying, accusations flying, and ahead, looming like a wound in the crimson rock, lay the entrance to the canyon, silent, waiting, radiating a palpable sense of ancient power and profound hunger. The choice Jake laid before them, press on into the unknown with dwindling resources, or retreat in failure, felt like no choice at all. The canyon seemed to be drawing them in, tightening its grip, before they had even crossed its threshold. Chapter 5. Echoes of the Ancients. The silence that followed Holloway's accusation was heavy, thick with resentment, fear, and the vast, indifferent presence of the looming canyon entrance. The spilled supplies lay like a sacrificial offering on the red rocks below, testament to their vulnerability. The lost mule was a faint dust cloud receding in the distance. Holloway stood rigid, his face flushed, rifle gripped tight, radiating a palpable aura of blame and barely contained panic. Ben, pale and cradling his injured wrist, looked from Holloway to Maeve, his youthful optimism visibly crumbling under the weight of the disaster and the prospector's fury. Jake remained near the edge of the embankment, his expression unreadable but his posture radiating a grim readiness. His gaze flickered between the canyon mouth and the fractured group, waiting. The choice hung in the thin, dry air: retreat, defeated and diminished, or gamble everything on pushing forward into the place legends warned against, with half the water and dwindling hope. Maeve felt the weight of the decision settle squarely on her shoulders. It was her expedition, her obsession that had brought them here. Holloway's accusation, though cruel and irrational, held a kernel of truth. Their presence in this hostile land was her responsibility. Turning back felt like a betrayal of Professor Albright, of her own scientific ambition, of the years spent dreaming of these unique crystals. But pushing forward, with a hostile crew member, an injured assistant, dwindling supplies, and a guide who clearly believed they were courting disaster, it felt like madness. She looked at the canyon entrance, a dark vertical slash between cliffs that seemed to bleed crimson in the late afternoon light. It beckoned and repelled simultaneously, a gateway to the unknown. She thought of the tiny pulsing crystals in her sample bag, the strange energy they seemed to possess. What secrets did they hold? What knowledge lay hidden in the canyon's depths, waiting to be uncovered? The thirst Jake spoke of. She felt it then, not just in her dry throat, but as a deeper yearning, an intellectual craving that bordered on obsession. To turn back now, with the prize so close, it was unthinkable. "We go on," she said, her voice clearer, firmer than she felt. She met Holloway's furious glare directly. "We ration carefully. We work together. Mr. Carter needs our support, not scorn. We came here for a reason, and I intend to see it through." Holloway scoffed, a harsh, grating sound. "See it through? See us all dead, more like. This is lunacy, led by a woman chasing fairy tales." "Enough," Jake cut in, his voice slicing through Holloway's tirade. He stepped forward, positioning himself subtly between Maeve and the enraged prospector. "The decision's made. We go on." His tone left no room for argument. He wasn't asking, he was stating a fact, backed by the quiet authority that seemed to emanate from him. He turned to Holloway, his eyes hard as flint. "You can follow, or you can try your luck back to Redemption Creek alone without water. Your choice." Holloway's face worked, fury warring with the stark reality of his options. Being stranded alone in this wilderness was a death sentence, and he knew it. He spat violently onto the red dust, shouldering his rifle with a jerk. "Fine," he snarled. "Don't blame me when we're picking bones and seeing devils in them rocks." He stomped towards his mule, deliberately avoiding Maeve's gaze. Ben looked relieved, though still apprehensive. He straightened his shoulders, wincing slightly as the movement jarred his wrist. "I'm ready, Miss Collins," Jake nodded curtly. He retrieved what little could be salvaged from the spilled supplies, a few intact tins, some dusty handfuls of beans scooped back into a sack, and redistributed the remaining water amongst their canteens and the single remaining barrel on the other pack mule. The reduced load felt terrifyingly light. "Drink only when you have to," he instructed grimly. "Sip, don't gulp. Next reliable water is uncertain." With the grim decision made and the remnants of their supplies secured, Jake led them towards the canyon mouth. As they drew closer, the scale of the cliffs became overwhelming. They soared vertically, hundreds of feet of sheer blood-red rock, dwarfing the riders and horses, making them feel like ants crawling at the base of ancient monuments. The air grew noticeably cooler as they passed between the towering sentinels that marked the entrance. The harsh sunlight abruptly cut off, replaced by a deep, perpetual twilight. The transition was startling. Outside, the world had been noise and heat, the wind, the horses, Holloway's shouts. Inside, an almost unnerving silence descended, the sounds of their own passage, hoof clicks on stone, the creak of leather, their own breathing seemed amplified, echoing strangely against the close-pressed walls. The vibrant reds of the exterior cliffs deepened here in the shadows to somber burgundies and dark maroons streaked with veins of black and occasional startling flashes of the crimson crystal, now appearing in thicker, more noticeable seams running through the rock face. The trail immediately narrowed, winding along a ledge barely wide enough for the horses to pass in single file. To their left, the canyon wall rose sheer and forbidding. To their right, the ground dropped away sharply into unseen depths, the bottom lost in shadow. Maeve swallowed hard, forcing herself to look straight ahead, trusting her horse's footing and Jake's guidance. The air felt heavy, stagnant, tasting faintly of dust and minerals, and the persistent dryness in her throat intensified. They rode deeper into the canyon's embrace, the sky reduced to a narrow ribbon of lighter color far above. The rock formations became increasingly bizarre, sculpted by millennia of wind and erosion into shapes that defied easy description. Twisted pillars, gaping mouths, figures that seemed to writhe and watch from the shadowed alcoves. Maeve, the geologist, tried to analyze them in terms of differential erosion, sedimentary layers, volcanic intrusions, but another part of her, the part touched by the warnings and the oppressive atmosphere, saw only monstrous forms and leering faces. Holloway rode with his rifle held across his lap now, his head constantly swiveling, peering into the shadows, muttering curses under his breath. Ben seemed to have shrunk into himself, his gaze fixed on the rump of Maeve's horse ahead of him, his injured arm held protectively against his body. Even the horses seemed affected, their ears flat, their steps hesitant, occasionally shying at shadows or sudden echoes. After perhaps an hour of slow, tense progress, Jake held up a hand, halting the small procession. He pointed towards the cliff face on their left and a smoother section of sandstone protected by a slight overhang. Carved into the rock were images, faint but unmistakable. Petroglyphs. Maeve dismounted, Ben and Holloway following suit, eagerness momentarily overcoming their fear and discomfort. Jake remained mounted, scanning the trail ahead and behind, ever watchful. Maeve approached the rock face, her fingers tracing the shallow grooves, worn smooth by time and weather. The carvings were unlike any Native American art she had seen depicted in books. The figures were elongated, almost skeletal, with large, hollow eyes. Some seemed to be dancing or writhing. Others held objects that looked like jagged crystals. One central image depicted a monstrous, shadowy form looming over smaller figures who seemed to be offering up the crystals, their bodies contorted in attitudes of supplication or agony. Below it, repeated several times, was a symbol resembling a spiral turning inwards towards a jagged center. "What is it?" Ben whispered, peering closely, his good hand hovering over the carvings. "Who made these?" Jake spoke from his horse, his voice quiet but resonant in the enclosed space. "The ancients, the ones who lived here before the Ute, before the Apache, long gone." "What do the carvings mean?" Maeve asked, fascinated and disturbed. "My grandfather said they tell the story," Jake replied, his gaze fixed on the central image of the shadow beast, the hunger of the canyon, the price of its gifts. He pointed to the spiral symbol. "That means the thirst, the turning inward, losing yourself to the rock's song." Holloway snorted dismissively, though his eyes kept darting nervously towards the carvings. "Primitive nonsense. Scratches on a rock." Yet he didn't move closer, keeping his distance from the unsettling images. Maeve meticulously sketched the petroglyphs in her notebook, her scientific detachment warring with the chilling narrative Jake provided. The artistry was crude, yet undeniably powerful. It spoke of fear, worship, madness, sacrifice. Echoes of the ancients, indeed. Whispers not just on the wind, but etched in stone. The spiral symbol seemed particularly potent, almost hypnotic. She felt a strange dizziness looking at it, a fleeting sense of vertigo, as if the rock itself were pulling her inwards. She shook her head, blinking, forcing her focus back to the details. Altitude? Lack of food? Or something else? They pressed onward, the petroglyphs casting a fresh layer of unease over the group. The trail descended gradually, leading them deeper into the canyon's labyrinthine twists. Occasionally, they passed side canyons, dark fissures splitting off from the main passage, their depths lost in impenetrable shadow. Jake never deviated from the main path, ignoring these shadowed tributaries as if they held specific dangers he knew to avoid. The veins of red crystal became more frequent, thicker now, sometimes forming clusters that glittered like malevolent eyes in the dim light. Maeve found herself drawn to them, wanting to stop, to examine them, chip off a sample. But Jake's earlier warning, "Don't touch anything shiny less I say," and the memory of the petroglyphs held her back. The crystals felt watchful, expectant. The persistent thirst intensified. Maeve took a small sip from her canteen, the water tasting metallic, unsatisfying. She saw Ben do the same, his movements furtive, as if ashamed of his need. Holloway drank more openly, tilting his canteen back for longer swallows, until Jake shot him a sharp, warning glance. "Save it," Jake ordered curtly. "Might be a long way yet." Holloway glared but stoppered his canteen. The tension between them simmered, a dangerous undercurrent beneath the surface. As the afternoon wore on, the narrow ribbon of sky far above began to darken. Dusk fell quickly in the canyon depths, the shadows thickening, merging, swallowing the remaining light. Jake led them off the main trail into a slightly wider alcove, a shallow cave worn into the base of the cliff. It offered some protection and, crucially, was defensible from the front. "We camp here," he announced, dismounting. "Cold camp, no fire." The prospect of a night without the cheer and warmth of a fire huddled in this oppressive, silent darkness was bleak. Holloway immediately started to protest. "No fire. It'll freeze colder than a witch's heart in here." But Jake cut him off. "Fire draws attention. Sound travels strange in here. We don't need attention." His tone was final. He began unsaddling the horses, tethering them close within the alcove. They ate a meager meal of jerky and cold biscuits in near silence, the only light coming from the moon, which cast a pale, spectral glow on the canyon rim far above, but barely penetrated the depths where they huddled. The silence pressed in, amplifying every small sound, the horses shifting, the rustle of clothing, the frantic beat of Maeve's own heart. She felt exposed, vulnerable, trapped between the immense, indifferent rock walls. Holloway huddled against the back wall, wrapped in his blanket, his rifle across his knees, eyes constantly scanning the darkness beyond the alcove entrance. Ben sat near Maeve, looking pale and exhausted, occasionally touching his bandaged wrist as if to reassure himself it was real. Maeve tried to write field notes, but her hand trembled slightly, and the words seemed inadequate to capture the profound sense of unease, the feeling of being steeped in something ancient and inimical. She found herself watching Jake. He sat near the mouth of the alcove, a silhouette against the slightly less intense darkness of the canyon floor, perfectly still, listening. He seemed less a guide now and more a guardian, a lone figure holding back the encroaching shadows. What was he listening for? The whispers? The approach of something tangible? Or the subtle shifts within their own fractured group? Suddenly, Holloway scrambled to his feet, rifle half raised, peering wildly into the darkness. "What was that? Did you hear it?" he hissed, his voice tight with panic. "Hear what?" Maeve asked, her own nerves jumping. "I didn't hear anything." "Voices!" Holloway insisted, his eyes wide, darting around frantically. "Whisperin'! Out there, laughin'!" Jake rose silently, moving to Holloway's side, placing a calming hand on the prospector's arm. "Easy, old man," he said, his voice low and steady. "It's the wind. Echoes play tricks in this canyon." "No, it wasn't the wind." Holloway shook off Jake's hand, his breathing ragged. "It was them, the ones in the rocks. They're watching us, waitin'." He swung the rifle around, pointing it towards the darkness. "Put the gun down, Holloway," Jake commanded, his voice hardening, losing its soothing edge. For a tense moment, Holloway hesitated, his face a mask of terror and paranoia. Maeve held her breath, fearing he would start shooting at shadows. Then slowly, reluctantly, he lowered the rifle, though his hand still trembled, and he continued to stare fearfully into the night. He sank back down against the wall, muttering to himself, eyes wide and haunted. Maeve exchanged a look with Jake over Holloway's hunched figure. It wasn't just the wind. The canyon was getting to him. The thirst, the hunger Jake had described, was manifesting as paranoia, auditory hallucinations. The first tremor had become a fracture, and now the fracture was threatening to shatter their sanity. Jake settled back into his watchful position, but the atmosphere in the small alcove had irrevocably shifted. The danger wasn't just external anymore. It was within their own group, festering in Holloway's fear-addled mind. Maeve pulled her blanket tighter, shivering despite the lack of true cold. She listened intently, straining her ears against the profound silence. Did she hear whispers? Laughter carried on the faint stirrings of air? Or was it just the echo of Holloway's panic, planting seeds of fear in her own mind? The ancient echoes of the canyon seemed to be growing louder, resonating not just from the rocks, but from the frightened chambers of the human heart. And the deepest darkness, she realized with a sickening lurch, was not the night around them, but the night descending within. Chapter 6. The Crystal's Glare. The remainder of the night passed in a state of hypervigilant exhaustion. Sleep, when it came, was shallow and fractured, haunted by formless shadows and the imagined echo of whispers skittering just beyond the edge of hearing. Maeve drifted between uneasy dozing and stark awareness, the oppressive weight of the canyon pressing down on her. The silence was absolute, yet felt pregnant with unseen, unheard things. Every creak of leather, every soft sigh from the sleeping horses, every rustle from Holloway shifting restlessly against the rock wall seemed amplified, distorted, potentially menacing. She found herself listening, not just with her ears, but with her entire being, straining against the profound quiet for she knew not what. Holloway eventually subsided into a tense, muttering sleep, his rifle still clutched protectively across his chest. Ben remained curled tightly, his breathing shallow, clearly finding little rest. Only Jake, a dark silhouette near the alcove's mouth, seemed immune to the creeping dread. He remained watchful, a sentinel carved from the surrounding stone, his stillness a counterpoint to the frayed nerves of the others. Maeve wondered what thoughts moved behind those unreadable eyes. Did he feel the canyon's pressure? Did he hear the whispers? Or had he made some kind of peace with this place, an understanding born of his heritage and experience that remained inaccessible to outsiders like her? The memory of the petroglyphs, particularly the spiral symbolizing the inward-turning thirst, kept resurfacing in her mind, superimposed over the darkness like a phantom image. When the first gray hint of dawn filtered down from the canyon rim, painting the highest rock faces a ghostly, bloodless pink, it brought little relief. The oppressive atmosphere remained, perhaps even intensified by the stark, revealing light. The alcove felt cramped, stale, thick with the residue of fear and mistrust. Jake rose silently, moving with his characteristic economy of motion. He checked the horses, then approached the meager water barrel. He carefully measured out a small portion of water into each of their canteens, barely enough to wet a dry throat, let alone quench a true thirst. The act was performed with grim precision, underscoring their precarious situation. "Move out," he said simply, his voice devoid of expression. There was no pretense of a morning greeting, no allowance for lingering fatigue. Survival demanded movement. Holloway accepted his canteen with a sullen grunt, his eyes bloodshot and suspicious. He scanned the canyon walls as he drank, as if expecting an imminent attack. Ben took his water gratefully, managing a weak smile for Jake. But his face was drawn and pale, the strain of the previous day and the sleepless night evident. Maeve sipped her own small ration, the water feeling precious, inadequate. The dryness in her throat persisted, a constant nagging reminder of their dwindling supplies and the canyon's relentless power. As she secured her satchel, her fingers brushed against the canvas bag containing the small, red-flecked sandstone sample. Even through the cloth, she fancied she felt a faint warmth, a subtle vibration. Or was it just her imagination, overly stimulated by lack of sleep and the unnerving environment? They mounted up and filed out of the alcove, back onto the narrow, winding trail. The canyon seemed different in the morning light, sharper, harsher. The crimson hues of the rock seemed more intense, almost lurid, as if the stone itself were blushing with some feverish internal energy. The silence persisted, broken only by their own passage. No birds sang, no insects buzzed. It was a sterile, watchful silence that grated on the nerves. They rode deeper into the labyrinth. The main canyon twisted and turned, occasionally widening slightly before narrowing again between towering walls. Side canyons branched off, dark and uninviting mouths promising only deeper shadow. Jake kept them to the main path, his focus absolute. Maeve tried to concentrate on the geology, forcing herself to observe, analyze, record. The strata were indeed remarkable, contorted, folded back on themselves, evidence of cataclysmic forces, and the veins of red crystal were becoming undeniably more prominent. No longer just faint streaks or tiny embedded flecks, they now appeared as thick, jagged bands running through the darker rock, sometimes several inches across. They glittered intensely even in the diffused light filtering down from above, catching and amplifying the ambient redness, pulsing with a color that seemed too vibrant, too alive for mere mineral. Maeve felt her scientific curiosity surge, battling with a growing sense of unease. These formations were truly unique, unlike anything she had ever studied. Albright had been right. but the sheer intensity of their color, the way they seemed to draw the eye and hold it, felt wrong, unnatural. Around mid-morning, they rounded a sharp bend and the trail opened abruptly into a wider area, almost a chamber within the canyon, dominated by a massive rockfall on one side. And there, exposed by the rockfall, half buried in the debris but unmistakable, was the source, a wall of crystal. It wasn't solid, but rather a dense concentration of veins and clusters erupting from the native rock, covering an area easily 20 feet high and perhaps twice as wide. Individual crystals, some as thick as a man's arm, jutted out like crimson teeth, their facets sharp and perfect, catching the light filtering down from above and refracting it in dazzling, disorienting patterns. The sheer intensity of the red was overwhelming, a deep, pulsating color that seemed to throb with latent energy. The air around the crystal wall felt different, charged, humming, the faint metallic taste stronger here. The dryness in Maeve's throat suddenly acute. For a moment, everyone froze, stunned into silence by the sheer spectacle. It was both beautiful and terrifying, a geological marvel that radiated an almost palpable sense of power and danger. Ben gasped, his fatigue forgotten, his eyes wide behind his spectacles. "Magnificent," he breathed, taking a step forward, his uninjured hand reaching out as if in a trance. The purity, the size. This is beyond anything Professor Albright described. Holloway stared, his mouth slightly agape, his earlier paranoia seemingly momentarily eclipsed by avarice. Maeve could almost see the calculations flashing in his eyes. Weight, value, the fortune represented by this impossible wall of red stone. "Sweet mother," he whispered, his voice thick with desire. "Look at it all." Even Jake, usually so impassive, seemed to pause, his gaze fixed on the glittering wall, a flicker of something deep and complex. Respect? Fear? Memory? Crossing his features before his usual mask of caution clamped back down, Maeve felt rooted to the spot, caught between conflicting impulses. The scientist in her screamed for closer examination, for samples, for measurements. This was it. The discovery that could make her career, validate Albright's controversial theories. The sheer scale, the apparent purity of the crystals. It was more than she had dared hope for. But another part of her, the part that had listened to Jake's warnings, that had felt the canyon's oppressive weight and seen the fear in Holloway's eyes, recoiled. The crystals pulsed with an energy that felt predatory. The light glancing off their facets, the crystal's glare, wasn't just bright. It felt sharp, invasive, as if it could pierce through skin and bone to touch something deeper, more vulnerable within. The thirst surged, fierce and demanding, clawing at her throat. It wasn't just for water. It was a sudden, desperate craving for something. Knowledge, power, possession. The feeling was amorphous, yet overwhelmingly strong, echoing the sensation Jake had described, the canyon finding the hollow places and filling them with poison. She wanted to reach out, touch the largest, most perfect crystal jutting from the wall, feel its strange energy humming against her palm. The urge was almost irresistible. "Stay back," Jake ordered sharply, his voice cutting through the stunned silence, breaking the spell that seemed to hold them. He dismounted quickly, placing himself between the group and the crystal wall. "Don't get too close. And nobody, he added, his gaze sweeping over Holloway and Ben pointedly, touches anything." Ben stopped, looking crestfallen but nodding reluctantly. Holloway, however, bristled. "Don't touch?" he scoffed, taking a step towards the wall, his eyes glued to a particularly large cluster of crystals glittering near the base. "Are you blind, man? This is it. This is worth more than any gold strike. Just one of them big ones." "Leave it, Holloway," Jake warned, his hand dropping casually towards the knife at his belt. "Leave it?" Holloway laughed, a high-pitched, brittle sound bordering on hysteria. "After what we've been through, after losing the mule, the water, this is our payment. This is what we came for." He fumbled in his saddlebag, pulling out his prospector's pick, its steel head gleaming dully. "Holloway, no!" Maeve cried out, taking a step forward. But Holloway was already moving, scrambling over the loose rocks towards the crystal wall, his eyes blazing with obsessive greed. He ignored Jake's command, ignored Maeve's plea. His entire focus narrowed down to the glittering red prize. He raised the pick, aiming for the base of the large crystal cluster. Before the pick could strike, Jake moved with startling speed. He didn't draw his knife, but launched himself forward, tackling Holloway around the legs. The older man yelped in surprise and pain as they both tumbled onto the sharp rocks at the base of the crystal wall. The pick flew from Holloway's grasp, skittering across the stones. Holloway roared in fury, thrashing wildly, trying to break free. "Get off me, you damn half-breed! It's mine! All mine!" He clawed at Jake's face, his movements frantic, irrational. Jake grunted, using his weight and leverage to pin the older man down. "Get a hold of yourself, old man," he growled, his face grim. "It ain't worth dying for." "It is! It's everything!" Holloway screamed, his eyes fixed on the pulsing red crystals just inches from his face. He seemed completely lost, consumed by the object of his desire. Maeve and Ben watched in horror, frozen for a moment by the sudden violence. Then Maeve rushed forward. "Stop it, both of you!" As she reached them, Holloway gave a final, desperate heave, managing to twist partly free. His hand shot out, not towards Jake, but towards the crystal wall. His fingers closed around the base of a jagged, fist-sized crystal shard that jutted out invitingly. "Mine!" he choked out, his knuckles white. The moment his skin made contact with the crystal, a change seemed to come over him. A violent tremor shook his body. His eyes rolled back in his head, showing only the whites. A low groan escaped his lips, a sound of agony or ecstasy. It was impossible to tell. The air around the crystal wall seemed to crackle, the humming intensifying, the red glare pulsing with ferocious energy. Jake, sensing the shift, scrambled back, pulling himself away from the now rigid prospector. Holloway remained pressed against the wall, his hand fused to the crystal, his body arched unnaturally, utterly still except for the fine tremors that ran through him. A thin trickle of blood ran from his nose, startlingly dark against his pale skin. "Holloway?" Maeve whispered, appalled. "Arthur?" He didn't respond. His eyes snapped open, but they were vacant, staring sightlessly at the canyon roof far above. A faint, chilling smile played on his lips. He looked like a man utterly lost, his mind captured by whatever vision the crystal offered him. What happened to him?" Ben stammered, his voice trembling. Jake rose slowly to his feet, dusting himself off, his gaze fixed on the transfixed prospector. His face was grim, etched with a weariness that seemed ancient. "He listened," Jake said softly, his voice heavy with resignation. "He listened too close. The rock showed him what he wanted, and took him." "Took him?" Maeve stared at Holloway's vacant smile. The trickle of blood, the hand fused to the pulsing crimson crystal. Took him where? Into madness? Death? Or somewhere else entirely? The crystal's glare seemed to intensify, reflecting in Holloway's unseeing eyes, a malevolent, triumphant red. The first tremor had led to fracture, the fracture to violence, and now, this terrifying, silent capture. The canyon wasn't just hungry, it consumed, and the teeth of the shadow beast were sharper, more alluring, and infinitely more dangerous than she could ever have imagined. The air pulsed around them, thick with unspoken threats, and Maeve felt the canyon's invisible tendrils tightening, not just around Holloway, but around them all. Chapter 7. A Thirst Unquenchable. Time seemed to warp and stretch in the shadow of the crystal wall. One moment, Holloway was a raging prospector consumed by greed. The next, he was a statue fused to the rock, a grotesque monument to the canyon's seductive power. The faint, chilling smile fixed on his lips was more horrifying than any cry of pain could have been. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by Ben's ragged breathing and the faint, almost subliminal hum that seemed to emanate from the crimson crystals themselves. Maeve stared, frozen, her scientific mind struggling to process the impossible reality before her. Shock vied with a primal fear that clawed its way up from her gut. He looked peaceful, terribly, unnaturally peaceful, like a man who had finally found exactly what he was looking for, only to be utterly consumed by it. The trickle of blood from his nose had ceased, leaving a dark, ugly smear against his pale skin. His eyes remained open, vacant, reflecting the pulsing red glare of the crystal he still gripped, his knuckles white and unyielding. Is he dead?" Ben whispered, his voice barely audible, trembling violently. He clutched his injured wrist as if the pain anchored him to reality. Jake took a cautious step closer, his eyes scanning Holloway, the crystal wall, the surrounding rocks with intense concentration. He didn't touch the prospector. "Hard to say," he replied, his voice low and grim. "Breathing. Maybe. Heartbeat?" He shook his head slightly. "Don't matter. He ain't here no more. The canyon's got him." "Got him?" Maeve echoed, forcing the words past the constriction in her throat. "What does that mean? Is it neurological, some kind of electrical discharge from the crystals? A toxin?" Her mind grasped frantically for scientific explanations, for rational frameworks to contain the horror. Jake looked at her, his dark eyes holding a weary pity that cut deeper than scorn. "It means he gave himself over," he said flatly. "He let the whispers in, let the hunger take root. The rock showed him his heart's desire, wealth, I reckon, and he took the bait. Now he belongs to it." He gestured towards the crystal Holloway gripped. "That thing. It's feeding on him. Or feeding him. Don't know which. Don't want to." Feeding on him. The words sent a visceral chill through Maeve. She looked again at Holloway's still form, the faint smile, the vacant eyes. It wasn't peace she saw there now, but emptiness. A vessel drained of its contents. "We have to help him," Ben insisted, taking an instinctive step forward before stopping abruptly, clearly terrified of getting too close. "We can't just leave him like this." "Can't help him," Jake stated, his voice devoid of emotion, yet carrying the weight of absolute certainty. "Try pulling him off. You might end up just like him. Touch that rock while it's like this. You're asking for the same fate." He met Maeve's gaze. "He made his choice, geologist. Same way he made his choice back there when the mule bolted. Some men just run headlong towards their own destruction." Maeve recoiled from the harshness of his words, yet couldn't deny the grim logic, the echo of truth in his assessment of Holloway's character. But leaving him here, consciously abandoning a member of her expedition, regardless of his behavior, it felt monstrous, a violation of some fundamental code. "There must be something we can do," she pleaded, though her voice lacked conviction. She looked from Holloway's still form to Jake's implacable face. "Check for a pulse? Try to pry his hand loose with something insulated?" Jake slowly shook his head. "Waste of time. Waste of water we ain't got. He stays. He's part of the canyon now." He turned away from Holloway, his focus shifting back to survival, to the grim reality of their situation. "We move on. Now, before this place decides it wants more company." The finality in his voice was absolute. Ben looked utterly crushed, tears welling again behind his spectacles, but he didn't argue further. The terror emanating from the crystal wall, from Holloway's fate, was too potent. Maeve felt a wave of nausea, a profound sense of failure mixed with terror. She had led them here. Holloway's fate, Ben's injury, their dwindling supplies. It was all intertwined with her ambition, her need to uncover the canyon's secrets, and the secrets were proving far more deadly, far more insidious than she had ever conceived. She took one last look at Holloway, etching the horrifying image into her memory, a warning, a testament to the canyon's power. The faint smile seemed to mock her scientific certainty, her naive belief that she could simply observe, catalog, and control the forces at play here. With a heavy heart, feeling sick and hollow, she turned away. Gathering their meager belongings felt like moving through thick syrup. Every action was an effort. The oppressive atmosphere, charged by the proximity of the crystal wall and Holloway's silent, terrifying presence, seemed to drain their strength, slow their movements. The horses, tethered nearby, were skittish, pulling at their ropes, their eyes wide, sensing the wrongness of the place. Maeve forced herself to retrieve her notebook, her hand trembling as she tried to sketch the crystal wall, to capture the details of Holloway's state. But the lines came out jagged, uncertain. Her scientific detachment had shattered, replaced by raw fear and a growing, terrifying respect for the forces Jake attributed to the canyon. The pulsing red glare of the crystals seemed to follow her, burning itself onto her retinas, making her head ache. The thirst was becoming agonizing. Her tongue felt thick, her lips cracked. Every swallow was painful. She saw Ben sway slightly as he tightened the cinch on his horse, his face unnaturally pale beneath its coating of red dust. Jake moved with his usual efficiency, but she noticed the tightness around his mouth, the way his eyes constantly scanned their surroundings, never resting. The loss of Holloway, while perhaps removing a source of internal conflict, had also stripped away any illusion of safety in numbers. They were three now, isolated, deep within hostile territory, haunted by the fate of their companion, and running desperately low on the most essential element of survival. Jake led them away from the rockfall, away from the silent, smiling figure fused to the crystal wall. No one looked back. The path ahead wound deeper still, plunging them back into the narrow confines, the towering walls closing in again, blotting out the sky. The silence returned, heavier now, freighted with the memory of what they had witnessed, what they had left behind. Maeve rode numbly, her mind a turmoil of guilt, fear, and a persistent, gnawing dryness. The scientific questions remained. What was the mechanism? What energy did the crystals possess? But they were overlaid now with a more primal terror. Jake's words echoed. Feeding on him. Belongs to it now. Was the canyon sentient? Was it truly hungry? The thought was absurd, a throwback to primitive animism, yet standing in the presence of that crystal wall, seeing Holloway's fate, it felt chillingly plausible. The physical thirst became an obsession, dominating her thoughts. Every rough surface reminded her of her parched tongue. Every shadow seemed to promise coolness, moisture, relief that never came. She rationed her sips of water, making each mouthful last, but it barely seemed to register. The metallic tang in the air, stronger since encountering the crystal wall, seemed to coat her mouth, exacerbating the dryness. She imagined cool springs, gushing rivers, the simple pleasure of a full glass of water, images that were both torment and temptation. She glanced at Ben. He rode slumped in the saddle, his eyes half closed, his breathing shallow. The bandage on his wrist looked grimy, and his face was slick with sweat despite the canyon's relative coolness. He looked close to collapse. "Ben, are you all right?" she asked, her own voice raspy. He started, blinking dazedly. "Fine, Miss Collins. Just thirsty." His attempt at reassurance was painfully transparent. Maeve looked towards Jake, riding steadily ahead. His back was straight, his head constantly moving, scanning the rock faces, the trail, the narrow strip of sky above. He showed no outward sign of suffering, but she couldn't believe he wasn't feeling the same gnawing thirst, the same oppressive weight of the canyon. His resilience was remarkable, almost inhuman. Or perhaps, she thought with a shiver, he was simply better attuned to this place, better able to resist its insidious influence because he understood it, respected its power in a way she was only beginning to grasp. The afternoon wore on, marked by the slow crawl of shadows along the canyon walls. The heat, though less direct than on the open plains, seemed trapped between the rock faces, radiating back, creating a suffocating, oven-like environment. The silence was broken occasionally by the clatter of a dislodged stone, the sigh of wind high above, or the increasingly frequent, ragged coughs from Ben. Maeve found her own thoughts becoming sluggish, disjointed. Maintaining focus on geological details required immense effort. Her mind kept drifting, circling back to the crystal wall, to Holloway's vacant smile. and overlaid on the physical thirst was that other, more insidious craving Jake had warned about. What did she truly hunger for? Recognition for her work? Yes, that was part of it. Validation for daring to pursue a man's path? Certainly. But as the thirst intensified, as her body weakened and her rational mind frayed at the edges, another image surfaced. Persistent, unwelcome. Jake. His quiet competence, his unexpected defense of Ben, the mystery in his dark eyes, the way he moved through this deadly landscape as if born to it. A hunger for connection, for protection, for the strength he embodied? The thought was deeply unsettling, inappropriate, dangerous. She pushed it away, ashamed, focusing fiercely on the dry ache in her throat, the physical need that was safer, more definable. Suddenly, Jake reined in his horse, holding up a hand. He sat utterly still, head cocked, listening intently. Maeve held her breath, straining her ears. At first, she heard nothing but the pulse pounding in her own ears and Ben's shallow breathing behind her. Then faint, elusive, she heard it too. A low, rhythmic sound. A scraping? A dragging? It seemed to come from somewhere ahead, echoing strangely off the canyon walls. Jake drew his knife slowly, the whisper of steel seeming unnaturally loud. He dismounted, gesturing for Maeve and Ben to stay put and stay quiet. He moved forward on foot, melting into the shadows along the base of the cliff, silent as a predator. Maeve's heart hammered against her ribs. What was making that sound? An animal or something else? Holloway's panicked insistence on hearing voices, laughing, echoed in her mind. Were they truly alone here? The scraping sound grew slightly louder, then stopped abruptly. Silence descended again, thick and watchful. Maeve exchanged a wide-eyed, fearful glance with Ben. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Where was Jake? What had he found? Then he reappeared, stepping back out of the shadows as silently as he had entered them. His face was grim, his eyes hard. He sheathed his knife. "What was it?" Maeve whispered, her voice barely working. "Loose rock," Jake said curtly. Too curtly. His eyes avoided hers. Wind must have shifted it. Maeve knew, instinctively, that he was lying, or at least not telling the whole truth. The sound hadn't been random like falling rock. It had been rhythmic, deliberate, and the look on Jake's face held something more than simple discovery. It held a deep, chilling unease, a confirmation of danger he wasn't sharing. He mounted his horse without further explanation. "Keep moving," he ordered, his voice tight. "Need to find water. Soon." They pressed on, the encounter leaving a fresh layer of fear coating Maeve's already frayed nerves. Jake pushed the pace now, urging the horses forward through the deepening shadows. The desperation in his search for water was palpable. The thirst was no longer just a discomfort. It was a physical agony, a relentless pressure building in Maeve's head, blurring her vision. She swayed in the saddle, clinging to the pommel, fighting waves of dizziness. Beside her, Ben was clearly fading fast, his head lolling, his breathing harsh. Just as Maeve felt she couldn't endure another moment, Jake stopped again at a narrow cleft in the canyon wall, almost hidden behind a curtain of dry, stringy brush. He dismounted and pushed through the brush. After a moment, he called back, his voice strained but carrying a note of relief. "Water, not much, but it's here." Relief washed over Maeve, so potent it almost buckled her knees. She practically fell out of the saddle, stumbling towards the cleft, Ben close behind her, galvanized by the promise of liquid. Pushing through the brush, they found themselves in a small, damp grotto. At the back, a thin trickle of water wept down a moss-covered rock face, collecting in a shallow, fist-sized depression in the stone below. It wasn't a spring, barely even a seep. The amount of water collected in the basin was pitifully small, perhaps half a cup's worth, and below it, carved into the damp rock, almost obscured by moss, was a familiar symbol, the spiral turning inwards towards a jagged center, the sign of the thirst, the symbol of the ancients, marking this meager, desperate water source. Maeve stared at the symbol, then at the tiny pool of water, then back at the symbol. This wasn't salvation. It felt like a trap, the canyon offering just enough to keep them alive, keep them moving deeper into its embrace, marking its offerings with the sign of the very madness it induced. The thirst clawed at her throat, demanding she drink, but the sight of that spiral filled her with a dread colder than any fear she had yet experienced. The water seemed less like a gift and more like bait. Chapter 8. Fractured Loyalties. The sight of the water, pitifully small though it was, ignited a desperate, primal urge in Maeve. Her throat felt like sandpaper. Her head throbbed, and the tiny, glistening pool seemed to shimmer with the promise of life itself. Yet the presence of that chilling spiral symbol carved into the damp rock beside it acted like a physical blow, stopping her short. It was a brand, a claim marker left by the canyon's ancient, malevolent influence. This wasn't clean water, freely given by the earth. It felt tainted, offered with treacherous intent. Ben, however, seemed oblivious to the symbol, or perhaps too consumed by his own suffering to heed its warning. With a choked sob of relief, he lurched forward, stumbling towards the basin, his good hand reaching out desperately. "Wait!" Maeve cried out, grabbing his arm, her voice raspy but sharp. Ben flinched, turning wild, panicked eyes towards her. "Water," he gasped, his voice cracking. "Miss Collins, please, I need—" He tried to pull his arm free, his movements weak but frantic. Jake stepped between them, placing a firm hand on Ben's chest, halting his progress. "Easy, boy," he said, his voice low but commanding. "Look first." He pointed towards the spiral symbol. Ben's gaze followed Jake's finger. He stared at the carving, his brow furrowed in confusion for a moment. Then recognition, or perhaps just the cumulative effect of the canyon's dread, seemed to dawn in his eyes. He recoiled slightly, his frantic need momentarily overshadowed by a flicker of fear. The carving from before? "The sign of the thirst," Jake confirmed grimly. "The canyon leaves its mark." He knelt beside the tiny basin, dipping a finger into the water, rubbing it between his thumb and forefinger, then sniffing it cautiously. He studied the mossy rock face from which the water seeped. "Seems clean enough," he pronounced after a moment, though his voice lacked conviction. "Not stagnant, but—" He didn't finish the sentence, letting the implication hang heavily in the damp air of the grotto. But it was marked. But it might carry more than just H2O. But drinking it might invite the canyon's influence more deeply, quench a physical thirst while deepening a spiritual one. The dilemma was agonizing. Their canteens were nearly empty. Ben was clearly on the verge of collapse. Maeve herself felt weak, dizzy, her judgment clouded by dehydration. To refuse this water, meager and suspect as it was, could be fatal. To drink it felt like surrender, like willingly swallowing the poison Jake had warned about. We have to drink, don't we?" Ben asked, his voice trembling, looking pleadingly at Jake, then at Maeve. "We don't have a choice." Jake looked from the desperate young man to the ominous symbol, then met Maeve's gaze. His dark eyes held a question, a deference to her leadership that felt both unexpected and burdensome. He was the guide, the one who knew this land, yet in this moment, faced with a choice that blurred the line between survival and succumbing, he seemed to be leaving the final decision to her, or perhaps testing her resolve, her judgment, her ability to weigh risk against necessity in the face of the canyon's insidious offerings. Maeve felt the weight of responsibility press down on her. Ben's life, perhaps her own, Jake's too, might depend on this decision. Her scientific training urged caution, analysis, boil the water first. But they had no fire, and collecting enough fuel here was impossible. Test it chemically? She had no kit for that. Rely on Jake's assessment? He seemed uncertain himself. She looked at Ben's pale, sweat-streaked face, the tremor in his hands, the desperation in his eyes. He wouldn't last much longer without water. She felt her own body screaming for hydration, the dizziness intensifying. The risk of not drinking seemed immediate, tangible. while the risk associated with the symbol felt esoteric, superstitious, perhaps exaggerated by Jake's beliefs and their own fear-fueled imaginations. Wasn't dehydration the more pressing, scientifically verifiable threat? "We drink," Maeve decided, her voice hoarse but firm. "Carefully. Just enough." She hated the words even as she spoke them, hated the feeling of compromising, of potentially inviting the very influence she feared, but Ben's condition tipped the balance. Survival, for now, had to take precedence over superstition, even superstition that felt increasingly real. Jake nodded slowly, accepting her decision without comment, though a shadow flickered in his eyes. He took out a small tin cup from his saddlebag, dipped it carefully into the tiny basin, collecting the precious liquid. He offered the first cup to Ben. Ben seized it with his good hand, his fingers trembling so violently he almost spilled the contents. He drank greedily, noisily, draining the cup in a few desperate gulps. A sigh of pure relief escaped him, and a little color seemed to return to his face almost immediately. He looked up, licking his lips, his eyes already pleading for more. Jake filled the cup again, handed it to Maeve. She hesitated for a fraction of a second, the spiral symbol seeming to pulse in her peripheral vision. Then, driven by the agonizing thirst, she raised the cup to her lips. The water was cool, tasting strongly of minerals and damp earth, but undeniably wet, soothing the raw fire in her throat. She sipped slowly, forcing herself to take only what was absolutely necessary, acutely aware of the potential taint, the invisible price that might come with this relief. As the water slid down her throat, she felt a strange tremor pass through her, a fleeting sensation of clarity? Or was it something else? A subtle shift in perception, like a lens clicking into a slightly different focus? The colors of the moss seemed more vivid, the shadows deeper. She pushed the feeling away. Dehydration affecting senses, nothing more. Jake drank last, his movements deliberate, economical. He refilled their canteens with the slow trickle, a laborious process that yielded barely half a canteen each. The meager supply felt less like a reprieve and more like a stay of execution. As Jake stoppered the last canteen, Ben, emboldened by the water, spoke up, his voice still weak but regaining some of its earlier earnestness. "Mr. Holloway, Miss Collins, Jake, shouldn't we go back for him? Maybe the effect wears off? Maybe we could still help him?" The thought of leaving the prospector behind clearly weighed heavily on his conscience. Maeve felt a pang of guilt herself. The image of Holloway, frozen against the crystal wall, was burned into her mind. But Jake's earlier certainty, combined with their own precarious state, made Ben's suggestion feel impossibly naive. Before Maeve could formulate a diplomatic refusal, Jake answered, his voice flat, devoid of sympathy. "He's gone, boy. Told you. Going back is suicide. We lost him the moment he swung that pick." He turned, pushing back through the brush, clearly considering the matter closed. Ben flinched at Jake's harsh tone, looking crestfallen. He turned to Maeve, his eyes pleading for support, for a contradiction to Jake's brutal assessment. "Miss Collins?" Maeve hesitated. Her instinct, her sense of duty, recoiled at abandoning Holloway, but her rational mind, coupled with the chilling memory of the crystal's glare and Jake's conviction, told her he was right. Going back, especially now, with their strength failing and water so scarce, would be madness. It would likely doom them all. Loyalty to the living had to outweigh a futile gesture towards the lost. "Jake is right, Ben," she said gently, hating the words, hating the necessity of them. "We can't help Mr. Holloway now. We have to focus on getting ourselves out of here. It's what anyone would expect." The lie felt thin, unconvincing even to her own ears. Would Holloway expect them to save themselves? Or would his ghost, trapped in the canyon's embrace, rage at their abandonment? Ben stared at her, his expression shifting from pleading to disbelief, then hardening into something that looked disturbingly like disillusionment, even resentment. He had looked to her, his team leader, the educated scientist, perhaps as a moral compass in this bewildering, terrifying place, and she had sided with the pragmatic, seemingly callous guide. She had chosen survival over a principle he clearly held dear. He said nothing more, just turned sharply and stumbled back toward his horse, his shoulders slumped, his injured arm held stiffly at his side. The fragile bond between them, forged in shared purpose and academic interest, felt suddenly strained, perhaps irrevocably damaged. A fracture had appeared, not just in Holloway's sanity, but in the loyalty Ben felt towards her. Maeve watched him go, her heart aching. She understood his feelings, his youthful idealism clashing with the brutal realities of the canyon. She wanted to explain, to justify her decision, but the words wouldn't come. What could she say? That fear and pragmatism had overridden her conscience? That Jake's grim certainty felt more reliable than her own wavering principles right now? She turned to find Jake watching her, his expression unreadable as ever, but his eyes holding a flicker of understanding? Or perhaps just acknowledgement of the difficult choice she'd been forced to make. He offered no words of comfort or justification. He simply checked the cinch on her saddle, then mounted his own horse, waiting. The ride out of the grotto and back onto the main trail was steeped in a new kind of silence. It wasn't just the oppressive quiet of the canyon anymore. It was the heavy silence of broken trust, of unspoken resentment. Ben rode stiffly, keeping his distance from both Maeve and Jake, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead, his face set in lines of bitterness and disappointment. Maeve felt isolated, caught between the disillusioned young assistant who clearly felt betrayed by her and the enigmatic guide whose motives and loyalties remained opaque, whose pragmatism bordered on ruthlessness. The fragile cohesion of their small group had fractured further. The small amount of water had temporarily eased the worst of the physical thirst, but Maeve felt a deeper unease settling in. Had drinking from the marked basin opened a door? Had she invited the canyon's influence, the thirst Jake described, more deeply into herself? The brief moment of altered perception, the heightened colors, the sharper shadows. She tried to dismiss it as fatigue, but the doubt lingered, and the unsettling awareness of Jake, the flicker of hunger she'd felt earlier, returned, stronger now, less easily suppressed. It felt tangled with her reliance on him, her fear and the sheer overwhelming force of his presence in this desolate landscape. He was their protector, their guide, the only one who seemed capable of navigating this deadly maze. But his connection to the canyon, his understanding of its dark power, also made him subtly terrifying. Whose side was he truly on? His own? Theirs? Or did he serve the canyon itself in some way she couldn't comprehend? They continued their journey deeper into the canyon's winding passages. The rock walls seemed to press closer. The air felt thicker, heavier. The veins of crimson crystal became almost ubiquitous, glittering from every shadow, pulsing with that disturbing internal light. The silence felt less empty now, more like a listening presence, ancient and aware. Late in the afternoon, as the light began to fail, turning the canyon depths into a realm of shifting shadows and uncertain forms, Jake led them towards another potential campsite, a wider ledge, littered with fallen boulders that offered some cover. As they dismounted, weary to the bone, Ben stumbled, his exhaustion finally overwhelming him. He would have fallen if Jake hadn't reacted instantly, catching him, supporting his weight. "Easy there," Jake said, his voice rough but not unkind. He helped Ben to sit down, leaning him against a large boulder. Ben mumbled incoherent thanks, his eyes fluttering closed, clearly nearing the end of his endurance. Maeve felt a surge of guilt and concern. She knelt beside Ben, checking his pulse. It was rapid, thready. His skin felt clammy. He needed rest, more water, real food, none of which they could adequately provide. "He's exhausted," she said, looking up at Jake. "We need to rest here, properly." Jake nodded grimly. "Planned on it." He began unsaddling the horses, his movements efficient despite the deepening gloom. "But stay alert. This place, it don't rest just 'cause we do." As Jake tended to the horses, Maeve tried to make Ben more comfortable, loosening his collar, wiping his brow with a precious damp cloth saved from her own meager washing supplies. He roused slightly, looking up at her, his eyes clouded with fatigue and pain. "Sorry, Miss Collins," he mumbled. "So tired. The thirst." "It's all right, Ben," Maeve reassured him gently. "Rest now. We'll look after you." His gaze drifted past her, towards Jake, who was securing the horses nearby. A flicker of resentment, of that earlier disillusionment, crossed Ben's face again. He doesn't care," Ben whispered, his voice barely audible. "About Holloway. About us. Only about this place." He gestured vaguely at the canyon walls. Maybe he's part of it too." Maeve froze, Ben's whispered suspicion echoing her own unspoken fears. Was Jake's competence, his resilience, his connection to this land something more sinister? Was he merely guiding them or leading them towards some predetermined fate dictated by the canyon itself? The fracture in loyalty wasn't just Ben's towards her. It was a creeping doubt about Jake, their enigmatic protector, seeding itself in both their minds. Isolated, exhausted, surrounded by hostile beauty and haunted by loss, the threads holding them together were fraying rapidly, threatening to snap entirely, leaving them utterly alone in the face of the canyon's unquenchable thirst. Chapter 9. Shelter in the Storm. The ledge offered scant comfort. Rough stone pressed against Maeve's back as she knelt beside Ben, the chilling dampness seeping through her worn serge trousers. Dusk had bled into true night within the canyon depths, an impenetrable darkness broken only by the faint starlight filtering down the immense vertical distance from the world above. The air was heavy, still, carrying the persistent metallic tang she now associated with the crystals, and beneath it, a new scent. The dry, electric smell of ozone, hinting at a disturbance in the atmosphere beyond their stone prison. Ben lay worryingly still, his breathing shallow and occasionally punctuated by a rattling cough that scraped rawly in the profound silence. His face, glimpsed when Maeve shifted, was alarmingly pale in the gloom, his skin clammy to the touch. The water from the marked basin had provided only temporary relief. Now a deeper exhaustion, perhaps bordering on fever, seemed to claim him. Maeve gently adjusted the rolled-up blanket she'd placed under his head, her heart aching with a mixture of guilt and helplessness. His whispered accusation, maybe he's part of it too, echoed relentlessly in her mind, feeding the insidious doubts she harbored about Jake. Jake moved with near silence at the far end of the wider ledge, near where the horses were tethered. He'd methodically checked their footing, secured their lines against the tumbled boulders, and now stood gazing out into the blackness of the main canyon, a solitary, unreadable silhouette. He hadn't acknowledged Ben's whispered suspicion, hadn't offered any reassurance after Maeve had confirmed their decision to leave Holloway. He simply accepted the grim reality, his focus narrowed entirely to the practicalities of survival, shelter, water, vigilance. Was his pragmatism a necessary shield in this brutal land, or did it mask something else, a chilling detachment born of familiarity, even complicity, with the canyon's dark spirit? Maeve shivered, pulling her own thin blanket tighter around her shoulders. It wasn't just the canyon's ambient chill, it was a deeper cold, the ice of fear and uncertainty. They were trapped here. 3 fractured souls on a narrow ledge, with dwindling supplies, a critically weak companion, and a guide whose true nature remained alarmingly elusive. The memory of Holloway, fused to the crystal wall, his face fixed in that terrifying smile of surrender, was a constant looming presence in the back of her mind. She felt the insidious effects of the canyon working on her too. The thirst, though physically eased for the moment, had been replaced by a restless internal craving she couldn't define. Her senses felt strangely heightened, almost painfully acute. The texture of the rock beneath her fingers seemed sharper. The distant sigh of wind circulating high above held complex, almost musical tones, and the darkness itself felt populated. Not with tangible things, perhaps, but with awareness, a vast ancient consciousness pressing in from the stone walls. Was this the thirst finding new avenues? Was it the effect of the marked water? Or was her mind simply starting to unravel under the strain? She risked a glance towards Jake again. He hadn't moved. His stillness was unnerving. Was he listening? Waiting? Communicating silently with the forces Ben feared he served? The ambiguity was torture. Part of her desperately wanted to trust him, to believe in his competence, his quiet strength. She remembered his swift defense of Ben against Holloway's cruelty, the surprising gentleness with which he'd examined Ben's injured wrist. But she also remembered his flat finality about Holloway's fate, his unsettling familiarity with the canyon's legends, his dismissal of the scraping sound she was increasingly certain hadn't just been loose rock. And then there was that other feeling, that unwanted flicker of awareness, the pull towards his self-contained power, a hunger her rational mind condemned but couldn't entirely extinguish. It felt like another symptom of the canyon fever, a dangerous distortion of reliance into something more volatile. A low rumble echoed through the canyon, seeming to vibrate up through the stone ledge beneath them. It wasn't the sound of falling rock, it was deeper, more resonant. Thunder. Far off, but unmistakable. Jake finally stirred, turning his head slowly, scanning the narrow ribbon of sky visible above. Another rumble followed, closer this time. A faint breeze, the first real movement of air Maeve had felt since entering the canyon depths, snaked along the ledge, carrying the scent of rain and damp dust. "Storm coming," Jake stated, his voice calm, matter of fact, yet Maeve detected an underlying tension. He moved towards them, his steps measured. "Best get him further under the overhang." He indicated Ben's still form. Working together, they carefully shifted Ben deeper into the natural shelter offered by the concave curve of the cliff face behind their ledge. Ben groaned softly, his eyelids flickering, but he didn't fully wake. His skin felt hotter now, dry despite the clamminess she'd felt earlier. Fever was definitely setting in. "We need to keep him warm," Maeve said, tucking her own blanket more securely around Ben, leaving herself with only her jacket against the anticipated chill. Jake nodded, retrieving his own bedroll. Without a word, he unrolled it and draped it over Ben as well, adding another layer of insulation. The simple, practical gesture felt unexpectedly considerate, momentarily cutting through Maeve's suspicion. He saw the need and met it, without fuss or comment. The wind picked up, whining through the upper reaches of the canyon, carrying spatters of cold rain that hissed against the dry rock. The horses shifted nervously, snorting, their ears flattened against the rising gale. Lightning flashed, a brief, blinding sheet of white that illuminated the canyon walls in stark, terrifying detail, revealing writhing shapes and shadowed maws that seemed to leap out from the rock face before plunging them back into even deeper darkness. The thunder that followed was instantaneous, a deafening crack that slammed against the cliffs, echoing and re-echoing until the entire canyon seemed to roar. Maeve flinched, pressing herself back against the rock wall. Ben cried out, a thin, delirious sound, thrashing weakly beneath the blankets. "Shh, Ben, it's all right," Maeve murmured, trying to soothe him, though her own heart hammered against her ribs. The storm felt primal, violent, an unleashed fury mirroring the turmoil within her own soul. Jake stood near the edge of the overhang, bracing himself against the wind, watching the storm's onslaught and keeping an eye on the horses, which were becoming increasingly agitated. Rain now drove down in slanting sheets, drumming against the stone, pooling in depressions on the ledge. The wind howled like a hungry beast, threatening to tear at their meager shelter. Another flash of lightning, longer this time, lit the scene with an almost unbearable intensity. In that stark, flickering light, Maeve saw Jake's face clearly for an instant. It was taut, watchful, his eyes narrowed against the driving rain. But was that also familiarity? Did he look less like a man enduring a storm and more like one observing a known, if dangerous, phenomenon? Ben's words echoed again. Maybe he's part of it too. Ben began to mutter, his voice thick with fever, disconnected phrases tumbling out. Red, so red, singing, "Don't listen, Arthur." She said, "Don't listen." He clawed weakly at the blankets. "Thirsty. Always thirsty." Maeve leaned closer, trying to catch the words, wiping rainwater from his brow. His skin burned beneath her touch. "He needs more water," she said, looking towards Jake over the howling wind. Their supply was perilously low. Using it on a potentially delirious patient felt reckless, yet denying him felt cruel. Jake hesitated for only a second, then nodded curtly. He unstrapped his own canteen, the one refilled at the marked basin, and handed it to her. Maeve carefully raised Ben's head, holding the canteen to his dry, cracked lips. He drank weakly at first, then more eagerly, a low whimper of relief escaping him. As he drank, his eyes fluttered open again, focusing not on Maeve, but on something over her shoulder. His gaze sharpened with sudden, lucid terror. "No," he whispered, his voice hoarse, trying to push the canteen away. Not him." Maeve turned, following Ben's terrified gaze. Jake stood just behind her, rainwater streaming down his face, his dark eyes fixed on Ben with an unnerving intensity. In the dim, storm-racked light, his features seemed sharper, harsher, less human. Had Ben, in his delirium, seen the same thing Maeve feared? The guide becoming something other, something aligned with the canyon's menace? "Easy, Ben," Maeve said, trying to keep her voice steady, forcing reassurance she didn't feel. "It's just Jake. He's helping." Ben shook his head frantically, weakly. "The eyes," he mumbled, his voice fading as exhaustion reclaimed him, his eyes drifting shut again. "Like the rock. Watching." Maeve looked back at Jake, her own fear coiling tight in her stomach. Like the rock. Had Ben seen the crystal's glare reflected in Jake's eyes? Or was it just fever-fueled paranoia? Jake's expression was unreadable, wiped clean of emotion, but he held her gaze for a long moment, a silent question, or perhaps a challenge, passing between them amidst the storm's fury. Did she believe the ravings of a sick boy? Did she trust her own unsettling perceptions? The storm raged for what felt like hours. Rain lashed down, wind tore at the ledge, and the canyon reverberated with the constant assault of thunder. Maeve huddled beside Ben, trying to shield him, acutely aware of Jake's presence nearby. Sometimes a reassuringly solid figure against the chaos, sometimes a source of profound unease. She found herself trapped in a dizzying cycle of reliance and suspicion. He was the only one strong enough, skilled enough, to potentially get them out alive. Yet every cryptic remark, every moment of unnerving stillness, every flicker of ambiguity in his eyes, fed the fear that he was somehow complicit in the canyon's hunger. Sometime during the height of the storm, amidst a particularly violent gust of wind and a deafening clap of thunder, another sound intruded. Faint, almost lost in the elemental chaos, but sharp, distinct, a scraping sound, like stone on stone, or like something heavy being dragged. Maeve's head snapped up, her eyes meeting Jake's across the small, rain-lashed space. He had heard it too, his body tensed, his hand instinctively going to his knife. The sound came again, closer this time, seeming to emanate from the darkness further along the ledge, beyond the cluster of boulders. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through Maeve's exhaustion. Was it an animal seeking shelter, a rockfall caused by the torrential rain, or was it related to the sound Jake had dismissed earlier? Was something, or someone else, sharing their precarious shelter? Jake motioned for her to stay with Ben, his face grim. Drawing his knife, he moved towards the sound, disappearing into the driving rain and the darkness between the boulders, swallowed by the storm's fury. Maeve waited, her breath catching in her throat, straining her ears against the roar of the wind and rain. Ben muttered beside her, lost in his fever dreams. The horses stamped and whinnied nervously nearby. The scraping sound didn't come again, only the howl of the storm, the drumming rain, and the agonizing tension of waiting. Minutes stretched into an eternity. What was taking him so long? What had he found? Was he safe? The thought struck her with surprising force, the fear for his safety, tangled inexplicably with her fear of him. The contradiction was maddening, exhausting. Just as she was about to call out his name, defying his instruction to stay put, he reappeared, emerging from the darkness like a wraith. Rain plastered his dark hair to his skull. His clothes were soaked, but he seemed unharmed. He sheathed his knife, his movements economical even now. What was it? Maeve demanded, her voice barely a whisper against the wind. He hesitated, wiping rainwater from his eyes. He looked not at her, but towards the darkness where he had gone. "Nothing," he said, his voice flat. "Just the wind, moving some loose scree against the rocks." It was the same explanation as before, and just like before, Maeve knew, with absolute certainty, that he was lying. The look in his eyes, the tightness around his mouth, the way he deliberately avoided her gaze. It spoke of something discovered, something disturbing, something he was choosing not to share. The fracture in loyalty wasn't just between her and Ben anymore. Jake was actively withholding information, creating his own wall of secrecy, deepening the chasm of mistrust between them. The storm provided a brutal, violent shelter from the canyon's silence. But within that shelter, the internal storms of fear, suspicion, and fractured loyalties raged hotter than ever. And whatever Jake had found out there in the darkness, hidden by the storm, felt like the prelude to a new, more immediate danger, lurking just beyond the fragile perimeter of their rain-lashed ledge. The precarious shelter felt suddenly, terrifyingly, like a trap closing in. Chapter 10. Blood on the rocks. The storm, having spent its fury, retreated as grudgingly as it had arrived. The deafening roar of thunder softened to distant grumbles, the torrential rain eased to a sullen drizzle, and the wind's howl subsided into mournful sighs that echoed through the canyon's stone corridors. A profound dripping silence descended, broken only by the gurgle of rainwater channeling down unseen fissures, and the occasional nervous stamp of one of the horses. The air felt washed clean, yet heavy, thick with the aftermath of violence, both elemental and emotional. Maeve huddled against the cold, damp rock, shivering uncontrollably. Her jacket was soaked through, clinging clammily to her skin. Beside her, Ben seemed to have fallen into a deeper, more exhausted sleep, though his breathing remained shallow and worryingly uneven. The extra blankets Jake had provided were damp now, offering little warmth. The meager fire of their collective body heat did little to combat the penetrating chill left by the storm. Jake sat hunched near the edge of the ledge, staring out into the pre-dawn gloom where the canyon was slowly, reluctantly revealing itself through thinning mist. He hadn't moved much since returning from his investigation of the scraping sound, hadn't offered any further explanation beyond his curt, unbelievable dismissal of it as wind-blown scree. His silence felt deliberate, isolating, a wall erected between them. Maeve watched the rigid line of his back, the tension in his shoulders, and the fear Ben's delirious words had planted, nurtured by Jake's secrecy, took deeper root. What had he seen out there? What danger was he concealing? As the first watery light of dawn began to seep into the canyon, painting the wet rock faces in shades of bruised purple and bruised gray, the true devastation wrought by the storm became apparent. Sections of the ledge were slick with mud and loose gravel washed down from above. Small pools of water collected in every depression. The meager vegetation clinging to the cliff face looked battered, stripped bare. And further along the ledge, near the cluster of boulders where Jake had investigated the noise, something else was visible now in the growing light. A smear, dark against the wet reddish stone, too dark, too viscous, to be mere mud or shadow. Maeve's breath caught in her throat. Her eyes locked with Jake's across the distance. He had seen it too. His expression remained stoic, but she saw the slight tightening of his jaw, the almost imperceptible narrowing of his eyes. He knew what it was. Ignoring the tremor in her legs, Maeve carefully rose, pulling her damp blanket tighter around her. Ben murmured in his sleep, but didn't wake. She needed to see, needed to know what Jake was hiding. She picked her way carefully across the slick, uneven surface of the ledge, towards the boulders. Jake intercepted her before she reached them, stepping into her path, his face grim. "Stay back, Maeve," he said, his voice low, rough. He used her given name, a rare occurrence that somehow heightened the sense of gravity, of warning. "What is it, Jake?" she demanded, her voice trembling slightly despite her resolve. "What did you find last night? What is that?" She gestured towards the dark smear, now clearly visible as she got closer. He hesitated, his gaze shifting towards the smear, then back to her face, searching her eyes. He seemed to be weighing her resilience, her ability to handle the truth. Finally, he sighed, a barely audible sound, and stepped aside. "See for yourself," he said quietly. "But be ready." Maeve approached the cluster of boulders, her heart pounding against her ribs. The dark smear resolved itself into undeniable reality. Blood, a significant amount, splattered against the base of a large boulder and pooled slightly in a depression, diluted by the rainwater, but still sickeningly apparent. And mixed with the blood, half hidden beneath a scattering of loose stones, evidently disturbed during the night, was a scrap of dirty, torn canvas. Canvas that looked disturbingly familiar, like the material of Holloway's sturdy trousers. Nausea rose in Maeve's throat, hot and acrid. She swayed, reaching out a hand to steady herself against the cold, damp boulder. Holloway. But how? He was back at the crystal wall, fused to the rock, lost. Had he somehow broken free? Had he followed them? Driven by madness, by the canyon's influence? Or, this is Holloway's? She whispered, forcing the words out. Jake nodded grimly, his gaze scanning the area around the bloodstain with intense concentration. "Looks like it. But how? When?" "Last night," Jake said, his voice tight. "During the storm, that scraping sound, it wasn't scree." He knelt, examining the ground near the blood, pointing to faint impressions in the muddy gravel, impressions partially washed away by the rain, but still discernible. Tracks, drag marks. Something, or someone, dragged him here. Dragged him? Maeve stared at the blood, the torn canvas, the faint drag marks leading away from the main canyon trail towards this relatively sheltered spot behind the boulders. Her mind reeled. Holloway hadn't just broken free, he'd been brought here. By what? An animal, a mountain lion perhaps, driven down by the storm? But the drag marks seemed purposeful, and the blood spatter suggested a struggle, perhaps even a killing blow delivered right here. What attacked him? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Jake shook his head slowly, his eyes narrowed, scanning the cliffs above, the shadows below. "Don't know. Tracks are too messy, washed out. Could be puma, could be something else." His gaze lingered on the canyon walls, as if searching for unseen eyes. Something else. The words hung in the chill morning air, heavy with unspoken implication. Not just an animal attack. Ben's delirious fear, the legends Jake had recounted, the feeling of being watched. It all coalesced into a terrifying possibility. Was there another presence in this canyon besides the insidious influence of the crystals? Something tangible, hostile? The ancients Jake spoke of, were they truly long gone? Or did something linger, protecting its territory, drawn by their intrusion, perhaps even by the crystals themselves? "Why didn't you tell me last night?" Maeve demanded, anger mixing with her fear. "You knew, you saw this blood." Jake finally met her gaze directly, his dark eyes holding a weariness that seemed bone deep, but also a hard pragmatism. What good would it have done? Panic in the middle of that storm? You were exhausted. The boy was sick. Nothing we could do in the dark anyway. Better you got what little rest you could. He gestured towards the bloodstain with a grimace. Figured daylight was soon enough for this. His logic was cold, brutal, yet undeniably sound from a survival standpoint. Sharing the horror in the midst of the storm would have achieved nothing but terror. But his unilateral decision, his deliberate withholding of the truth, deepened the fracture between them. He had chosen to protect her, perhaps, but he had done so by treating her as someone fragile, incapable, reinforcing the wall of secrecy that separated them. "We need to understand what happened," Maeve insisted, pushing past her anger, forcing her scientific mind to reassert itself, however feebly. Was he already dead when he was brought here? Was he killed here? "We need to examine—" "No," Jake cut her off firmly. "We need to leave. Now." He stood up, his body taut, radiating a sudden urgency. "Whatever did this, it might still be close. It knows we're here. This ledge ain't safe anymore." His eyes scanned the surrounding cliffs again, lingering on the shadowed crevices and overhangs. "We gather our things. We move fast." The urgency in his voice, the undisguised danger reflected in his eyes, was more convincing than any explanation. The abstract fear of the canyon's influence suddenly felt secondary to the immediate threat of a physical predator, whether animal or something worse. They moved quickly, adrenaline overriding their exhaustion and the lingering chill. Maeve roused Ben, trying to keep her voice calm, avoiding any mention of the gruesome discovery just yards away. "Ben, we have to move now. Quickly." Ben groaned, disoriented, his eyes clouded with fever. "Holloway?" he mumbled. "Did he—" "Just focus on getting ready, Ben," Maeve interrupted gently but firmly, helping him sit up. "We need to get out of here." She avoided his questioning gaze, guilt churning within her. Jake worked with swift, silent efficiency, checking the horses, tightening cinches, securing their meager packs. He moved with a coiled alertness, his senses seemingly tuned to the slightest sound, the smallest movement in their surroundings. Maeve found herself watching his hands, his movements, the way he scanned the terrain, not with suspicion now, but with a desperate reliance. Whatever doubts she harbored, whatever secrets he kept, he was their only shield against the immediate, tangible danger that now felt suffocatingly close. As Maeve helped Ben towards his horse, Ben stumbled again, his legs weak. He leaned heavily against her, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Can't. Miss Collins. So weak." "I know, Ben. I know," Maeve soothed, supporting his weight. "Just a little further." She looked desperately towards Jake. Ben was in no condition to ride far or fast. He was becoming a liability, a dangerous impediment to the swift escape Jake deemed necessary. Jake saw the situation immediately. Without a word, he came over, effortlessly scooped Ben up, who weighed little more than a boy despite his age, and lifted him onto his horse. He adjusted Ben's position, ensuring he was slumped forward securely against the horse's neck, then took the reins himself. "I'll lead his horse," he said curtly. "You ride close behind. Keep your eyes open." They mounted up, Maeve swinging herself into the saddle, her muscles aching, her nerves frayed to the breaking point. The sight of the blood-stained rocks remained seared into her vision. Holloway, somehow freed from the crystal's grip, only to meet a violent end here on this ledge. Had the canyon finished with him? Or had something else claimed him? Jake led them off the ledge, back onto the main canyon trail, pushing the pace as much as Ben's precarious state and the difficult terrain allowed. He didn't look back towards the blood-stained campsite. His focus was entirely forward, scanning the path ahead, the cliffs above, searching for the next threat. Maeve followed closely, her gaze constantly sweeping the surroundings, her hand often straying towards the geological hammer tucked into her belt, a ludicrously inadequate weapon against whatever might be stalking them, but the only solid thing she had to cling to. Every shadow seemed to menace, every echo sounded like a footfall. The crimson crystals embedded in the walls seemed to glitter with malicious amusement, watching their frantic flight. The thirst returned, clawing at her throat, intensified by fear and exertion. The small amount of water from the tainted basin felt like a distant memory. She glanced at their dwindling water supply strapped to the pack mule Jake led. It wouldn't last another day. Water, safety, escape, it all felt impossibly far away. They rode in silence, the only sounds the clatter of hooves, Ben's occasional low groan, and the ever-present, almost subliminal hum that seemed to emanate from the very rock around them. The canyon twisted onward, a labyrinth of red rock and deep shadow, offering no landmarks, no sign of an exit, only more of itself, more of its oppressive beauty and terrifying power. Maeve's thoughts raced. Holloway's death changed everything. It wasn't just about resisting a subtle psychological influence anymore. There was a physical, lethal threat present in the canyon. And Jake knew more than he was saying. That scraping sound, the drag marks, his insistence on leaving immediately. He had likely seen more definitive tracks, perhaps even caught a glimpse of whatever had killed Holloway. Why wouldn't he tell her? Was he protecting her? Or protecting it? The suspicion, despite her reliance on him, resurfaced, colder and sharper than before. Suddenly, Jake pulled up sharply, raising a hand for silence. He tilted his head, listening intently. Maeve strained her ears. Faintly carried on the still morning air, she heard it too. Voices. Not whispers this time, but distinct human voices, echoing from somewhere further down the canyon. More than one person, speaking in low, urgent tones. Hope surged through Maeve, illogical but powerful. Rescuers? Another party? Could they finally be nearing the canyon's end, nearing civilization? But Jake's reaction wasn't relief. His body tensed, his hand moving instinctively toward his knife. He scanned the trail ahead, his expression hardening into one of extreme caution, even hostility. Whoever was ahead, Jake didn't perceive them as salvation. He perceived them as another threat, another complication in their desperate flight from the blood on the rocks. Chapter 11, Between Science and Superstition. The sound of human voices, where only silence or the canyon's own unsettling whispers should have been, sent a jolt through Maeve, momentarily overriding her exhaustion and fear. Hope flared, irrational and bright. Civilization, rescue, an end to this nightmare. But it died as quickly as it was born, extinguished by Jake's reaction. He didn't relax. He stiffened, his entire body becoming a tightly coiled spring of lethal readiness. His hand rested on his knife, his eyes narrowed, scanning the twists of the canyon ahead with an intensity that spoke not of welcome, but of imminent danger. Whoever was down there, Jake perceived them as a threat. And in this place, Maeve was learning, Jake's instincts were often more reliable than hope. He slid silently from his horse, handing Maeve the reins of both his mount and the mule carrying Ben. "Stay here," he commanded, his voice a low whisper that barely carried over the horse's nervous shifting. "Keep quiet. If you hear trouble, ride back the way we came, fast as you can. Don't wait." The order was stark, terrifying. Ride back where? Towards the ledge stained with Holloway's blood? Into the maze they barely understood? Without him, their chances were non-existent. "Jake, no," she protested, her voice trembling. "We stay together." He gave her a hard, impatient look. "Someone needs to see what we're walking into. Stay put. Keep him quiet." He nodded towards Ben, who had stirred at the sound of the voices, his eyes fluttering open, clouded with fever and confusion. Jake didn't wait for her agreement. He melted into the shadows along the canyon wall, moving with the unnerving silence she'd come to associate with him, disappearing around the next bend. Maeve was left alone, holding the reins of 3 horses, responsible for a delirious man, stranded in a canyon that felt increasingly like a conscious entity determined to devour them. The silence pressed in again, amplifying the thudding of her own heart, Ben's ragged breathing, and the distant, indistinct murmur of the voices ahead. Fear, cold and suffocating, wrapped around her. Jake's warning, his assumption that she might need to flee without him, felt like an admission of extreme danger. What is it?" Ben mumbled, trying to lift his head, his eyes straining to focus. "Voices." "Shh, Ben," Maeve whispered, leaning closer, trying to project a calm she didn't feel. "It's all right, just stay quiet now." She stroked his feverish brow, her touch intended to soothe but likely doing little against the turmoil within him. He gripped her arm weakly, his eyes wide with a fear that seemed momentarily lucid. "Don't let him leave us, Miss Collins," he pleaded, his voice raspy. "The canyon, it changes people. Like Holloway, like—" His gaze flickered towards the bend where Jake had disappeared, suspicion and terror warring in his expression. Maeve's own doubts surged. Was Jake scouting, or was he conferring? Was he part of the danger, not their shield against it? The thought felt like a betrayal, yet it resonated with Ben's fear, with her own observations, with the canyon's insidious ability to twist perception and sow mistrust. She forced the thought down. Panic wouldn't help them. She needed to trust Jake, at least for now. Their survival depended on it, but the seed of doubt remained, a cold knot in her stomach. She strained her ears, trying to decipher the voices drifting up the canyon. They sounded rough, male voices, arguing perhaps. There was an edge to them, a harshness that didn't speak of rescuers or a well-ordered expedition. Prospectors, maybe? Driven half-mad like Holloway, desperate for a find, dangerous in their desperation, or something worse. Time stretched, measured in heartbeats, in the drip of water from the damp rocks, in the shifting weight of the horses. Maeve scanned the cliffs above, the shadowed alcoves, her imagination populating them with unseen watchers, with the source of the scraping sound, with whatever had left Holloway's blood on the rocks. The feeling of being observed was intense, palpable. Was it the canyon itself, or the people whose voices echoed nearby? She found herself analyzing her fear, trying to dissect it scientifically. Was it purely psychological? The effect of isolation, stress, dehydration, lack of sleep? Or was there an external stimulus, the low-frequency hum from the crystals? Could it affect brainwaves, induce paranoia? Could the mineral content of the water, the air itself, contain psychoactive elements? She clung to these potential explanations, anchors of reason in a sea of encroaching superstition. Yet the evidence against pure rationalism mounted relentlessly. Holloway's transformation and death, Ben's specific, fevered warnings about Jake's eyes mirroring the rock, the petroglyphs telling tales of hunger and madness, Jake's own deep, pragmatic belief in the canyon's danger, born of experience and heritage. Science felt increasingly inadequate, a flickering candle against an overwhelming ancient darkness. Where was Jake? How long could it take to scout ahead? Every passing minute stretched her nerves tighter. What if he didn't come back? What if the voices belonged to whoever killed Holloway, and they had found Jake? Just as the silence became unbearable, he reappeared, stepping out from behind the bend as silently as he had vanished. Maeve started, relief warring with apprehension as she scanned his face for clues. His expression was grim, closed off. "Who is it?" she whispered urgently. "Prospectors," he replied, his voice tight. "3 of them. Camped just around the next turn, near a side canyon. Look rough, arguing about claims, water." He paused, his gaze meeting hers, holding a warning. "And crystals." Crystals. The word hung in the air. So others knew, or had found them. Are they like Holloway was?" Maeve asked, dreading the answer. Jake shook his head slowly. "Not frozen. Not yet, but edgy. Eyes got that shine." He touched his own eyes meaningfully. "The thirst is on them. Strong. They're armed. And jumpy." "Do they know we're here?" "Don't think so. Wind's in our favor for now, but we can't go forward past them without being seen. Trail's too narrow there." "So we go back?" Maeve asked, the thought filling her with despair. Back towards the blood, the dwindling hope? Jake considered, his gaze sweeping their surroundings, assessing options. Going back is slow, and whatever got Holloway might still be... He let the sentence hang. "There's another way. A passage the Utes used sometimes, cuts through the cliffs, comes out further down the main canyon, beyond their camp. It's tight, rough going, especially with him." He nodded towards Ben. "And the horses might balk." "Is it safe?" Maeve asked, latching onto the word. Jake gave a short, humorless laugh. "Nothing in this canyon's safe, geologist. It's just Maybe safer than walking into a den of jumpy prospectors high on crystal fever. He looked at her. The decision point reached again. Your call. Try the passage or risk confrontation. Maeve looked at Ben, slumped weakly over the horse's neck, his breathing still shallow. Confrontation seemed unthinkable. He wouldn't survive a fight, or even a tense standoff. The passage, however dangerous, offered a chance to bypass the immediate threat, but it meant trusting Jake, trusting his knowledge of these hidden ways, trusting that he wasn't leading them into a different kind of trap. Her scientific mind screamed against relying on Ute passages and avoiding crystal fever. It felt like succumbing entirely to the superstition she had come here to debunk. But the pragmatic survivor, the one who had seen Holloway's blood, the one responsible for Ben's life, knew it was the only logical choice. Logic, ironically, was pushing her deeper into the realm of the inexplicable. "The passage," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "We take the passage." Jake nodded, accepting her decision without comment. He took the reins of his own horse and Ben's mount again. "Follow close. Keep the mule between you and me. Be ready for anything." He led them off the main trail, towards a narrow fissure in the cliff face that Maeve hadn't even noticed before, partially obscured by a cluster of stunted, thorny bushes. It looked impossibly narrow, dark, and forbidding. The entrance exhaled a draft of cool, damp air that smelled faintly of decay and old stone. The horses hesitated, snorting nervously, balking at the darkness. Jake spoke to them softly, low murmurs in a language Maeve didn't recognize. Ute, perhaps? His voice calm, reassuring, yet firm. Slowly, reluctantly, his own mare squeezed through the opening. Ben's horse, led by Jake, followed, scraping its sides. Maeve urged her own horse and the pack mule forward, her heart pounding. The pack mule, less trusting, dug in its heels, requiring considerable effort from both Maeve and Jake, pushing from behind to force it into the passage. Inside, the world changed instantly. The oppressive openness of the canyon was replaced by suffocating closeness. The passage was barely wider than the horses' bodies, the rock walls pressing in on either side, slick with moisture. Darkness was almost absolute, broken only by the faint light filtering in from the entrance behind them and whatever ambient gloom penetrated from the unseen exit ahead. The air was cold, damp, stagnant, smelling of wet earth and something else, something old and organic, like undisturbed tombs. They moved at a crawl, the horses picking their way uncertainly over the uneven, rocky floor. The clatter of their hooves echoed unnervingly in the confined space. Maeve could barely see Jake ahead, just a dark shape merging with the deeper shadows. Ben groaned occasionally, shifting restlessly, his delirium seeming to worsen in the claustrophobic darkness. Maeve felt a wave of panic rise, the closeness triggering a primal fear. She fought it down, focusing on the small patch of Jake's back visible ahead, focusing on breathing. Her scientific mind tried to analyze the passage. A lava tube? A water-carved fissure along a fault line? But the oppressive atmosphere resisted rational explanation. It felt ancient, sacred, and profoundly violated by their presence. She remembered Jake's words about the Utes using it. Had they used it to escape enemies? Or perhaps to appease something that dwelt within the canyon? Suddenly, Jake stopped ahead. Maeve reined in, her horse bumping gently against the pack mule. "What is it?" she whispered into the darkness. "Look." Jake's voice came back, low and strained. He lit a match. The sudden flare of light was blinding after the intense darkness, making Maeve flinch. In the flickering, unsteady glow, she saw what had stopped him. The passage widened slightly here, forming a small cave-like chamber, and the walls, they were covered in paintings. Not carvings like the petroglyphs outside, but actual paintings, rendered in pigments of red ochre, white clay, black charcoal. They were incredibly old, yet surprisingly preserved in the stable atmosphere of the passage, and they were terrifying. They depicted scenes far more graphic, far more explicit than the petroglyphs. Elongated figures with hollow eyes were shown not just offering crystals to the shadowy beast figure, but consuming them, their bodies twisting in agony and ecstasy. Others were shown attacking each other with savage fury, their eyes glowing with the same malevolent red light as the crystals clutched in their hands. There were scenes of ritual sacrifice, figures impaled on jagged red shards, blood flowing freely, and everywhere, repeated like a maddening mantra, was the inward-turning spiral. But most disturbing was a recurring image, figures that looked chillingly like the prospectors Jake described. Bearded men with wide-brimmed hats and picks, being hunted, dragged down by shadowy forms emerging from the rock, their faces masks of terror. And amidst these scenes, other figures, leaner, clad in buckskins, sometimes carrying bows, sometimes seemingly trying to warn the prospectors, sometimes lying broken amongst them, figures that bore a disturbing resemblance to Jake himself. Maeve stared, horrified, fascinated. This wasn't just folklore. It was a historical record, a testament painted in blood and terror. It depicted the canyon's curse acting upon different groups, different intruders, over time. It showed the crystals driving men to madness and violence, attracting protectors or spirits who dealt brutally with trespassers. And it seemed to place Jake, or figures like him, caught tragically in the middle. The match burned Jake's fingers. He dropped it with a curse, plunging them back into darkness, but the images remained seared onto Maeve's retinas. Science and superstition crashed together in her mind with dizzying force. The paintings were tangible evidence, data points, yet they depicted horrors that defied rational explanation. They spoke of a power, a presence, a history far darker and more complex than mere geological anomaly. The ancients knew, Jake murmured, his voice rough in the darkness. They tried to warn others, painted it right here, the price of the thirst. Maeve swallowed hard, the dryness returning to her throat despite the damp air. Those figures, the ones being hunted. Prospectors, Jake confirmed grimly, like the ones outside, like Holloway. They come seeking riches, they listen to the rock's promises, and the canyon, or its guardians, collects the debt. Guardians? Maeve whispered. Are they real? What did you see last night, Jake? What killed Holloway? He was silent for a long moment. The darkness felt absolute, pressing in, heavy with unspoken truths. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely audible, heavy with reluctance, perhaps with fear. Tracks, he admitted softly. Not puma, not bear, something barefoot, manlike but wrong, too big or too old. He paused again, and Maeve could almost feel his internal struggle. Near the blood, found this. He struck another match. Held in his palm was a small, crudely fashioned arrowhead, chipped from obsidian. But embedded within the black glass, impossible yet undeniable, glittered a tiny, perfect shard of deep crimson crystal. The match went out. Maeve stood frozen in the suffocating darkness. The image of the arrowhead burned into her mind. An impossible artifact, a weapon wielded by the canyon's guardians, something ancient armed with the very power of the crystals? Science offered no explanation. Superstition screamed danger, and Jake, holding the proof, stood caught between the two worlds, just as the paintings depicted, leaving Maeve utterly adrift, her certainties shattered, facing a truth far more terrifying than she could ever have imagined. The prospectors outside, armed and driven by crystal fever, suddenly seemed like the lesser threat. Chapter 12. Whispers turned to screams. The darkness within the hidden passage felt absolute, intensified by the lingering image of the crystal-embedded arrowhead. It pulsed behind Maeve's eyelids, a symbol of the terrifying convergence of human agency and the canyon's unnatural power. Ancient guardians? Spirits of the rock? Men driven to savagery by the crystals? Science offered no category, no explanation. The arrowhead was an artifact outside known history, tangible proof of the inexplicable. The air in the passage grew heavier, colder. The silence deepened, broken only by Ben's ragged, feverish breaths and the soft, nervous shifting of the horses trapped in the suffocating dark. Maeve could feel the immense weight of the rock above and around them, a pressure that was both physical and psychological. The terrifying paintings, with their scenes of madness, violence, and retribution, felt less like ancient warnings and more like imminent prophecies. Jake hadn't lit another match. He stood somewhere just ahead, a block of deeper shadow in the oppressive gloom. His silence was profound, heavy with the implications of his discovery. He had seen the tracks, found the arrowhead, proof of a tangible, lethal threat beyond Holloway's self-destruction or the prospector's potential hostility. Yet he offered no further explanation, no theory, just the stark, chilling facts. He seemed to have retreated into himself, into the grim knowledge passed down through his Ute heritage, a knowledge that clearly encompassed horrors beyond Maeve's scientific comprehension. What do we do?" Maeve finally whispered, her voice thin and reedy in the crushing silence. The question felt pitifully inadequate. "Keep moving." Jake's voice came back, low and strained, stripped of its usual impassivity. Even he sounded shaken. "Get out of this passage. Get clear of the main canyon if we can. Find somewhere defensible before—" He didn't finish, but the unspoken possibilities hung between them. Before the prospectors found them, before whatever killed Holloway found them, before Ben succumbed entirely, before their water ran out, before the canyon, in its myriad terrible ways, claimed them too. He urged the horses forward again, his voice a low murmur. The animals responded reluctantly, their hoofbeats echoing dully on the stone floor. Maeve followed, one hand on the mule's flank for guidance, the other gripping her geological hammer, its weight a small, inadequate comfort. Every nerve ending felt raw, exposed. The darkness seemed to writhe with unseen shapes. The faint mineral scent in the air felt cloying, invasive. The hum of the crystals, even here, away from the main deposits, seemed to vibrate in her bones, a low, insistent thrumming that resonated with the frantic pounding of her own heart. The passage began to narrow again, forcing them into single file, the rock walls scraping against the packs, against Maeve's own shoulders. It twisted sharply, descending, the air growing damper, colder. Then, ahead, a faint lightening of the gloom. An exit? Jake paused at the opening, peering out cautiously before motioning them forward. They emerged, blinking, not back into the main canyon, but into a smaller, bowl-shaped valley hidden deep within the cliffs, like a secret sanctuary or a forgotten world. Steep, unscalable walls of red rock encircled it on all sides. The floor was surprisingly level, covered in coarse sand and sparse, hardy vegetation, unlike any Maeve had seen before. Twisted, gray-green shrubs with needle-sharp thorns and clumps of a pale, almost luminous fungus clinging to the base of the cliffs. Water from the storm had collected in shallow pools across the sandy floor, reflecting the now clearing sky far above like scattered pieces of mirror. But the most striking feature was at the far end of the hidden valley, a cluster of ruins, low crumbling walls of stacked stone, choked with thorny shrubs, barely recognizable as man-made structures. They looked incredibly ancient, weathered by centuries of sun and wind, predating even the cliff dwellings Maeve had read about. The dwellings of the ancients? The people who painted the warnings in the passage? What is this place? Maeve breathed. Awestruck and apprehensive. It felt intensely isolated, cut off from the world, holding its secrets tightly. Place of the old ones, Jake murmured, his gaze sweeping the ruins, the cliffs, his hand still resting near his knife. Some legends say they hid here after the canyon turned against them. Others say this is where it started. Where it started? The word sent a fresh chill through Maeve. The origin point of the curse, the madness? She looked towards the ruins again. Were they a refuge or a source? Ben stirred on his horse, groaning, his eyes fluttering open. He stared around the hidden valley, his fever-bright eyes wide with confusion and fear. Where are we? Somewhere safe for now, Jake said, dismounting and carefully helping Ben down. Ben could barely stand, leaning heavily on Jake, his legs trembling violently. Jake half-carried him towards the largest cluster of ruins, finding a relatively sheltered spot beneath a section of mostly intact wall. "Rest here. Drink." He offered Ben his canteen again. As Maeve dismounted, stretching her cramped, aching muscles, her eyes scanned the ground near the ruins. Amongst the sand and hardy shrubs, she saw them, scattered everywhere, glittering dully in the strengthening light, crimson crystals. Not in veins like in the main canyon, but loose, individual crystals, ranging in size from tiny shards to rough, fist-sized chunks, partially buried in the sand as if sown there like seeds. This place wasn't a refuge from the crystals. It was saturated with them. She felt a surge of conflicting emotions. The scientist's thrill at discovering an untouched archaeological site, combined with the crystal source, battling with a profound sense of dread. This place felt wrong. The air hummed more intensely here. The silence wasn't empty, but watchful, expectant. The pale fungus clinging to the rocks seemed to glow faintly, unnaturally. Jake, after settling Ben, moved cautiously towards the ruins, his eyes scanning every shadow, every crumbling wall. Maeve followed, her geologist's hammer held ready, her scientific curiosity momentarily overriding her fear. She knelt, picking up one of the loose crystals from the sand. It felt strangely warm to the touch, almost alive, pulsing with a faint, rhythmic energy that vibrated up her arm. The red color seemed deeper here, more intense, like captured fire. The urge to pocket it, to possess its strange beauty and power, was immediate, overwhelming. She remembered Holloway's desperate cry, "Mine!" and forced her fingers to unclench, dropping the crystal back into the sand as if burned. Jake paused near the entrance of what might have been the largest structure, examining markings on the weathered stones. More spirals, more elongated figures, but also patterns she didn't recognize, complex geometric shapes intertwined with jagged lines that seemed to depict shattering or explosion. They weren't just artists, Maeve murmured, tracing a complex pattern with her finger. They were observing, recording. This looks like crystalline fracture patterns, or maybe energy discharge? Jake glanced at her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Energy? The crystals, Maeve explained, excitement rising despite the circumstances. Professor Albright theorized they weren't inert, that they possessed unusual electromagnetic properties, maybe even piezoelectric effects under pressure. That hum we feel, the way they seem to affect perception, it could be a documented physical phenomenon, not just superstition. She felt a rush of vindication. Science could explain it. It wasn't magic or curses. It was physics, geology, perhaps biology interacting with unusual energy fields. But even as she grasped at the scientific explanation, another part of her recoiled. Energy discharge? Fracture patterns? The paintings in the passage hadn't depicted scientific phenomena. They depicted madness, bloodshed, entities emerging from the rock. The crystal-tipped arrowhead wasn't a geological sample. It was a weapon. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sound from Ben. Not a groan this time, but a sharp, terrified gasp. They spun around. Ben was sitting bolt upright, his eyes wide with terror, fixed on something beyond the ruins, towards the entrance passage they had emerged from. He scrambled backwards, trying to press himself into the crumbling stone wall behind him, his mouth opening and closing silently, as if trying to scream, but unable to make a sound. "Ben, what is it?" Maeve cried, rushing towards him. Jake was already moving, knife drawn, positioning himself between Ben and the unseen source of his terror. He scanned the valley entrance, the cliffs, his body radiating lethal readiness. Maeve reached Ben, grabbing his shoulders. He was trembling violently, his eyes locked on the passage entrance. "They heard," he finally choked out, his voice a strangled whisper. "The whispers. Louder now. Calling. Hungry." Whispers? Maeve strained her ears, hearing nothing but the wind sighing around the ruins, the drip of water. But Ben's terror was absolute, primal. Was his fever making him hallucinate again? Or was he, in his weakened, vulnerable state, more attuned to the canyon's insidious influence, hearing something she and Jake couldn't? Then Maeve heard it too, faint at first, easily mistaken for the wind, but growing steadily louder, closer, a chorus of low, sibilant whispers, seeming to come from the direction of the passage, echoing strangely in the enclosed valley. It wasn't human speech. It was multi-voiced, overlapping, ancient-sounding, filled with a chilling, seductive promise and a terrifying underlying hunger. It scraped against the inside of her skull, making her teeth ache, raising goose flesh on her arms. Come, join us. Thirst, drink deep. Secrets, power, forever. The words weren't distinct, yet the meaning seeped into her mind, bypassing her ears, tapping directly into her deepest desires and fears. The thirst raged within her, not just for water, but for knowledge, for escape, for the strength Jake embodied, for an end to the terror. The whispers promised it all, if only she would listen, surrender, join. "No!" she gasped, clapping her hands over her ears, trying to block out the insidious sound, but it resonated from within, not without. Beside her, Ben started to keen, a high, thin sound of pure terror, rocking back and forth. Jake stood rigid, facing the passage, his knife held ready, his face a mask of grim concentration. He seemed less affected by the whispers, perhaps shielded by his heritage, his understanding, or perhaps simply better at resisting. But Maeve saw the white-knuckled grip on his knife, the beads of sweat on his temples despite the coolness of the valley. He wasn't immune. The whispering chorus intensified, swirling around the small valley, echoing off the cliffs, seeming to emanate from the very air, from the glowing fungus, from the scattered crimson crystals glittering in the sand, and mixed with the whispers now was another sound, a rhythmic scraping, stone on stone, getting closer, the sound from the ledge, the sound of something being dragged, or something dragging itself. Suddenly, from the dark mouth of the passage they had exited, figures began to emerge. 3 of them. Prospectors, the ones Jake had described. They looked gaunt, wild-eyed, their clothes torn, their faces smeared with dirt and blood. Their own or someone else's? Their eyes glowed with a faint, terrifying red light, reflecting the crystals clutched tightly in their hands, crystals they seemed to have chipped crudely from the canyon walls. They moved with jerky, unnatural steps, their heads cocked as if listening intently to the whispers that guided them. They weren't just edgy anymore. They looked utterly possessed, consumed by the crystal fever, puppets dancing to the canyon's mad song. "Water!" one of them croaked, his voice dry and cracked, his red-tinged eyes fixing on Jake, Maeve, and Ben. "Give us water, crystals." "They want the shinies," another snarled, hefting a blood-stained pickaxe. "Got plenty, I bet. Hidin' 'em." The third one, silent, merely grinned, a terrifyingly empty rictus, and raised a rusty revolver, its barrel wavering unsteadily. They stumbled forward, drawn towards the ruins, towards the 3 intruders in their fevered path, driven by the whispers, by the insatiable thirst for water, for crystals, for violence. The whispers inside Maeve's head reached a crescendo, urging her to join them, to fight, to take, to surrender to the red hunger. But seeing the prospectors, seeing the vacant, murderous light in their eyes, the horrifying end stage of the canyon's influence, galvanized her. This was the fate she had to resist. Jake didn't hesitate. "Get Ben!" he yelled at Maeve, shoving her towards the whimpering geologist. "Back, into the ruins, now!" He didn't wait for the prospectors to reach them. He charged forward, knife flashing, a blur of motion meeting the first prospector head-on. The clash echoed in the small valley, a grunt, a curse, the sickening thud of impact. Maeve grabbed Ben, hauling him stumbling backwards, deeper into the crumbling stone walls of the ruins, seeking cover. Ben screamed, a raw, terrified sound, finally finding his voice as the whispers turned to the tangible horror of the attack. The prospector with the pickaxe lunged past the struggling pair of Jake and his opponent, heading straight for Maeve and Ben, roaring incoherently, spittle flying from his lips, his eyes burning with red madness. The whispers had turned to screams, both internal and external, and the ancient hidden valley had become a blood-soaked arena. Science and superstition were irrelevant now. Only survival remained. Chapter 13. A Moment Stolen. The world narrowed to the terrifying figure hurtling towards them, the second prospector, his face a mask of vacant fury, eyes burning with an unnatural red light, the heavy pickaxe raised high. Behind him, the sounds of Jake's struggle. Grunts, curses, the sickening crunch of bone or rock were a chaotic counterpoint to the immediate threat. Ben screamed again, a raw, helpless sound, trying to shrink further into the crumbling ruin wall. There was nowhere to run, no time to think. Instinct took over. Maeve shoved Ben hard against the stones, putting herself between him and the charging madman. Her geological hammer felt impossibly light, ridiculously inadequate against the descending pickaxe. She reacted without conscious thought, driven by pure primal terror and a fierce, unexpected surge of protective instinct. As the prospector swung the pickaxe down in a clumsy, hate-fueled arc aimed at her head, she ducked low, simultaneously swinging her hammer sideways with all her strength, not aiming for his body but for his knee. The satisfying thud of steel hitting bone echoed loudly in the enclosed space. The prospector roared, not just in pain, but in bewildered fury, his attack faltering. He stumbled, his leg buckling, the pickaxe hitting the sandy ground beside Maeve with a force that jarred her teeth. He glared down at his injured knee, then back at Maeve, his red-tinged eyes filled with incomprehension before pure animalistic rage took over again. He lunged, dropping the pickaxe, hands clawing, trying to grab her, pull her down. Maeve scrambled backwards, kicking sand into his face, using the precious seconds his stumble afforded her. She crab-walked deeper into the narrow space between two crumbling walls, pulling Ben with her. He was barely conscious now, his eyes rolling back, dead weight against her. The prospector, hobbling badly but still terrifyingly strong, squeezed into the narrow space after them, blocking their retreat, his breath coming in harsh, ragged gasps, smelling foully of sweat, decay, and something else, the metallic tang of the crystals. Suddenly, a gunshot cracked through the air, deafeningly loud in the confined valley. Maeve flinched violently, instinctively shielding Ben with her body. Had the third prospector fired? Was Jake hit? She risked a glance back towards the entrance of the ruins. The prospector with the revolver stood swaying, weapon still raised, but he hadn't fired at Jake. He seemed confused, disoriented, perhaps by the echoes, perhaps by the conflicting commands of the whispers in his head. Jake was still locked in a brutal, desperate struggle with the first prospector, who fought with the frenzied, unnatural strength of the possessed, seemingly impervious to pain. Jake had managed to get his knife arm free, but the prospector had a death grip on his wrist, preventing him from using the blade effectively. They crashed against the ruin walls, sending ancient stones tumbling. The gunshot seemed to break the third prospector's paralysis. He giggled, a high-pitched, chilling sound, and turned the revolver waveringly towards the man Jake was fighting. "Too slow, Silas!" he shrieked. "Mine! All mine!" He fired again, wildly. The bullet went wide, ricocheting off the cliff face high above with a whining shriek. But the blast, the betrayal, seemed to momentarily stun the first prospector, Silas. Jake seized the opportunity. With a savage grunt, he twisted free, broke the man's grip, and drove his knife hard into the prospector's side, just below the ribs. Silas gasped, his eyes widening in momentary shock, the red glaze flickering. He looked down at the knife handle protruding from his side, then up at Jake, a flicker of horrified recognition dawning before the madness reclaimed him. He lunged again, not with strength now, but with desperate, dying energy. Jake sidestepped, pulling his knife free with a sickening sound, and shoved the man hard. Silas stumbled backwards, tripped over a loose stone, and fell heavily, landing amongst the scattered crimson crystals, his blood pooling instantly, staining the red shards an even deeper shade. He lay still, eyes wide, staring sightlessly at the sky. The faint red glow in his irises flickered and died, like a snuffed candle. Jake didn't pause. He spun, knife held ready, towards the remaining two threats. The man with the revolver, seeing his companion fall, let out another high-pitched giggle and turned the gun towards Jake. Before he could fire, Jake threw his knife. It flew true, embedding itself hilt-deep in the prospector's gun arm. The man screamed, dropping the revolver, clutching his bleeding arm, his face contorting in pain and fury. At the same moment, the second prospector, the one Maeve had injured, renewed his attack, lunging towards her and Ben in the narrow space, ignoring his damaged knee. Maeve scrambled backwards, dragging Ben, but there was nowhere left to go. She raised her hammer again, a futile gesture against his bulk. Suddenly, Jake was there. He tackled the prospector from the side, hitting him hard, sending them both crashing against the opposite ruin wall. They grappled fiercely, Jake hampered by the confined space, the prospector fighting with the desperate strength of madness and pain. Maeve saw Jake land a solid punch, then another, but the prospector barely seemed to register them, his red glazed eyes fixed on Maeve and Ben, driven by the single imperative to attack. He grabbed a jagged rock from the crumbling wall beside him and swung it wildly at Jake's head. Jake ducked, the rock grazing his temple, drawing blood. He staggered back a step, momentarily stunned. The prospector raised the rock again for another blow. Without thinking, Maeve reacted. She surged forward, swinging her geological hammer, not at the man, but at his already injured knee, hitting the same spot with all the force she could muster. There was a sickening crack this time. The prospector screamed, a raw sound of agony that finally seemed to penetrate his crystal-induced haze. He collapsed, clutching his shattered leg, his body convulsing, the red light in his eyes flickering erratically. Jake recovered quickly, breathing hard, blood trickling down his temple. He retrieved his knife from the other prospector's arm. The man was moaning, incapacitated by pain, and advanced on the downed man Maeve had crippled. The prospector glared up at him, spitting curses mixed with delirious whispers about blood and treasure. Jake didn't hesitate. He dispatched him quickly, clinically, a single, efficient thrust silencing the madness. The red glow faded from the man's eyes. Silence fell, abrupt and shocking after the chaos. Only the wind, Ben's ragged breathing, and the low moans of the prospector Jake had disarmed broke the sudden, heavy stillness. The coppery smell of fresh blood mingled nauseatingly with the mineral tang of the air and the faint, sweetish scent of the glowing fungus. Two bodies lay still amongst the ruins, their blood darkening the sand and the scattered crystals. The third man sat clutching his arm, rocking back and forth, seemingly lost in pain and terror, the crystal fever momentarily overridden. Maeve stood trembling, her hammer still clenched in her hand, splattered with blood that wasn't hers. Her breath came in ragged gasps. She stared at the carnage, at the still bodies, at Jake wiping his bloody knife clean on his trousers, his face grim, unreadable. The brutality, the swiftness of the violence was shocking, terrifying, yet a part of her, the part that had swung the hammer, recognized the grim necessity. It was them or us. The canyon forced choices that stripped away civilization, leaving only the raw instinct to survive. Jake approached the surviving prospector, who flinched away, whimpering. Jake looked down at him, his expression hard. Then, seemingly making a decision, he ignored the man for the moment and turned towards Maeve. He stopped in front of her, his eyes scanning her face, then dropping to the blood on her hammer, then back to her eyes. Blood trickled freely from the gash on his temple, matting his dark hair. His breathing was still harsh from exertion. They stood facing each other amidst the ruins, surrounded by death and the humming, watchful presence of the crystals, the silence stretching between them, thick with unspoken horrors. "You all right?" he asked, his voice low, rough. Maeve could only nod, unable to speak past the lump in her throat. Her entire body shook with reaction. He reached out, his calloused fingers unexpectedly gentle, and brushed a stray lock of hair, damp with rain and sweat, back from her face. His touch sent an electric jolt through her, startlingly intimate in the midst of the surrounding carnage. His gaze held hers, dark, intense, filled with something she couldn't decipher. Relief? Concern? Or just the shared trauma of survival? In that instant, the world seemed to narrow to the space between them. The dead prospectors, the moaning survivor, Ben's ragged breathing, the humming crystals, the oppressive weight of the canyon. It all receded for a heartbeat. There was only the shared danger they had faced, the blood they had both spilled, the grim understanding that passed between them without words. His closeness felt both threatening and essential, his strength a terrifying necessity. The confusing mix of reliance, suspicion, and that unwelcome flicker of attraction surged within her, heightened by adrenaline and fear. He leaned closer, his eyes searching hers. Was he going to say something? Offer comfort, accusation? She didn't know what she expected, what she wanted. Her mind felt fractured, caught between the scientist demanding rational distance and the terrified woman craving connection, safety. His gaze dropped briefly to her lips, then snapped back to her eyes. A flicker of heat, intense and unmistakable, passed between them, a spark generated in the crucible of violence and fear. It was terrifying, inappropriate, impossible, yet undeniably real. A moment stolen from the surrounding horror, charged with unspoken needs and dangerous possibilities. Then, as quickly as it came, the moment fractured. A low groan from Ben broke the spell. Jake blinked, stepping back abruptly, the intimacy shattering, the professional mask, the guide's stoic demeanor, sliding back into place, though his eyes still held a residual intensity. He turned away from Maeve, scrubbing a hand over his face, smearing the blood from his temple. "Need to check him," Jake said curtly, nodding towards Ben, his voice regaining its usual flat tone, perhaps a shade rougher than before. "And deal with this." He gestured towards the moaning prospector. Reality crashed back in. Maeve took a shaky breath, the stolen moment leaving her feeling raw, exposed, confused. Had she imagined the intensity? Was it just a reaction to the violence, a trick of the light, of the canyon's influence? Or had something real, something dangerous passed between them? She looked down at her bloody hammer, then towards the still forms on the ground. There was no time for confused emotions. Survival demanded focus. She knelt beside Ben, forcing her hands to be steady as she checked his pulse again. It was still rapid, thready. His skin felt burning hot. The terror of the attack seemed to have worsened his fever considerably. He needed proper medical attention, something utterly unavailable here. Jake dealt with the surviving prospector swiftly. He bound the man's knife arm tightly to stop the bleeding, then used salvaged rope from the dead men's packs to tie his hands securely. The prospector offered little resistance, seemingly broken by pain and the fading influence of the crystal fever, now reduced to whimpering pleas for water. Jake ignored him, his face grim, leaving the man tied and helpless near the ruin wall. Mercy had no place here. The man was a threat they couldn't afford. Jake came back to where Maeve knelt beside Ben. He examined Ben briefly, his touch surprisingly gentle as he felt the younger man's brow. "Fever's worse," he stated unnecessarily. "Need to get him cooled down if we can." He looked around the small valley at the pools of rainwater left by the storm. "Water's likely clean enough now." He took Ben's canteen and Maeve's, walking towards the nearest pool. Maeve watched him go, her mind replaying the stolen moment, the fleeting intensity in his eyes, the jolt of his touch. It felt like another layer of danger added to their already impossible situation. An internal threat, perhaps, as potent as the external ones. As Jake knelt by the pool, filling the canteens, his gaze swept across the sandy ground. He paused, leaning closer, then carefully picked something up. He stared at it for a long moment before rising and walking back towards her. He stopped a few feet away, holding out his hand. Lying on his palm, glinting wetly in the growing light, were several more crystal-tipped arrowheads, identical to the one he'd found in the passage. They hadn't been washed here by the storm. They were embedded lightly in the sand around the pool, as if placed there deliberately, or lost there, recently. The guardians. They hadn't just passed through the hidden passage. They knew about this valley. They had been here. Perhaps they still were. The precarious safety of the hidden valley evaporated, replaced by the chilling certainty that they were trapped between the madness of the crystals and the lethal judgment of the canyon's ancient protectors. The stolen moment of connection felt like a distant, dangerous dream, overshadowed by the immediate, terrifying reality of their position. Chapter 14. Eyes in the dark. The sight of the additional arrowheads lying innocuously on Jake's palm sent a fresh wave of ice through Maeve's veins. They weren't ancient relics stumbled upon by chance. They were contemporary evidence, recently lost or deliberately placed, confirming the active presence of the canyon's guardians, or whatever hostile force wielded such impossible weapons, right here, in this supposedly hidden valley. The last vestiges of perceived safety crumbled into dust, leaving them exposed, vulnerable, trapped between the lingering threat of crystal-induced madness from the Tide prospector, the debilitating fever consuming Ben, and the unseen lethal hunters who knew this place intimately. Jake's face was a mask of grim understanding. He didn't need to voice the implications. The arrowheads spoke for themselves, silent, deadly messengers. He carefully tucked them away into a small leather pouch at his belt, his movements economical, his eyes constantly scanning the rim of the valley, the shadowed clefts in the rock, searching for any sign of movement. Any hint of the watchers he now knew were real. "We can't stay here," Maeve stated, the words raspy, echoing Jake's earlier urgency, but freighted with a new level of desperation. "They know this place. They could come back." "Or they never left," Jake countered quietly, his gaze sweeping the ruins around them, the crumbling walls suddenly seeming less like shelter and more like blinds for unseen observers. "This might be their hunting ground, or sacred ground we trespassed on." He looked down at Ben, then back at Maeve, the harsh reality of their situation stark in his eyes. "But we move him now, like this?" He shook his head. "Fever's too high. Journey through the passage nearly killed him. Another move, especially if we gotta go fast. He won't make it." The cruel logic was inescapable. Ben was too weak to travel, yet staying put felt like waiting for an inevitable attack. They were caught in a deadly catch-22, a situation seemingly designed by the canyon itself to break them. Maeve felt a surge of despair, a weariness so profound it threatened to overwhelm her. What was the point? Every step forward led to greater danger. Every decision seemed fraught with impossible choices. "So what do we do?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, stripped of its earlier assertiveness. "Just wait?" Jake didn't answer immediately. He walked over to Ben, kneeling beside him again. He gently lifted Ben's head and trickled some of the fresh rainwater from the canteen onto his lips. Ben swallowed reflexively, moaning softly. Jake then soaked a strip of cloth torn from one of the dead prospector's shirts, a grim necessity, in the cool water and laid it gently on Ben's burning forehead. The gesture was practical, necessary, yet performed with a surprising tenderness that momentarily softened Jake's hard features. "We do what we can," Jake said, finally, his gaze still on Ben. "Try to get his fever down. Give him a chance. And we watch." He looked up, meeting Maeve's eyes, his own dark with fatigue but resolute. "We make this place as defensible as possible. We rest while we can, and we hope they give us time." Hope felt like a fragile commodity in this place, but it was all they had left. Maeve nodded, accepting the grim plan. She helped Jake make Ben as comfortable as possible within the most sheltered corner of the ruins, using salvaged blankets from the prospector's packs to create a slightly thicker bedroll. The tied-up prospector watched them with dull, pain-filled eyes, occasionally muttering pleas for water or curses directed at the canyon, at the crystals, at them. Jake checked his bonds, tightened them, and ignored his pleas, his face set. Sentiment was a luxury they couldn't afford. While Maeve stayed with Ben, trying to coax more water into him, Jake moved with quiet purpose around the perimeter of the ruins. He gathered loose stones, reinforcing sections of the crumbling walls, creating makeshift parapets, narrowing potential lines of attack. He checked the horses again, tethering them closer within the protective circle of the ruins, ensuring they couldn't bolt easily. He examined the ground meticulously, searching for any further tracks, any sign of their unseen enemies, his senses stretched taut, reading the subtle language of the sand and rock. Maeve watched him work, her earlier suspicion warring with a growing, grudging respect. Whatever secrets he kept, whatever darkness he might carry from his connection to this place, his competence, his focus, his raw determination to survive and protect were undeniable. He moved like the predator she feared might be hunting them, utterly attuned to his environment, anticipating threats, preparing defenses, with an instinct honed by generations who had likely faced similar terrors in this very canyon. The stolen moment between them earlier felt like a bizarre hallucination now, irrelevant in the face of their desperate reality. Yet the memory lingered, a disturbing undercurrent to their forced proximity, their shared danger. As the day wore on, the hidden valley grew stiflingly hot. The sun beat down from directly overhead, reflecting off the pale sand and the red rock walls, trapping the heat. The shallow pools of rainwater began to shrink, evaporating quickly. The air grew thick, heavy, making breathing feel like an effort. The humming sensation from the crystals seemed to intensify in the heat, a low, pervasive vibration that thrummed in Maeve's skull, exacerbating her headache, fraying her nerves further. Ben remained delirious, tossing restlessly, muttering disconnected phrases about singing rocks, thirsty spirits, and eyes watching from the dark. Maeve diligently kept the cool cloth on his forehead, changed it frequently as it warmed, forced small sips of water between his cracked lips. She spoke to him softly, though she doubted he heard or understood, offering meaningless words of comfort that felt hollow even to her own ears. His life felt incredibly fragile, hanging by a thread, dependent on the fever breaking, on them finding a way out of this cursed place. Jake maintained his vigil, sometimes pacing the perimeter, sometimes sitting utterly still near the entrance to the ruins, his gaze fixed on the cliffs, his knife always within reach. He rationed their remaining food, a few strips of jerky, a handful of hard biscuits saved from their original supplies, supplemented by some edible, if unappetizing, dried rations salvaged from the prospectors' packs. They ate in silence, the meager portions doing little to satisfy the gnawing emptiness in their stomachs, serving only to fuel their bodies for the continued ordeal. The tied prospector watched them eat, his eyes filled with desperate hunger, but Jake offered him nothing. The afternoon dragged on, each hour an eternity of heat, thirst, fear, and waiting. The silence was broken only by Ben's fevered murmurs, the tied man's occasional groans, the buzz of insects drawn to the stagnant pools, and the relentless subliminal hum of the crystals. Maeve tried to distract herself by examining the ruins more closely, sketching the strange architectural features, the unfamiliar symbols carved into the stones, trying to impose scientific order on the encroaching chaos. She recognized elements reminiscent of other ancient desert cultures, but combined in unique, unsettling ways. The emphasis on spirals, jagged lines, and hollow-eyed figures was pervasive. It was the architecture of a people obsessed, haunted, perhaps ultimately consumed by the power they had lived alongside, the power embedded in the crimson stones scattered like jewels across the valley floor. She found herself drawn again and again to the loose crystals, picking them up, feeling their strange warmth, their disturbing pulse. The whispers, which had faded after the prospector's attack, seemed to stir faintly when she held them, promising knowledge, understanding, a key to unlock the canyon's secrets. She forced herself to drop them, rubbing her fingers together as if to wipe away a physical taint. But the temptation remained, a siren call to the scientist, the seeker within her. Was this how it started? A simple touch, a moment of curiosity, opening the door to the thirst, the hunger, the madness? As dusk began to creep back into the valley, painting the cliffs in deepening shades of purple and blood orange, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Nightfall felt less like a promise of rest and more like the arrival of the hunting hour. Jake's vigilance intensified. He moved constantly now, checking the perimeter, listening, peering into the gathering shadows. "They'll come after dark," he said, his voice low, stating it as a certainty, not a possibility. "If they're coming tonight." "The Guardians?" Maeve whispered, the word tasting like fear on her tongue. He nodded grimly. "Or whatever calls itself that now." He checked the loading of the dead prospector's revolver, the one he'd retrieved after the fight. It had only 3 rounds left, his own knife, her geological hammer. Their arsenal was pitiful against potentially inhuman foes who wielded crystal-tipped weapons. They settled in for the night, huddled within the inadequate shelter of the ruins. Jake positioned himself near the narrow entrance, revolver laid ready beside him, knife in hand. Maeve stayed close to Ben, who had finally fallen into a slightly quieter, though no less worrying, state of exhaustion. The bound prospector whimpered softly in the darkness nearby. The horses shifted restlessly, sensing the rising tension. The darkness that filled the hidden valley seemed different tonight, thicker, more watchful, alive. The stars, when they appeared in the narrow strip of sky visible above, seemed distant, cold, offering no comfort. The pale fungus on the rocks pulsed with a faint, eerie luminescence, casting strange, shifting shadows within the ruins. And the humming of the crystals seemed louder now, a pervasive thrum that vibrated through the ground, through the air, through Maeve's very bones, accompanied by the faint, insidious return of the whispers at the edge of her hearing. Waiting, watching, hungry, Maeve wrapped her arms around herself, fighting against the cold, the fear, the whispers. She tried to focus on rational thought, on escape plans, but her mind felt sluggish, clouded by fatigue and the valley's oppressive influence. Her gaze kept drifting towards Jake, a dark, still figure silhouetted against the slightly less black opening of the ruins. Reliance warred with suspicion. Was he their protector, or a gatekeeper for the canyon's horrors? Could he resist the whispers that plagued her and Ben? Did he even hear them the same way? Hours crawled by. The silence stretched, punctuated only by Ben's breathing and the prisoner's occasional whimpers. Maeve must have drifted into an exhausted, uneasy doze because she was startled awake by a sudden sharp intake of breath from Jake. Her eyes snapped open. Jake was rigid, utterly still, peering intently into the darkness beyond the ruins. Maeve held her breath, listening. At first, she heard nothing. Then a faint sound reached her, the soft crunch of sand, a dislodged pebble skittering down the cliff face. Stealthy movement. Close. Jake slowly raised the revolver, his knuckles white in the faint starlight. Maeve fumbled for her hammer, her heart pounding so hard she thought it would burst. Ben stirred beside her, sensing the change, moaning softly. Then she saw them. Eyes. Pairs of eyes reflecting the faint starlight like chips of obsidian, appearing suddenly in the darkness at the edge of the ruins, just beyond the range of the feeble moonlight penetrating the valley. They were low to the ground, watching, unblinking. More pairs appeared, flanking the first, silently surrounding their position. Not animal eyes. They held a gleam of cold, malevolent intelligence. Maeve stifled a gasp, pressing herself flat against the ruin wall, pulling Ben closer. Jake remained frozen, aiming the revolver, waiting, not wasting one of his precious few shots until absolutely necessary. The eyes began to move, advancing slowly, silently, across the sand towards the ruins. They remained low, suggesting hunched, stalking forms hidden by the darkness. The scraping sound started again, faint but distinct, stone against stone, the sound of crude weapons being dragged or readied. The whispers intensified in Maeve's head, no longer seductive, but sharp, demanding, filled with ancient hatred and hunger. Intruders, defilers, pay the price. Blood for the rock, join the thirst. One pair of eyes detached itself from the surrounding darkness, resolving into a hunched, shadowy form that darted with unnatural speed towards the tied prospector. Before Jake could react, before the prospector could do more than let out a choked gurgle of terror, the form was upon him. There was a brief, frantic struggle, a sickening wet sound, and then silence. The whimpering stopped. The shadowy form remained crouched over the prospector's body for a moment, then melted back into the darkness, leaving only stillness and the spreading scent of fresh blood. They hadn't just come for Maeve, Jake, and Ben. They had come to eliminate all intruders, to reclaim their sacred ground, starting with the easiest prey. Maeve felt bile rise in her throat. She squeezed her eyes shut for a second, fighting for control. Opening them again, she saw Jake hadn't moved, hadn't wasted a shot on the sacrificed prisoner. His focus remained on the slowly advancing perimeter of glowing eyes. They were closer now, their forms still indistinct but suggesting something gaunt, elongated, disturbingly reminiscent of the figures in the ancient paintings. The eyes in the dark held them pinned, trapped, the horrifying silence broken only by the blood pounding in Maeve's ears and the relentless whispers promising oblivion. The Guardians had arrived. Judgment was upon them. Chapter 15. The Point of No Return. The darkness pulsed with menace, punctuated by the chillingly intelligent eyes that ringed their fragile sanctuary. The swift, brutal dispatch of the bound prospector served as a horrifying demonstration of the Guardians' lethal efficiency and cold purpose. They weren't mindless beasts. They were calculating hunters, executing a deliberate, patient strategy, tightening the noose around their remaining prey. The silence that followed the brief flurry of violence was more terrifying than any scream, thick with anticipation, heavy with the certainty of impending doom. Maeve pressed herself harder against the cold, crumbling stones of the ruin, her arm protectively around Ben's shoulders. He had lapsed back into unconsciousness, or perhaps a fear-induced stupor after the prospector's death cry. A small mercy she wouldn't have begrudged him, even if it left her feeling utterly alone in her terror. Her geological hammer felt like a child's toy against the unseen horrors gathering just beyond the shadows. The whispers in her head urged surrender, promising an end to the fear, a merging with the rock, oblivion disguised as peace. Join us. Become one. The thirst ends here. She fought against them, focusing fiercely on the small, tangible details, the rough texture of the stone beneath her fingers, the damp chill in the air, the ragged rhythm of her own breathing, anchoring herself to the terrifying present. Jake remained a statue of deadly intent near the ruin entrance, the prospector's revolver held steady, aimed into the darkness where the eyes watched and waited. He hadn't fired, hadn't reacted overtly to the prisoner's execution, conserving his limited ammunition, refusing to be baited. His stillness was absolute, yet Maeve could sense the coiled tension within him, the readiness to explode into action when the moment finally came. His profile, silhouetted against the faint starlight filtering down, looked impossibly grim, carved from the same ancient stone as the canyon itself. A man pushed to the absolute edge, defending the last bastion against encroaching chaos. The eyes continued their slow, inexorable advance. More appeared, materializing from the darkness until it seemed the entire perimeter of the ruins was lined with pairs of gleaming obsidian watchers. Their forms remained indistinct, wraith-like shadows clinging to the deeper gloom, but Maeve could occasionally glimpse movement. A gaunt limb, a hunched shoulder, the glint of something sharp being raised. The scraping sound returned, louder now, multi-voiced, the sound of crude weapons being dragged across the sand, a dry, rasping chorus that grated on the nerves, promising violence. Maeve realized with a sickening lurch that they weren't just being surrounded, they were being herded, subtly pressured back towards the deepest part of the ruins, away from the entrance, away from any potential escape route, including the hidden passage they'd used to enter the valley. The Guardians knew the terrain, knew the ruins, and were using the layout to their advantage, funneling their prey into a kill zone. "Jake," she breathed, her voice barely audible. "They're pushing us back." He gave a curt nod, never taking his eyes off the advancing threat. "See it." He shifted his stance slightly, angling himself to better cover the narrow space where Maeve and Ben huddled. "Stay low, keep him down." The whispers intensified again, swirling, confusing, trying to break her focus. Nowhere to run. Give in. The rock claims its own. Blood nourishes the thirst. Maeve squeezed her eyes shut, shaking her head, trying to clear the insidious voices. When she opened them again, one of the shadowy forms had detached itself from the perimeter and was darting forward with startling speed, heading directly towards Jake. Jake fired. The roar of the revolver was deafening in the enclosed valley, the muzzle flash a blinding white flare that momentarily illuminated the creature. Maeve caught a horrifying glimpse. Tall, emaciated, skin like stretched parchment over sharp bones, limbs unnaturally long, eyes burning with cold fire, clutching a gauny shard of crimson crystal like a dagger. It staggered back as the bullet hit, letting out a high-pitched, screeching hiss that scraped against Maeve's eardrums. But it didn't fall. It paused for only an instant, seemingly more surprised than injured, then lunged again. Jake fired his second shot. This time the creature stumbled, clutching its chest, the screech turning into a gurgling cough. It took a few more halting steps before collapsing onto the sand, twitching violently for a moment before lying still, dissolving rapidly back into an indistinct pool of shadow, as if its physical form were merely a temporary construct maintained by will or the crystal's power. 2 shots fired. 1 enemy down. How many remained? Dozens, it seemed, judging by the number of eyes still watching, undeterred, perhaps even encouraged by their fallen comrade. And Jake had only 1 bullet left in the prospector's gun. The remaining guardians didn't rush forward together. They continued their slow, patient advance, their eyes fixed on Jake, on Maeve, on Ben, the whispers rising in intensity, a psychic barrage accompanying the physical encroachment. They were testing Jake's defenses, gauging his remaining firepower, waiting for the opportune moment to overwhelm him. Jake backed up slowly, step by deliberate step, moving closer to Maeve and Ben, consolidating their position in the deepest recess of the ruins. He held the revolver ready, but didn't raise it again immediately, conserving that last precious shot. His knife was back in his hand, held low, ready. His breath came steadily, controlled, but Maeve could see the faint tremor in his knife hand, the sheen of sweat on his brow despite the night's chill. Even his legendary control was being pushed to its limit. Maeve looked frantically around their small corner of the ruins. Crumbling stone walls offered minimal cover. There was no back exit, no escape route. They were trapped. Ben remained blessedly unconscious, spared the immediate terror, but his dead weight made any sudden move impossible for Maeve. Her hammer felt useless against so many, against creatures that barely seemed to react to bullets. The whispers clawed at her mind again, stronger now, sensing her despair. Hopeless. End is here. Join the silence. The rock embraces all. She felt her resolve weakening, the sheer overwhelming nature of the threat crushing her spirit. What was the point of fighting? Surrender might be less painful. She closed her eyes, feeling a strange lethargy steal over her, a seductive pull towards the oblivion the whispers promised. "Maeve!" Jake's voice cut through the fog in her mind, sharp, urgent. "Stay with me. Don't listen." Her eyes snapped open. Jake was looking at her, his dark eyes boring into hers, demanding her attention, her focus. Seeing the raw fear, the edge of surrender in her eyes, his expression shifted. For a fleeting instant, the grim warrior facade cracked, revealing something else, a shared vulnerability, a desperate plea for connection in the face of annihilation. "Can't lose you too," he muttered, so low she barely heard him over the whispers and the scraping sounds outside. The words, unexpected, intensely personal, struck her with the force of a physical blow. It wasn't just pragmatic survival driving him, there was something more. Something fiercely protective directed specifically at her. The memory of the stolen moment, the spark between them, flared again, not as confusion now, but as a sudden, desperate anchor in the storm of fear. His words, his gaze jolted her back from the edge. She wouldn't surrender. She wouldn't let the canyon win, wouldn't succumb to the whispers. She gripped her hammer tighter, meeting his gaze, nodding almost imperceptibly. "I'm here. I'm with you." The unspoken communication seemed to steady him as well. He gave a curt nod, his focus returning entirely to the encroaching threat. The guardians were closer now, barely yards away, their shadowy forms beginning to take on more distinct shapes in the gloom. Gaunt, twisted parodies of humanity, armed with crude weapons of rock, bone, and glittering crystal shards. The air crackled with menace, thick with the stench of decay and the thrumming power of the crystals they wielded. One of the creatures, slightly larger than the others, detached itself and moved forward, not with a rush, but with a slow, deliberate pace, radiating an aura of ancient authority. It stopped just beyond the effective range of Jake's knife, its obsidian eyes fixed on him. It raised a long skeletal arm, pointing towards Ben. The whispers coalesced, focusing into a single chilling mental command directed clearly at Jake. "Give us the weak one. Sacrifice the broken vessel. Appease the thirst. We will let the others pass." Maeve felt the command resonate in her own mind, sickeningly clear. Sacrifice Ben? Offer him up to these horrors in exchange for their own lives? The thought was monstrous, unthinkable. She looked at Jake, her heart pounding, terrified of what his pragmatic survival instinct might dictate. This was the ultimate test of loyalty, of humanity, in the face of overwhelming power. Jake didn't react immediately. He stood frozen, his eyes locked with the leader creature's gaze. Maeve could almost feel the silent battle raging within him, the ancient knowledge of sacrifice, the Ute traditions perhaps, warring with the protective instincts he'd shown, with whatever fragile connection had formed between him and the outsiders he guided. The weight of generations, the burden of his heritage, the immediate horror of their situation, it all seemed to press down on him in that agonizing moment of decision. The leader creature tilted its head, the obsidian eyes gleaming, seemingly sensing Jake's internal conflict, pressing its advantage. The whispers intensified. A small price. Survival. Leave the canyon. Forget this place. Obey. Maeve couldn't bear the suspense, the horror of the choice being contemplated. "No, Jake," she cried out, her voice cracking. "We don't. We won't." Her cry seemed to break the spell. Jake flinched, his gaze snapping away from the creature towards her. He saw the horrified pleading in her eyes, the absolute rejection of the monstrous bargain. He looked down at Ben's still form, then back at the creature, his face hardening into an expression of pure, cold fury. He slowly shook his head, a small, decisive movement. He raised the revolver, aiming it squarely at the leader creature. The message was clear. No bargains, no sacrifices, defiance. The leader creature let out a low, guttural hiss, a sound of displeasure, of thwarted expectation. The obsidian eyes narrowed. It raised its arm again, and this time it didn't point. It gestured forward. An attack command. Instantly, the circle of eyes surged forward. Shadowy forms detached themselves from the darkness, rushing the ruins from all sides, screeching, hissing, brandishing their crude, crystal-tipped weapons. The air filled with the sounds of struggle, the clash of rock and bone, the desperate gasps of exertion. Jake met the first wave, firing his last bullet into the chest of a leaping creature, then resorting entirely to his knife, a whirlwind of desperate defense in the narrow space. He moved with incredible speed and brutality, dodging, weaving, slashing, stabbing, fighting with the ferocity of a cornered wolf, protecting the small space where Maeve and Ben huddled. Maeve watched in terrified awe. He was magnificent, terrifying, a force of nature unleashed. But he was outnumbered, drastically. Creatures swarmed him, their long limbs grabbing, their crystal shards flashing. He took cuts, bruises, blows that would have felled an ordinary man, but he kept fighting, roaring in defiance, driving them back momentarily with sheer ferocity. One creature, smaller and quicker than the others, slipped past Jake's defense, darting towards Maeve and the helpless Ben. Its eyes burned with cold fire, a jagged crystal knife raised high. Maeve reacted purely on instinct, shoving Ben further back, swinging her hammer wildly. She connected with the creature's arm, feeling bone crunch. It shrieked, dropping the crystal knife, but lunged forward, clawing at her face with its free hand, its touch unnaturally cold, burning like ice. Maeve screamed, grappling with the creature, its strength wiry and deceptively powerful. She felt sharp nails rake her cheek, felt its fetid breath on her face. She brought her knee up hard, connecting with its midsection. It grunted, doubling over momentarily, giving her an opening. She swung the hammer again, blindly, desperately, hitting its head with a sickening thud. The creature went limp, collapsing at her feet, dissolving into shadow even as it fell. She scrambled back, gasping for breath, blood trickling from the scratches on her cheek. She looked up to see Jake staggering, overwhelmed, creatures clinging to him, dragging him down. One raised a heavy stone club for a final blow. "Jake!" Maeve screamed his name, a raw sound torn from her throat. At the sound of her voice, Jake seemed to find a last reserve of strength. He roared, a primal sound of fury and defiance, and threw off the creatures clinging to him with a final, explosive effort. He lunged forward, grabbing the discarded crystal knife the creature Maeve had fought had dropped. Ignoring his own injuries, ignoring the swarming enemies, he charged towards the leader creature, which had remained aloof from the direct fighting, observing, directing. The leader creature screeched, raising its own crystal shard weapon, but Jake was too fast, too driven. He crashed into it, bearing it backwards, plunging the captured crystal knife deep into its shadowy chest. There was a blinding flash of crimson light, an ear-splitting psychic shriek that tore through Maeve's mind, and then silence. The attacking creatures froze, faltered, then seemed to dissipate, melting back into the shadows they had emerged from, their forms dissolving like smoke. The oppressive presence lifted, the whispers ceased abruptly, leaving only the echo of terror and the thrumming silence of the valley. Jake collapsed to his knees beside the fading form of the leader creature, gasping for breath, swaying with exhaustion and pain. The crystal knife lay on the sand beside him, its captured red light slowly dimming. Maeve rushed to his side, her own fear momentarily forgotten in a surge of overwhelming relief and concern. "Jake, are you hurt?" He looked up at her, his face pale beneath the blood and grime, his eyes dark with pain and a profound, soul-deep weariness. He managed a weak, grim smile. "Still breathing," he rasped. "Guess we passed the point of no return." He gestured vaguely towards the empty ruins, the fading patches of shadow where their attackers had been. "Made our choice. No going back now. Canyon knows where we stand." Maeve knelt beside him, instinctively reaching out to touch the gash on his temple, her fingers trembling. He flinched slightly at her touch, but didn't pull away. Their eyes met again, holding a raw, stripped-down honesty born of shared violence and survival against impossible odds. The point of no return. They had defied the canyon, refused its bloody bargain, and in doing so they had sealed their fate together, for better or worse, bound by the blood spilled and the choices made in the heart of the Crimson Labyrinth. The fragile connection forged in violence had solidified into something deeper, more dangerous, inescapable. Chapter 16. Jake's Burden. The silence that descended in the wake of the Guardian's retreat was more profound, more terrifying than the chaos it replaced. It was the silence of a battlefield after the fighting stops, thick with the stench of blood, the residue of terror, and the chilling awareness of mortality. The eerie, pale luminescence of the fungus clinging to the ruin walls seemed to pulse weakly, casting shifting, uncertain light on the scene. The still, shadowy forms where the Guardians had dissolved, the crumpled bodies of the prospectors, the dark stains soaking into the pale sand, and Jake, kneeling beside the fading light of the slain leader creature, gasping for breath, the embodiment of brutal survival. Maeve remained kneeling beside him, her own breath coming in ragged bursts, reactions setting in like a delayed tremor. Her muscles screamed from exertion and tension, the scratches on her cheeks stung sharply, and the handle of the geological hammer felt slick with sweat and something else. The visceral memory of impact against flesh and bone. She had taken a life, or at least contributed directly to ending one, even if it was the life of a creature born of nightmare. The realization settled heavily in her gut, a cold counterpoint to the fierce relief of survival. This canyon wasn't just testing her scientific resolve, it was stripping her bare, forcing confrontations with primal instincts she hadn't known she possessed. Jake pushed himself slowly, painfully to his feet, swaying for a moment before finding his balance. Blood still trickled from the gash on his temple, carving a path through the grime on his cheek. Other cuts, previously unnoticed in the frenzy, were visible now on his arms and hands, souvenirs from the Guardian's crude weapons. He looked utterly spent, yet his eyes, when they met Maeve's again, held a grim, unwavering determination. The point of no return. They had crossed it together. "We need to secure this place," he rasped, his voice hoarse. "They might come back." He scanned the perimeter, his gaze lingering on the dark mouth of the passage they'd entered from, then sweeping across the cliff tops rimming the hidden valley. "How?" Maeve asked, her voice barely a whisper. "What can we do?" Reinforcing crumbling walls seemed pitifully inadequate against creatures who could materialize from shadows and shrug off bullets. Jake didn't answer directly. He walked stiffly toward the bodies of the two prospectors he and Maeve had killed. With a grimace of distaste, but without hesitation, he began searching their pockets, their packs. Practicality overriding revulsion. He found little of use. A few more rounds of ammunition for the revolver, useless as they didn't match, some crumbling tobacco, a near-empty flask smelling of cheap whiskey, more dried rations they already knew were barely edible. He paused over the body of Silas, the first prospector he'd knifed. He retrieved his own knife, wiping it clean again with a slow, deliberate motion that made Maeve's stomach clench. Then his eyes fell on the crystal shard Silas had still been clutching when he fell. It lay near the man's outstretched hand, its crimson light completely extinguished now, looking like nothing more than a piece of sharp red rock. Jake nudged it with the toe of his boot, his expression unreadable, then deliberately looked away. He wouldn't touch it. He turned his attention back to Maeve, his gaze assessing her condition. "You're hurt," he stated, nodding towards the scratches on her cheek. "It's nothing," Maeve dismissed quickly, though they stung fiercely. "You're the one! Your head, your arms—" "Scratches," he countered, echoing her dismissal, though his looked deeper, angrier. He took a step closer, his eyes scanning her face again, lingering perhaps a fraction too long on the bloody marks. He reached into the pouch where he kept the crystal-tipped arrowheads and pulled out, not a weapon, but a small bundle of dried leaves. He crushed them briefly in his palm, releasing a pungent, faintly medicinal aroma, then gestured towards her cheek. "Hold still. Ute remedy. Stops bleeding. Stings like hell." Maeve hesitated, instinctively wanting to recoil from the intimacy of the gesture, from the reminder of his otherness, his connection to the very forces they fought. But the memory of his earlier touch, the intensity of his gaze during the fight, the undeniable fact that he had just saved her life, possibly at the cost of invoking the canyon's deepest wrath, overrode her hesitation. She nodded mutely, turning her face slightly towards him, bracing herself. His calloused fingers were surprisingly gentle as he pressed the crushed leaves against the bleeding scratches. It did sting, fiercely, making her gasp, but almost immediately the bleeding slowed, and a strange coolness followed the initial burn. He held the poultice there for a long moment, his thumb resting lightly against her jawline, his dark eyes fixed on hers. The silence stretched again, charged with the unspoken complexities between them. Shared trauma, desperate reliance, simmering mistrust, and that disturbing, undeniable spark of awareness. The world narrowed again to the few inches separating their faces. the scent of blood, herbs, and Jake's own dusty, masculine smell filling her senses. She could see the exhaustion etched around his eyes, the lines of pain tightening his mouth. She could feel the slight tremor in the hand holding the leaves against her cheek, a sign of the immense physical and perhaps spiritual toll the fight had taken. Beneath the stoic exterior, beneath the ruthless survivor, she glimpsed the burden he carried, the weight of knowledge, heritage, and impossible choices. "Why, Jake?" she whispered, the question escaping before she could censor it. "Why didn't you take their bargain? Sacrifice Ben. It might have saved us." His eyes darkened, a flicker of pain, or perhaps anger, crossing his face. He pressed the leaves harder for a second, making her wince, before his touch gentled again. "Some lines," he said, his voice low and rough, barely audible. "Some lines you don't cross, not even to survive." He paused, his gaze searching hers, as if seeking understanding, or perhaps absolution. "My grandfather, he taught me. Life is sacred, even broken life." He glanced towards Ben's still form, and bargains with the canyon. They always cost more than you think. His words resonated with a simple, profound conviction that cut through Maeve's scientific skepticism. It wasn't just pragmatism that drove him. It was a deeply ingrained moral code, perhaps rooted in the very Ute traditions he seemed both bound by and defiant of. He had chosen humanity over monstrous expediency, defiance over surrender, even when surrender might have seemed the logical path to survival. And in doing so, he had shouldered an even heavier burden, the full, focused enmity of the canyon and its guardians. He removed his hand slowly, the brief connection broken. The coolness lingered on her cheek where the leaves had been. He turned away, scrubbing his hand on his trousers as if wiping away more than just leaf fragments. "Check the boy again," he ordered gruffly, resuming his role as guide, putting distance between them once more. "I'll see to the dead." See to the dead. The phrase landed heavily. Maeve went back to Ben, her hands trembling slightly. His skin still felt hot, but perhaps marginally less so than before? Or was that just wishful thinking? His breathing seemed a little steadier, less ragged. She trickled more water onto his lips, murmuring reassurances. From the corner of her eye, she watched Jake. He dragged the bodies of the two prospectors he and Maeve had killed away from the immediate vicinity of their camp, moving them towards a deeper recess in the ruins, a place choked with thorny shrubs. He didn't treat them with reverence, but with a grim efficiency, removing immediate threats and perhaps preventing... what? Their reanimation? Their spirits joining the whispers? Maeve shuddered, pushing the thought away. He then dealt with the sacrificed prisoner, dragging that body to the same location. He didn't attempt burial. The ground was too hard, their energy too depleted. He simply moved the evidence of the night's carnage out of sight, a stark acknowledgement of their grim reality. When he returned, he looked even more exhausted, his movements stiffer. He sank down near the ruin entrance again, resuming his watch, but his posture lacked its earlier rigid alertness. He slumped slightly, leaning his head back against the cool stone, closing his eyes for a brief moment. The burden he carried seemed almost physically crushing him. Maeve hesitated, then gathered her courage. She poured a small amount of water into the tin cup. Walking over to him, she held it out. "You need this," she said softly. He opened his eyes, looking first at the cup, then up at her, surprise flickering in his gaze. He hadn't asked, wouldn't have asked. He hesitated, clearly torn between his own desperate need and the ingrained habit of prioritizing the group's dwindling resources. Prioritizing her and Ben. "Take it, Jake," Maeve insisted gently but firmly. "You need your strength. We need your strength." He finally took the cup, his fingers brushing hers, another fleeting contact that sent a tremor through her. He drank slowly, deliberately, rationing even his own sips, though his thirst was likely as profound as hers had been. He handed the cup back, his eyes meeting hers again, holding a silent acknowledgement, perhaps even gratitude. "Thanks," he rasped. Maeve returned to Ben's side, but the small exchange had shifted something. It was a mutual offering, a recognition of shared need, a crack in the walls of mistrust and suspicion. He had revealed a glimpse of his code. She had offered care without demand. As the first true rays of dawn slanted into the hidden valley, painting the tops of the cliffs a brilliant gold that contrasted sharply with the blood-stained shadows below, Ben stirred again. This time his eyes opened with a glimmer of returning consciousness, not just fevered confusion. He looked around weakly, his gaze falling on Maeve. "Miss Collins?" he whispered, his voice weak but recognizably his own. "What happened?" Relief washed over Maeve, so strong it brought tears to her eyes. "Ben, you're awake," she quickly explained, omitting the most gruesome details, but conveying the attack, the fight, Jake's defense. Ben listened, his expression shifting from confusion to dawning horror as he processed the information. His gaze flickered towards Jake, who still sat watch, seemingly oblivious. The fear, the suspicion, was still there in Ben's eyes, but it was mixed now with something else, a dawning understanding of the debt he owed the guide he distrusted. He fought them? For us? Ben whispered, incredulous. Even after the bargain? Maeve nodded. He refused. He saved us, Ben. Ben fell silent, absorbing this, wrestling with his conflicting emotions. The fever seemed to have broken slightly, leaving him weak but lucid, able to comprehend the impossible situation they were in, the sacrifices made, the dangers still surrounding them. Jake rose stiffly and came over, kneeling to check Ben himself. He felt Ben's forehead, looked into his eyes, his touch clinical now, professional. "Fever's down a bit," he pronounced gruffly. "Still weak, need food, rest." He glanced around the valley, his gaze hard. "But we can't rest here for long." "The Guardians," Maeve began. "Might be back," Jake finished grimly. "Or maybe killing their leader bought us time. Maybe they only hunt at night. Too many maybes." He stood up, scanning the cliffs again. "We leave as soon as he nodded towards Ben. "Can sit a horse without falling off." "Leave where?" Maeve asked. "Back through the passage?" The thought of navigating that claustrophobic darkness again, knowing what waited in the main canyon, was terrifying. Jake shook his head. "Passage is a bottleneck. Too easy to get trapped if they come after us." He pointed towards the far end of the hidden valley, beyond the ruins where the cliff face seemed solid, unbroken. "There's another way, supposedly." "Another Ute passage?" Maeve asked, skepticism warring with desperate hope. "Not a passage," Jake corrected. "A climb, a crack in the rock face. Leads up, out of the canyon system altogether, onto the high plateau." He paused, his expression grim. "It's dangerous, steep, exposed. Grandfather warned me. Said the spirits of the heights guard it fiercely. Said it demands a price." Another price. Everything in this cursed place seemed to demand a price. Maeve looked at the sheer cliff face, then at Ben, barely conscious, then at Jake, wounded and exhausted but resolute. A dangerous climb, guarded by spirits, carrying a sick man, low on water and food, potentially pursued by vengeful guardians. It sounded impossible, suicidal. Yet it was a way out, not just deeper into the maze, but potentially free of the canyon's grasp altogether. It was a gamble, perhaps their last, most desperate one. "Can we do it?" she asked, the question directed as much at herself as at Jake. Jake met her gaze, his dark eyes holding no easy reassurance, only the stark truth of their situation. "We got no other choice," he said flatly. "It's the climb, or we wait here for the end." The point of no return had led them here, to this final desperate choice, trusting Jake's knowledge of ancient, dangerous paths, relying on his strength, facing the spirits of the heights, all while carrying the burden of their injured companion and the weight of the blood already spilled. Jake's burden wasn't just his heritage or his knowledge, It was the responsibility for their lives, a responsibility he had accepted when he defied the Guardians. And now, Maeve realized, it was her burden too. The burden of command, the burden of choice, the burden of trusting the enigmatic man beside her as they faced the impossible climb towards a freedom that might demand the ultimate price. Chapter 17. The Canyon's Heart. The decision once made settled over the small valley with the weight of finality. The climb, the dangerous, spirit-guarded ascent out of the Crimson Labyrinth. It felt less like a choice and more like the only remaining move in a deadly game where the rules were unknown and the opponent held all the advantages. Hope mingled uneasily with terror, hope for escape. Terror of the price Jake mentioned, the price the spirits of the heights might demand. Preparations began immediately, driven by a grim, shared urgency. There was no time for rest, no opportunity to fully recover from the night's horrors. Every shadow, every gust of wind felt like a potential precursor to the Guardian's return. While Maeve tended to Ben, forcing more water and a few bites of crushed biscuit into him, trying to bolster his meager strength for the ordeal ahead, Jake moved with methodical intensity, preparing for the ascent. He stripped their supplies down to the barest essentials. Water was paramount, every drop carefully conserved in their canteens. The remaining food, jerky, biscuits, the salvaged prospector rations, was consolidated into the lightest packs. Bedrolls, spare clothing, Maeve's geological samples, save for the single unsettling piece she kept tucked away. Even the dead men's weapons beyond the knife and the empty revolver, all deemed too heavy, too cumbersome for the climb, were abandoned amongst the ruins. They would travel light, fast, relying on endurance and Jake's knowledge. The horses presented the biggest problem. They couldn't make the climb. Jake examined them carefully, his expression softening slightly as he ran a hand down his bay mare's neck. These animals had carried them faithfully, braved the canyon's terrors alongside them. Leaving them felt like another betrayal, another necessary sacrifice demanded by this relentless place. "Can't take 'em," he stated flatly, though Maeve saw the regret in his eyes. "Best we can do is turn 'em loose. Give 'em a chance." He opened the entrance to the hidden passage they'd arrived through. Maybe they'll find their way back out, or maybe... He shrugged, the implication clear. Maybe the canyon or its guardians would claim them too. He removed their saddles and bridles, leaving only simple rope halters. He gave each horse a final long drink from the dwindling rainwater pools, then slapped their rumps, sending them trotting nervously towards the dark opening of the passage, back towards the main canyon. Maeve watched them go, her heart aching. They looked vulnerable, confused, abandoned. Another loss, another severing of ties to the world outside. Ben, propped against the ruin wall, watched the horses disappear, his eyes filled with a quiet sadness. He was weak, pale, still feverish, but the lucidity remained. He seemed to understand the gravity of their situation, the impossible task ahead. He looked from the empty passage entrance to the sheer cliff face Jake had indicated as their escape route, then to Jake himself. The earlier suspicion was still there, but tempered now by a reluctant dependence, a shared understanding of their desperate plight. With the horses gone, the silence in the valley felt even more profound, more isolating. Only the three of them remained, tiny, fragile figures dwarfed by the immense indifference of the ancient rock. The bound prospector had fallen silent hours ago, either succumbing to his untreated wound or lapsing into unconsciousness. Jake checked him once, briefly, then left him. Another life abandoned to the canyon's judgment. Jake slung the lightest pack onto his own back, handing another, smaller one to Maeve. He carried the coiled rope he'd salvaged, and his knife was sharp and ready at his belt. Maeve secured her hammer, its familiar weight a small reassurance. She helped Ben to his feet. He swayed dangerously, leaning heavily on her, his breathing shallow. "Ready?" Jake asked, his gaze sweeping over them, assessing their fitness for the ordeal. Maeve met his eyes, forcing strength into her voice. "Ready." Ben managed a weak nod. Jake led them towards the far end of the valley, towards the sheer cliff face that offered their only escape. As they drew closer, Maeve could see what he meant by a crack. It wasn't a passage, not even a chimney, but a series of narrow, near-vertical fissures, ledges barely wide enough for a foothold, ascending the towering wall of red rock like a jagged scar. It looked less like a path and more like a geological fault line, a place where the mountain had fractured, offering a perilous, grudging route to the heights. Wind whistled down from above, carrying the scent of altitude, of pine, of a different world. "This is it?" Maeve breathed, staring upwards, her stomach twisting with vertigo. It looked impossible. "The serpent's tooth," Jake said, his voice low, using what sounded like another Ute name. "Grandfather said it bites climbers who show fear or disrespect." He looked up, his expression unreadable, scanning the dizzying ascent. "Stay close to the rock. Test every hold. Don't look down." Standard climbing advice, yet coming from Jake here, it felt weighted with deeper meaning, hinting at spiritual as well as physical dangers. The climb began. Jake went first, moving with a fluid, practiced grace that belied his exhaustion and injuries. He seemed born to the rock, finding handholds and footholds that were almost invisible to Maeve, testing each one carefully before trusting his weight. He secured the rope around his waist, letting the rest trail down for them. Maeve followed, her heart pounding, trying to mimic his movements, forcing herself to focus only on the few feet of rock directly in front of her. The stone was rough, abrasive against her palms, but offered surprisingly good friction. Still, the ledges were narrow, the drop below terrifying whenever she risked a glance. The wind tugged at her clothes, threatening to pluck her from the cliff face. She climbed mechanically, driven by adrenaline and the sheer will to survive, pushing down the rising panic, the urge to freeze, to give up. The hardest part was Ben. He was too weak to climb effectively on his own. Jake would climb a section, secure the rope, then brace himself while Maeve, below Ben, helped push and guide him upwards, Jake hauling on the rope, taking most of his weight. It was agonizingly slow, brutally exhausting work. Ben, despite his weakness, tried his best, his face grimacing with effort and pain, his hands scrabbling for holds. He frequently slipped, his weight coming fully onto the rope, eliciting pained gasps from him and strained grunts from Jake above. Maeve's muscles burned, her lungs ached, her hands grew raw, sweat stung her eyes, mingling with the grime and the faint residue of blood from her scratched cheek. Every upward foot felt like a victory hard-won against gravity, against exhaustion, against the canyon's relentless attempt to hold them within its grasp. As they climbed higher, the hidden valley shrank below them, the ruins looking like scattered pebbles, the dark stains of blood fading into the red sand. The perspective shifted, the scale becoming even more overwhelming. They were tiny insects crawling up an immense, indifferent face of ancient stone. Yet with height came a sliver of hope. The air grew thinner, cleaner, carrying the scent of pine from the plateau above. The oppressive hum of the crystals seemed to fade slightly, though Maeve couldn't be sure if it was distance or just her own senses dulling with fatigue. They stopped periodically on wider ledges to rest, gulping precious sips of water, sharing fragments of jerky. During one such pause, perched precariously hundreds of feet above the valley floor, Maeve looked out across the canyon system spreading below them like a vast, intricate wound in the earth. Ribbons of red rock twisted and turned, plunging into shadowed depths, rising to jagged peaks. From this height, she could see the overall structure, the geological forces that had shaped it, but she could also feel its presence, its brooding consciousness, more acutely than ever. It felt like they were climbing out of the belly of some immense sleeping beast, and it was aware of their escape, watching, waiting. Ben, leaning heavily against the rock face, his eyes closed, started muttering again, his delirium returning with exhaustion. Red eyes, watching, always watching, the heart beats. "Easy, Ben," Maeve soothed, placing a hand on his arm. His skin still felt too warm. "The heart?" Jake asked sharply. turning from his contemplation of the route above. What heart? Ben's eyes fluttered open, unfocused. Down there, he mumbled, gesturing vaguely towards the deepest, most shadowed part of the canyon visible from their perch, where the rocks bleed. The first crystal, it beats, calls them. He lapsed back into silence, his breathing shallow. Jake stared down into the canyon depths, his expression intent, disturbed. The heart of the canyon, he murmured, almost to himself. Grandfather spoke of it. The first stone, the source. He looked back towards the hidden valley below, then towards the main canyon. That wall, where Holloway... He trailed off, understanding dawning in his eyes. That wasn't the source, just an artery. The heart is deeper. Maeve felt a chill despite the exertion. The source crystal, beating like a heart, calling to the guardians, perhaps even powering them. It sounded like pure madness, yet it resonated with the humming energy she felt, with the focused intelligence behind the whispers, behind the guardians' attack. Was the canyon itself alive, centered around a literal geological heart of pulsing crystal? A nexus of the strange energy Albright had theorized about, amplified to terrifying levels? Is it possible, Jake? She asked, her scientific mind grappling with the implications. A massive crystal formation deep within the Earth, affected by geothermal pressures, tectonic shifts. Could it generate rhythmic energy pulses, like a heartbeat? Could that energy influence perception, attract certain minerals, or even life forms? Jake looked at her, his expression a mixture of his ingrained skepticism towards her science and his deep respect for the ancient knowledge Ben's delirious words seemed to echo. Don't know about pressures and tectonics, he said slowly, but I know the people believe the canyon has a spirit, a hungry one, maybe the first crystal. Maybe that's where the spirit sleeps, or wakes. He looked down into the depths again, a profound unease settling over his features, and maybe it knows we're climbing out. The thought was terrifying, that their escape wasn't just a struggle against rock and gravity, but against the conscious will of the canyon itself, centered in a heart deep below. Every gust of wind, every loose stone suddenly felt potentially deliberate, aimed. They pushed onward, the revelation lending a new desperate urgency to their climb. The sun beat down, reflecting off the rock face, draining their strength. Their water was running perilously low. Maeve's hands were raw, bleeding now, her muscles trembling uncontrollably. Ben was barely conscious, mostly dead weight on the rope, his survival dependent entirely on Jake's dwindling strength and Maeve's ability to guide his limbs. Jake seemed to operate on pure will, his face a mask of exhaustion, the cut on his temple oozing slightly, his movements slower but still precise. He never complained, never hesitated, his focus absolute on reaching the top. Maeve drew strength from his resilience, pushing herself beyond limits she hadn't known she possessed. They moved in a grim, silent rhythm. Climb, secure, haul, rest, repeat. Bound together by the rope, by shared desperation, by the unspoken understanding that faltering meant death for them all. As they neared the top of the cliff face, the rock grew smoother, more weathered, offering fewer holds. The final 50 feet looked almost sheer, a final, brutal test. Jake paused, examining the rock face, searching for a viable route. He looked utterly spent, swaying slightly on the narrow ledge. Almost there, he rasped, his voice barely audible over the wind whistling around the rim. Hardest part. He started the final ascent, moving with agonizing slowness, testing each hold with extreme care. Maeve watched, her heart in her throat, praying he wouldn't slip, praying his strength would hold. He disappeared over a slight bulge in the rock, out of her sight for several long, terrifying minutes. She could hear him grunting with effort above, the scrape of his boots on stone. Then silence. "Jake?" she called out, her voice thin, carried away by the wind. No answer. Panic seized her. Had he fallen? Had the spirits of the heights claimed their price? "Jake!" she screamed, desperation lending her voice strength. Then the rope tightened from above. A moment later, Jake's face appeared over the ledge, pale, strained, but triumphant. "Secure!" he called down. "Come on, almost home!" Relief flooded Maeve, so intense it left her weak. She looked at Ben, slumped against the rock. "We're going to make it, Ben," she whispered, though he likely didn't hear. With Jake hauling from above and Maeve pushing and guiding from below, they began the final agonizing struggle to get Ben up the last section. It was the hardest part yet. Ben was unresponsive, dead weight. Maeve's arms felt like lead. Her raw hands screamed with pain. Twice Ben slipped, his full weight coming onto the rope, threatening to pull Jake from his precarious perch above. But Jake held firm, his muscles straining, groaning with the effort, refusing to let go. Finally, inch by agonizing inch, they reached the top. Jake hauled Ben the last few feet onto the relative safety of the plateau rim, collapsing beside him, utterly spent. Maeve scrambled the last few feet herself, driven by the last dregs of adrenaline, and collapsed onto the blessedly flat, solid ground, gasping for breath. Tears of exhaustion, relief, and pain streaming down her face. They had made it. They were out of the crimson depths, out of the labyrinth. Below them, the canyon yawned, vast, shadowed, silent. Above them stretched the high plateau bathed in the golden light of late afternoon, dotted with sparse pines and wind-swept grasses, under a vast open sky. It felt like another world. But as Maeve lay there, catching her breath, looking back down into the shadowed immensity they had escaped, she felt a profound sense of unease linger. They had climbed out of the canyon's physical embrace, but had they truly escaped its influence? The whispers were gone. The oppressive hum faded, but the memory remained, etched into her mind, her soul. And Ben's words echoed. The heart beats, calls them. Had they simply climbed away from an artery, leaving the monstrous heart of the canyon still beating deep below, aware of their escape, perhaps already plotting its revenge or sending its influence out into the wider world they sought to rejoin? The victory felt fragile, temporary, tainted by the knowledge of the darkness that festered alive and hungry in the canyon's heart. Chapter 18. Mirrors of Madness. The air on the high plateau tasted different, thin, sharp, carrying the clean scent of pine needles and dry earth, untainted by the mineral tang and underlying decay of the canyon depths. The vast open sky stretching to an endless horizon painted with the gentle hues of approaching sunset felt like a physical release after the claustrophobic confinement of the crimson walls. They had escaped, physically, at least. They lay sprawled on the rocky ground near the rim, gasping for breath, muscles screaming in protest, hands raw and bleeding, utterly spent but undeniably alive, bathed in the golden light of a world they had feared they would never see again. Maeve pushed herself slowly into a sitting position, every muscle groaning. She looked back towards the canyon edge, towards the jagged scar of the serpent's tooth path they had somehow conquered. The canyon yawned below, an immense shadowed chasm cutting through the earth, its depths already filling with the purple haze of twilight. It looked deceptively peaceful from this height, its terrifying power masked by distance. Yet knowing what lay within, the crystal wall, the ruins saturated with crimson shards, the blood-stained ledge, the memory of the guardian's eyes, the terrifying concept of its beating heart, Maeve felt no triumph, only a profound, bone-deep weariness and a lingering, icy dread. They had climbed out, but the canyon felt like a part of her now, an infection in her soul. Beside her, Jake lay flat on his back, eyes closed, his chest rising and falling with deep, ragged breaths. The gash on his temple had stopped bleeding, but looked angry and swollen. Dried blood crusted his arms and clothes. He had pushed himself beyond endurance, hauling Ben, leading the way, battling the guardians, confronting the canyon's deepest horrors, all while carrying the weight of his knowledge and the burden of their survival. Seeing him so utterly depleted, stripped of his usual stoic control, underscored the magnitude of their ordeal and the incredible reserves of strength he possessed. Ben lay nearby, still unconscious, but his breathing seemed calmer, less strained than it had been during the climb. His face, though pale and gaunt, had lost the burning flush of high fever. Maeve crawled over to him, placing a hand on his forehead. Cooler. Definitely cooler. The climb, the change in altitude and air, perhaps simply escaping the valley's direct influence. Whatever the reason, the fever seemed to be receding, a small mercy, a fragile flicker of hope in the vast wilderness. Hope, however, was quickly tempered by reality. Maeve looked around the plateau. It stretched before them, a vast arid expanse dotted with stunted pines, hardy grasses, and weathered rock formations. There was no sign of civilization, no road, no ranch, no smoke plume on the horizon, just miles upon miles of high desert wilderness under the immense sky. They had escaped the canyon, but they were still lost, stranded, with barely any water, minimal food, and one member of their party incapacitated. Their ordeal was far from over. It had merely changed location. Jake eventually stirred, pushing himself up with a pained grunt. He sat for a moment, head bowed, gathering his strength, then slowly got to his feet, swaying slightly. His eyes, dark-rimmed with exhaustion, scanned the plateau with the ingrained vigilance of a survivor. "Need water," he rasped, his voice rough. "Shelter for the night." He looked towards the setting sun, calculating the remaining daylight. "Can't stay here by the rim. Too exposed." Maeve nodded, forcing her own aching body to cooperate. "Help me with Ben." Together, they managed to get Ben sitting up, then leaning heavily between them. He was groggy, disoriented, but conscious enough to weakly try and move his legs. Supporting most of his weight, they half-carried, half-dragged him away from the canyon rim, heading towards a cluster of larger rocks and sparse pine trees several hundred yards inland that offered the only semblance of potential shelter. The short distance felt like miles. Every step was an agony for Maeve's raw hands and screaming muscles. Jake moved stiffly, favoring one side, clearly nursing injuries sustained in the fight that went beyond the visible cuts. Ben stumbled frequently, his weight a leaden burden. By the time they reached the cluster of pines, collapsing in their meager shade, the sun was touching the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant, fleeting strokes of orange, pink, and gold, colors that seemed almost too beautiful, too peaceful, for the harsh reality of their situation. While Maeve tried to make Ben comfortable, Jake scouted the immediate area. He returned minutes later, his expression grim, but holding a sliver of relief. "Found water," he announced. "Small seep under those rocks." He gestured towards a jumble of boulders nearby. "Not much, but cleaner than the canyon's offerings. No." He paused, searching for the right word. "No markings." The relief was palpable. Clean water, untainted. Maeve felt tears prick her eyes again, tears of pure, unadulterated gratitude for such a simple, essential thing. Jake took the canteens and went to fill them, moving slowly but deliberately. Maeve focused on Ben. He was more lucid now, able to sip water on his own, though still incredibly weak. He looked around the plateau, his eyes wide with a mixture of relief and lingering fear. We made it out?" he asked, his voice barely a croak. "We made it out, Ben," Maeve confirmed, managing a weak smile. His gaze shifted towards the direction of the canyon, invisible now behind the rise of the land. He shuddered. The eyes, the whispers. Was it real, Miss Collins? Or was I just delirious? Maeve hesitated. How could she explain? How could she reconcile the horrors they had witnessed with the rational world Ben and she herself had come from? "It was real, Ben," she said softly, choosing honesty over potentially comforting lies. "The canyon, it has dangers we don't understand, things beyond geology." Ben absorbed this, his young face paling further. He looked towards Jake, who was returning with the blessedly full canteens. The complex mix of fear, distrust, and dawning respect was evident in his expression. "And him?" Ben whispered. nodding towards Jake. "Is he—" "He got us out, Ben," Maeve interrupted gently but firmly, cutting off the returning suspicion. "He fought for us. He refused their bargain." Whatever else Jake was, whatever burdens he carried or secrets he kept, his actions had spoken louder than any lingering doubt. Loyalty, hard-earned and desperately needed, began to tentatively mend the fracture between them. Jake distributed the water, ensuring Ben drank first, then Maeve, taking only a small amount himself despite his obvious need. He then gathered dry pine needles and twigs, using his flint and steel, a tool Maeve hadn't seen him use since their first night out of Redemption Creek, to coax a tiny, cautious fire into life as darkness fully descended. The small flames offered a surprising amount of comfort, pushing back the immense darkness of the plateau, the familiar scent of wood smoke, a comforting link to a normality that felt worlds away. It was a risk, announcing their presence, but perhaps a necessary one for warmth and morale. They huddled around the small fire, sharing the last of the jerky and biscuits. The silence stretched, broken only by the crackle of the flames and the sigh of the wind in the pines. The horrors of the canyon felt both distant and terrifyingly close, lurking just beyond the fragile circle of firelight. Maeve found herself watching Jake again. He sat staring into the flames, his usual mask of stoicism softened by exhaustion, by the flickering firelight. The gash on his temple looked raw. His face was bruised, his knuckles skinned. He looked battered, weary, human. Yet there was still an intensity in his gaze, a depth that hinted at the unseen burdens he carried. "Jake," Maeve began tentatively, needing to understand, needing to bridge the gap his silence often created. "Those creatures, the guardians, what were they? Were they spirits, men?" He continued staring into the fire for a long moment, as if debating whether to answer, whether she could comprehend. Finally he spoke, his voice low, rough. "Maybe both, or neither." He shifted, poking at the fire with a stick. "Grandfather told stories, said long ago, before the Ute, before anyone remembers, the old ones lived in the canyon. They found the crystals, learned their power, used them." He paused, his expression darkening. "But the power, it came with the thirst. It warped them, changed them, made them hungry." "So the guardians are the old ones, twisted by the crystals?" Maeve asked, trying to fit his words into some kind of framework. Jake shrugged, a gesture of uncertainty. "Maybe. Or maybe they're just echoes. Shadows left behind, given form by the canyon's heart, fueled by the crystals, drawn to intruders, protectors of a place that poisons everything it touches." He looked up, his eyes meeting hers across the firelight, holding a deep, ancient sadness. "Some stories say the first Utes who came here tried to cleanse the canyon, fought the shadows, failed, learned instead to avoid it, respect its boundaries, warn others away." He poked the fire again. "My mother, she broke tradition, loved an outsider, left her people partly, but she never forgot the warnings. She tried to teach me." He trailed off, his gaze distant, lost in memory. Maeve listened, captivated, horrified. His words painted a picture not just of a geological anomaly, but of a place steeped in generations of suffering, madness, and dark power. A place that actively resisted intrusion, defended by monstrous echoes of its first victims, fueled by a heart of malevolent crystal. And Jake, caught between his mother's heritage and his father's world, carried the weight of this knowledge, this history. His burden wasn't just guiding them, it was navigating the treacherous currents of his own identity, tied inextricably to the cursed canyon. "And the arrowheads?" Maeve prompted gently. "The crystal tips? Maybe tools the old ones used," Jake speculated grimly. "Or maybe the canyon arms its guardians directly, grows the weapons right out of the rock." He shook his head. "Don't know. Only know they're real and deadly." He fell silent again, retreating behind his wall, leaving Maeve to grapple with the terrifying implications. The lines between science and superstition blurred completely. Was it energy fields or hungry spirits? Psychoactive minerals or a conscious, malevolent entity? Perhaps, she thought with a shiver, it was both. Perhaps the canyon's unique geology, the crystal's strange energy, created a perfect breeding ground for psychic phenomena, for the imprinting of strong emotions, for the manifestation of fears and desires. Perhaps the spirits and guardians were psychic echoes, given form and intent by the canyon's heart, interacting with susceptible minds, driving them to madness, a terrifying synergy of geology and psychology. She looked at Ben, sleeping fitfully nearby. Had his weakened state, his fever, made him more susceptible, allowing him to perceive the whispers, the guardian's presence, more acutely. And Holloway, had his greed, his inherent thirst, made him an easy target for the crystal's seductive call. And what about herself? She thought of the whispers she'd heard, the pull towards the crystals, the disturbing flash of connection with Jake. Were these signs that the canyon's influence had taken root in her too? Had drinking the marked water opened a door? Was the thirst finding her own hidden hungers? For recognition, for control, perhaps even for the dangerous allure of the man sitting across the fire from her? The thought was deeply unsettling. She felt contaminated, changed by her time in the canyon, unsure of where its influence ended and her own thoughts began. She glanced at Jake again. He met her gaze, his expression unreadable in the flickering light. Did he sense the change in her? Did he carry the same taint? His heritage might offer some protection, some understanding, but he wasn't immune. He'd admitted the bargains cost too much. He'd shown fear, exhaustion. He too was vulnerable. As if sensing her thoughts, he spoke again, his voice low. "The canyon, it shows you yourself," he said quietly. "Strips away the excuses, holds up a mirror, forces you to see what you really are, what you really want." He paused, his gaze intense. "Sometimes, you don't like the reflection." Mirrors of madness. Was that the canyon's ultimate power? Not just inducing thirst or manifesting guardians, but reflecting the darkness already present within the human heart, amplifying it, twisting it, until it consumed the host? Holloway's greed, the prospector's violent desires, Ben's fear, her own complicated mix of ambition and unexpected vulnerability. Had the canyon simply shown them distorted reflections of their own inner landscapes? The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows that seemed to writhe like the guardians at the edge of their vision. The vast silence of the plateau pressed in, emphasizing their isolation, their fragility. They had escaped the physical canyon, but its psychological tendrils still held them captive. They carried the mirrors of madness within themselves, haunted by the reflections they had seen, unsure if they could ever truly wash away the crimson stain. The climb had brought them out, but the journey back to sanity, back to themselves, felt like the steepest, most treacherous ascent of all. Chapter 19. A Dangerous Attraction. The small fire provided a fragile anchor in the immense darkness of the high plateau. Beyond its flickering circle, the wilderness stretched vast and indifferent, the silence broken only by the sighing wind and the distant cry of some nocturnal animal. Inside the circle, another kind of silence reigned, heavy with unspoken fears, shared trauma, and the raw, unsettling truths the canyon had forced upon them. Jake's words, "It holds up a mirror, forces you to see what you really are," echoed in Maeve's mind, refusing to be dismissed. She sat huddled in her blanket, ostensibly watching over Ben, but her awareness was acutely tuned to Jake, sitting across the small fire. He was tending to the gash on his temple, carefully cleaning it with precious water and applying another poultice of crushed leaves from his seemingly inexhaustible supply. His movements were slow, deliberate, betraying the deep weariness that etched lines around his eyes and mouth. Yet even in exhaustion, he retained an air of coiled readiness, the instincts of a survivor honed sharp by a lifetime navigating dangers both seen and unseen. Ben slept, his breathing deeper now, the unnatural heat lessened. The immediate crisis of the fever seemed to have passed, leaving behind a profound weakness but also a fragile lucidity when he occasionally stirred. He was alive, thanks largely to Jake's refusal of the Guardian's horrific bargain and his strength on the climb. The knowledge sat uneasily between Maeve and Jake, an unspoken debt, a shared act of defiance that had bound them together in ways that felt both necessary and perilous. Maeve found her gaze drawn repeatedly to Jake. The firelight cast flickering shadows across his high cheekbones, highlighting the sharp line of his jaw, the grim set of his mouth. Blood and grime couldn't entirely mask the inherent strength, the stark, weathered attractiveness of his features. It was a rugged beauty, born of hardship, resilience, and a deep, quiet connection to the harsh land that had shaped him. Watching him tend to his wounds, his focus absolute, his movements economical, she felt that disturbing flicker of awareness again. The unwanted, undeniable pull she had felt before, now amplified by shared danger and the raw vulnerability stripped bare by the canyon. It was madness. He was her guide, an employee, a man from a different world, burdened by secrets and potentially tainted by the very forces they had barely escaped. He was taciturn, potentially dangerous, his loyalties still not entirely clear despite his recent actions. He represented everything her rational, scientific mind should have held at arm's length, yet the canyon's mirror had shown her something else within herself, a susceptibility, a hunger that went beyond scientific curiosity or ambition, a hunger for the certainty he embodied, for the competence that felt like the only solid thing in this chaotic, terrifying landscape, a hunger, perhaps, simply for the intense, focused attention she saw in his eyes during those fleeting moments when his guard slipped. He finished tending his temple and looked up, his eyes meeting hers across the flames. The intensity was back, that unnerving ability to see past her carefully constructed defenses. Had he sensed her watching him? Did he know the turmoil within her, the dangerous attraction she fought to suppress? His expression remained unreadable, yet she felt exposed, vulnerable under his gaze. "You should rest," he said, his voice low, rough. "I'll keep watch." "You need rest too, Jake," Maeve countered softly. "You're injured, exhausted." A ghost of a smile touched his lips, gone as quickly as it appeared. "Part of the job, used to going without." He shifted, settling his back against a smooth boulder, his gaze sweeping the darkness beyond the firelight. Vigilance was ingrained, automatic. Maeve hesitated, then made a decision. She couldn't sleep anyway, her mind buzzing with adrenaline, fear, and confusing emotions. "I'll watch with you," she offered. "2 pairs of eyes are better than one, even tired ones." He looked surprised, studying her face for a moment as if gauging her sincerity, her capability. He seemed about to refuse, to insist on taking the burden alone, but then gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "All right," he conceded. "Wake me if... anything." He didn't elaborate on what anything might entail. He didn't need to. She moved slightly, shifting her position so she could watch the opposite side of their small camp, leaning her back against another rock near Ben. The small adjustment brought her marginally closer to Jake, increasing the subtle tension, the charged awareness between them. They sat in silence for a long time, 2 solitary figures guarding a fragile flame against the immense darkness, listening to the wind, to Ben's steady breathing, to the unseen rustlings of the plateau night. The silence, unlike the oppressive quiet of the canyon, felt different here, vast, clean, yet still holding a latent wildness. It allowed space for thought, for reflection, but Maeve found her thoughts circling inevitably back to the canyon, to Jake, to the reflection she had glimpsed in the canyon's mirror. What did she really want? Escape? Survival? Yes. Scientific understanding? That felt almost laughably naive now, overshadowed by the sheer, terrifying reality of the canyon's power. Recognition? Ambition? Those desires seemed petty, insignificant compared to the primal struggle for life itself. What remained was something rawer, less defined, a yearning for connection in the face of overwhelming isolation, a desperate grasp for strength in the presence of crippling fear? Or was it simpler, more elemental, a dangerous attraction to the man who represented both salvation and the terrifying mysteries of the place they had escaped? "Your grandfather," Maeve began quietly, breaking the silence, needing to understand the man beside her, the source of his resilience, his burdens. "He taught you a lot about the canyon, about surviving." Jake didn't answer immediately, his gaze fixed on the darkness. Then he spoke, his voice softer than usual, reflective. "He taught me respect," he corrected gently. "Respect for the land, for the spirits, those you see and those you don't. Said the canyon demands it. Take more than you need. Show fear. Spill blood carelessly. It notices. It remembers." He paused. Said the biggest danger ain't the rock slides or the thirst. It's letting the canyon's hunger become your own. His words resonated deeply with Maeve's own fears about the thirst taking root within her. Did he tell you how to fight it? The hunger? The whispers? Jake shifted, turning his head slightly towards her, his eyes shadowed by the firelight. He said, "You gotta know your own heart, know what's true inside you. The whispers, they feed on lies, on fear, on secrets." He looked away again, back towards the darkness, a troubled expression settling on his face. Easier said than done. The implication was clear. He fought his own battles against the canyon's influence, wrestled with his own fears, perhaps harbored his own secrets. He wasn't immune, just more practiced, more aware of the insidious nature of the enemy. His strength wasn't in vulnerability. It was hard-won resistance, a constant, exhausting vigilance against the darkness without and perhaps within. This glimpse of his vulnerability, his admission of struggle, paradoxically made him seem less dangerous, more human. It chipped away at Maeve's suspicion, fostering a fragile empathy. They were both survivors, both marked by the canyon, both grappling with its psychological residue. "Those paintings," Maeve said, thinking back to the terrifying images in the hidden passage. "The figures, like you, caught in the middle." He nodded grimly, understanding her unspoken question. "My mother's people. The Ute. They weren't the old ones. They came later. Found the canyon already. Sick. Some tried to fight the Guardians, same as those prospectors tried to fight us. Got caught in the crossfire." He sighed, a heavy sound. "Others maybe made bargains. Became entangled. Became watchers. Themselves, maybe. Hard to know where the legends end and the truth begins." His voice held the weight of generations caught in the canyon's tragic history. "My burden, I guess, knowing the stories, walking between worlds, belongs fully to neither." Maeve felt a pang of compassion. His isolation wasn't just physical, it was cultural, spiritual. He carried the knowledge, the warnings, the tragedies of both his Ute ancestors and the white intruders, belonging fully to neither tradition, trusted completely by neither side. No wonder he kept his thoughts locked up tight, his face a mask. His heritage was both a shield and a cage. "You don't walk alone now, Jake," Maeve said softly, the words surprising her with their quiet conviction. We're in this together. We survived together." He turned his head fully towards her then, his dark eyes searching hers intently in the firelight. The air crackled with unspoken emotion, with the residue of the stolen moment, with the raw honesty of their shared ordeal. He saw not just the geologist, the determined scientist, but the woman who had fought beside him, who had faced her fear, who had perhaps glimpsed the darkness within herself and hadn't completely succumbed. "Yeah," he breathed, his voice rough. "Together." He leaned forward slightly, drawn by an invisible current. Maeve didn't pull back. The space between them diminished, filled with the crackling energy of the fire and a different, more dangerous kind of heat. His gaze dropped again to her lips, lingered there for a heart-stopping moment. Maeve's breath caught in her throat. Her mind screamed warnings, inappropriate, dangerous, foolish. But her body, her heart, battered and weary and starved for connection, leaned imperceptibly closer. This was madness. A different kind of madness than the crystal fever, perhaps, but just as perilous. An attraction born of trauma, proximity, and the stark, stripped-down realities of survival. It had no future, no place in the rational world she hoped to return to. Yet here, now, under the vast, indifferent stars, beside the dying embers of their fire, it felt like the only real thing left. His hand came up, hesitant this time, not to tend a wound, but tracing the line of her jaw, his callous thumb brushing against her lower lip with surprising gentleness. Maeve shivered, not from cold, but from the electric shock of his touch. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the moment, to the dangerous, undeniable pull between them. He leaned closer still, his breath warm against her cheek, smelling faintly of wood smoke and desperation. She could feel the heat radiating from him, the coiled strength held barely in check. He was going to kiss her, and she was going to let him, perhaps even wanted him to. The realization was both terrifying and exhilarating, but before his lips could meet hers, a sound tore through the night. Not a whisper, not a scrape, but a sharp, distinct crack, like a dry twig snapping underfoot, coming from the darkness just beyond the firelight, near where Ben lay sleeping. Jake reacted instantly, pulling back, shoving Maeve behind him as he spun, knife flashing into his hand, revolver snatched up, his body instantly transforming back into the wary protector, the lethal survivor. The fragile intimacy shattered, replaced by heart-stopping tension. They stared into the darkness, listening, every sense straining. Had the Guardians returned? Had some other predator approached their camp, drawn by the fire or the scent of blood? Silence. Only the wind sighing in the pines. Had they imagined it? Nerves frayed by exhaustion and fear? Then a low groan came from the spot where Ben lay. Not a groan of delirium this time, but a groan of pain, sharp and clear. Jake moved cautiously towards Ben, Maeve close behind him, hammer raised again. They peered down at the sleeping figure. Ben was shifting restlessly, his face contorted in pain even in sleep. His hand instinctively went to his injured wrist, the one sprained in the fall days earlier. The bandage Jake had fashioned looked intact, undisturbed. "What is it?" Maeve whispered. "His wrist?" Jake knelt closer, examining Ben in the dim firelight. He gently touched the splinted wrist. Ben cried out, a sharp intake of breath, arching his back slightly, though his eyes remained closed. Jake frowned, his gaze sharpening. He carefully began to unwind the bandage. As the final layers came away, both he and Maeve gasped in horrified unison. The skin around Ben's wrist, beneath where the splint had been tightest, was inflamed, angry red. But worse, embedded deep within the swollen flesh, almost obscured by pus and dried blood, were tiny glittering flecks of deep, unmistakable crimson. Crystal shards. Somehow, impossibly, fragments of the canyon's malevolent heart had found their way into Ben's bloodstream, perhaps through the scrapes he sustained in the fall, migrating, festering, embedding themselves deep within him while the fever masked the localized pain. He hadn't escaped the canyon's touch after all. He carried its poison, its potential madness, literally under his skin, pulsing close to his veins. The dangerous attraction Maeve had felt towards Jake moments before felt trivial, foolish, compared to this horrifying, intimate invasion. The canyon hadn't let them go. It had merely sent a part of itself with them, a ticking time bomb nestled in the flesh of their weakest member. Chapter 20. Shattered Illusions. The sight of the crimson flecks embedded in Ben's inflamed wrist shattered the fragile peace of the plateau night, replacing it with a cold, visceral horror that felt sickeningly familiar. The canyon hadn't been left behind. Its insidious touch, its corrupting power, had traveled with them, hidden within the flesh of their companion. The escape felt like a lie, the open sky a mocking illusion of freedom. They were still prisoners, bound to the canyon's influence by these tiny, glittering shards of malice. Maeve stared, momentarily paralyzed by the discovery. Her scientific mind raced, trying to rationalize. Contamination from the fall? Embedded rock dust? But the way the flecks glittered, the angry inflammation surrounding them, the timing coinciding with Ben's delirium and Jake's talk of the thirst taking root, it pointed to something far more sinister than simple grit. It looked like an invasion, a seeding, the canyon literally implanting its essence into its victim. Ben moaned again, shifting restlessly, his subconscious registering the pain now that the fever had slightly receded. The inflammation was significant, the skin stretched taut and shiny, radiating heat. Infection was clearly setting in, but Maeve feared it was more than just a simple infection. It felt like a physical manifestation of the canyon's curse, a crystallization of the madness within. Jake swore softly, viciously, under his breath, his face grim. He gently probed the area around the embedded shards with a calloused finger, his touch surprisingly deft. Ben cried out sharply, his eyes flying open, wide with pain and dawning, terrified comprehension as he looked down at his wrist. What is that?" he choked out, staring at the glittering red specks embedded in his swollen flesh. "Is it the crystals?" "Easy, Ben," Jake said, his voice low and steady, though his eyes held a deep concern. "Looks like some fragments got in there when you fell, got infected." He kept his explanation carefully neutral, avoiding the more terrifying implications, likely for Ben's sake as much as their own. But Ben wasn't entirely fooled. He had heard the whispers, seen the guardians, felt the canyon's oppressive power. He looked from his wrist to Jake, then to Maeve, his eyes filled with dawning horror. "In me?" he whispered, his voice trembling. Like Holloway? Will I?" He couldn't finish the sentence, his face crumpling in terror. "No," Maeve said, quickly, firmly, kneeling beside him, trying to project a confidence she absolutely did not feel. "It's not the same, Ben. We found it early. It's an infection. We can treat it." "Treat it with what? Crushed leaves and willpower?" Her reassurance sounded hollow even to her own ears. Jake met Maeve's gaze over Ben's head. His eyes conveyed the grim truth. This was far more serious than a simple infection. Those shards, pulsing faintly even now, embedded near veins, represented a direct conduit for the canyon's influence, a potential catalyst for the same madness that had consumed Holloway and the prospectors. Ben was carrying a piece of the canyon's heart within him. "We need to get them out," Jake stated flatly, his voice devoid of its earlier hesitation. Decision made, action required. Now, before the infection spreads deeper, before— he didn't need to finish the sentence, before the crystals took root, physically and psychically. Getting them out. The prospect was daunting. The shards looked deeply embedded, surrounded by swollen, inflamed tissue. Probing for them with unsterilized tools under primitive conditions risked causing more damage, spreading the infection, perhaps even pushing the fragments deeper, closer to the bone, the bloodstream. Yet leaving them festering there felt like condemning Ben to a horrifying fate. Maeve thought frantically. Her geological hammer was useless. Jake's knife? Too large, too crude for such delicate work. She searched her memory, her scant remaining supplies. In her satchel, amongst her rock samples and notebooks, was a small kit containing finer tools, tweezers, a sturdy needle intended for cleaning fossil matrix, a small, sharp scalpel blade she sometimes used for precise sample trimming. Minimal, inadequate, but better than nothing. "I have some tools," she said, scrambling to retrieve her satchel. "Tweezers, a needle, maybe a small blade. We'd need to sterilize them." "Fire," Jake said immediately, nodding towards the dying embers of their small campfire. He began adding more pine needles and twigs, coaxing the flames back to life, creating a hotter, cleaner blaze. While Jake heated the tips of Maeve's tweezers and needle in the flames until they glowed red, a crude but necessary form of sterilization, Maeve tried to prepare Ben. She cleaned the area around his wrist as best she could with their precious remaining water and another strip of cloth. Ben watched her movements, his face pale, his eyes wide with apprehension, but he seemed resolute now, understanding the necessity, however terrifying. "It's going to hurt, Ben," Maeve warned gently. "A lot. Try to stay still." Ben nodded mutely, clenching his jaw, his good hand gripping the edge of the blanket until his knuckles turned white. Jake brought the tools, the metal still shimmering with heat. He handed the tweezers to Maeve, his gaze steady, questioning. "You sure?" Maeve took a deep breath, trying to quell the trembling in her own hands. She had dissected rocks, cleaned fossils, but living flesh? Especially under these conditions, with Ben's life, perhaps his sanity, hanging in the balance? She felt utterly unqualified, terrified of making things worse. But looking at Jake's grim face, at Ben's trusting, fearful eyes, she knew there was no alternative. She was the one with the finer motor skills, the steadier hand, at least usually. Jake, for all his strength and competence, was a man of broader strokes, of knives and wilderness survival, not delicate extraction. "I'll do it," she said, her voice firmer than she felt. "Hold him steady, Jake, and keep that fire hot. We might need to cauterize if it bleeds too much." The word cauterize tasted like ash in her mouth. Jake nodded curtly. He positioned himself beside Ben, placing firm but gentle hands on Ben's shoulders to keep him still. He met Ben's eyes. "Bite down on this," he said, offering Ben a folded piece of leather from his own belt. "Don't watch." Ben took the leather between his teeth, squeezed his eyes shut, and nodded, bracing himself. Maeve took another steadying breath, picked up the sterilized tweezers, and bent over Ben's wrist. The heat from the recently fired metal felt intense near her fingers. Up close, the embedded crystal shards glittered malevolently amidst the swollen, angry flesh. Pus oozed sluggishly around them. She chose the largest, most accessible shard first. Carefully, trying to ignore Ben's sharp intake of breath as the metal touched his inflamed skin, she probed the edge of the crystal, trying to get a grip. The shard was embedded deeper than it looked, held fast by the swollen tissue. Maeve gently worked the tweezer tips around it, her movements precise, focused, blocking out everything but the task at hand. The texture of the skin, the resistance of the foreign body, the faint, disturbing pulse she could almost feel emanating from the crystal itself. Ben groaned, his body tensing, muffled sounds of agony coming from behind the leather gag. Jake held him firm, murmuring low words of encouragement or distraction. Finally, Maeve felt the tweezers grip the edge of the shard. She pulled slowly, steadily. There was resistance, then a sickening, tearing sensation as the crystal came free, bringing with it strands of tissue and a gush of dark, unhealthy-looking blood mixed with pus. Ben cried out, a sharp, muffled sound, his body arching slightly despite Jake's restraint. Maeve quickly dropped the extracted shard onto a clean rock beside her. It glittered darkly, obscenely beautiful, and pressed a wad of cloth against the bleeding wound. Her hands were shaking uncontrollably now. One down. How many more? There were at least 5 or 6 visible flecks, possibly more hidden deeper. "Keep steady, Ben," Jake urged, his voice tight. "Almost there." Maeve took another deep breath, steadied her hands, picked up the tweezers again. She moved to the next shard, repeating the agonizing process. Probe, gripper, pull. Each extraction was accompanied by Ben's muffled cries, by the welling of blood and pus, by the sight of those malevolent crimson fragments coming free from his flesh. It felt like she was pulling teeth from the canyon itself, extracting its poison one agonizing piece at a time. The whispers seemed to return faintly, swirling at the edge of her hearing, mocking her efforts, telling her it was useless, that the taint was already too deep, that Ben was already lost to the rock's embrace. Too late. Part of us now. Thirst grows. She gritted her teeth, refusing to listen, focusing entirely on the meticulous, gruesome task. Jake remained a steady presence beside her, holding Ben, murmuring encouragement, occasionally wiping sweat from Ben's brow or Maeve's own. His proximity, his shared focus in this intimate, terrifying procedure, forged a strange bond between them, overriding the lingering awkwardness of the almost kiss. They were partners now, united by necessity, by the shared responsibility for Ben's life. After what felt like an eternity, Maeve extracted the last visible shard. Ben was limp now, barely conscious, his face deathly pale, slick with sweat, the leather gag stained with blood where he'd bitten through his lip. The wound on his wrist was raw, bleeding sluggishly but blessedly free of the glittering red fragments. "Got them," Maeve breathed, slumping back, utterly drained, her hands aching, her stomach churning. "All the ones I could see." Jake immediately took the heated needle from the fire. Without hesitation, he pressed the glowing tip briefly against the worst of the bleeding points in the wound. Ben convulsed weakly, a single, sharp cry escaping him, and the acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air. Maeve looked away, feeling sick. Cauterization. Brutal but necessary to stop the bleeding, to seal the wound against further infection in this environment. When it was done, Jake quickly applied a thick poultice of the crushed antiseptic leaves over the raw wound, binding it tightly with cleaner strips of cloth salvaged from their dwindling supplies. Ben seemed to lapse back into unconsciousness, his breathing shallow but regular. Maeve stared at the small pile of extracted crystal shards glittering on the rock. They seemed to pulse faintly with residual energy, tiny fragments of concentrated malice. What should they do with them? Bury them? Throw them back into the canyon? Destroy them? Could they even be destroyed? Jake seemed to read her thoughts. He carefully scooped the shards up, not touching them directly but using 2 flat stones, and carried them away from the campsite, towards the canyon rim. Maeve watched as he hurled them one by one back into the immense chasm below, returning them to the source, rejecting their power. It felt like a symbolic act of defiance, a refusal to carry the canyon's taint any further than they had to. He returned to the fireside, sinking down wearily, the adrenaline finally leaving him, revealing the true depth of his exhaustion. He looked from Ben's still form to Maeve, his expression clouded. Think we got it all?" Maeve asked, needing reassurance. Jake shook his head slowly, his gaze troubled. "Got the fragments, but the influence, the thirst?" He looked down at his own hands, then met Maeve's eyes. "It gets inside you, not just through the skin, listening to the whispers, seeing the things we saw, touching that rock back at the wall." He didn't mention the arrowheads he carried or the potential effect of the marked water they had all consumed. "We're all carrying pieces of it now, geologist. In here." He tapped his temple lightly. "Question is, can we climb out of that?" His words shattered the fragile illusion of escape, the momentary relief of having treated Ben's physical wound. The true battle wasn't just against the canyon's physical dangers or its monstrous guardians. It was an internal one, against the insidious psychological infection, the mirrors of madness it held up. They had escaped the labyrinth of rock, but the labyrinth of the mind, seeded with doubt, fear, and the memory of the crystal's seductive power, remained. Had they truly removed the poison from Ben? Or just the visible symptoms? And what poisons did she and Jake now carry, hidden deep within, waiting for a moment of weakness to fester and bloom into the same madness they had fought so desperately to survive? The plateau felt less like freedom and more like a different kind of prison, haunted by the ghosts of the canyon and the terrifying reflections within themselves. The point of no return wasn't just a physical location, it was a state of being, forever marked by the Crimson Curse. Chapter 21. Against the Crimson Tide. Dawn broke over the high plateau not with gentle pastels, but with a stark, unforgiving clarity. The vast expanse of rock, sand, and sparse vegetation stretched endlessly in all directions, dwarfing the 3 small figures huddled near the dying embers of their fire. The air was thin, cold, and carried the clean, sharp scent of pine, a world away from the cloying, mineral-laced atmosphere of the canyon depths they had escaped. Yet the escape felt incomplete, the freedom illusory. The shadow of Crimson Canyon stretched long and cold behind them, an invisible stain on the landscape, an undeniable presence in their minds. Maeve shivered, pulling her worn blanket tighter. Sleep had been fleeting, fractured by the memory of the Guardian's eyes, the sound of Ben's pained groans during the impromptu surgery, the echo of Jake's words about the canyon's mirror. She felt scraped raw, physically and emotionally, adrift in a wilderness far larger, if perhaps less overtly malevolent than the one below. Looking across the fire at Jake, who was already awake, silently checking the meager remnants of their supplies, she felt the familiar, unsettling mix of reliance and apprehension. The almost kiss, the raw vulnerability she'd glimpsed in him, the dangerous attraction. It all felt like a fever dream from another life. Yet the memory lingered, a charged undercurrent beneath the grim surface of their reality. Jake moved with the stiff deliberateness of profound exhaustion. The bruises on his face were darker this morning, the cut on his temple scabbed over but still raw-looking. He portioned out their remaining water, barely enough for half a canteen each, and a few crumbs of biscuit. The stark reality of their dwindling resources was unavoidable. They needed to find more water, find shelter, find help soon. Ben was awake, propped against a rock, his face pale and drawn but his eyes clear, lucid. The angry inflammation around his wrist seemed slightly less virulent this morning, though the cauterized wounds looked brutal in the harsh light. He sipped his water ration slowly, gratefully, his gaze occasionally flickering towards Jake with a complex expression Maeve couldn't quite decipher. Gratitude, fear, awe, confusion all seemed to mingle there. The shared ordeal, Jake's defense of him, had clearly shaken Ben's earlier certainty, forcing him to confront the simplistic categories he might have previously assigned to the enigmatic guide. "How's the wrist?" Jake asked Ben, his voice gruff, avoiding eye contact as he repacked their minimal gear. "Hurts," Ben admitted quietly. "But better, I think. Thank you, both of you." The gratitude sounded genuine, hard-won. Jake just grunted in acknowledgement, offering no false reassurance. He scanned the horizon, his eyes narrowed against the rising sun. "We move east," he declared, "towards the lower slopes. Better chance of finding springs, maybe settlers, ranches." He didn't sound optimistic. This high plateau was sparsely populated, mostly uncharted territory known for its harsh conditions. The trek began. It was grueling from the start. The plateau wasn't flat, but a series of rolling hills, rocky outcrops, and shallow, dry washes. The sun climbed quickly, beating down relentlessly, reflecting off the pale rock and sand, sucking the moisture from their bodies. There was little shade, only the occasional stunted pine offering meager respite. Ben, though lucid, was incredibly weak. He leaned heavily on Maeve, stumbling frequently, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Progress was agonizingly slow. Maeve's own body screamed in protest. Her hands, raw from the climb, throbbed with every contact. Her muscles ached with a fatigue so deep it felt cellular. Yet seeing Ben struggle, remembering the horrors they had faced, she found reserves she hadn't known she possessed, half supporting him, whispering words of encouragement, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. Jake ranged slightly ahead, scouting the terrain, searching for water, for any sign of passage. He moved with a stoic endurance that amazed Maeve, though she could see the effort it cost him, the way he occasionally faltered, the lines of pain etched deeper around his eyes. He seemed to be running on pure will, driven by the burden of responsibility he carried for them. He rarely spoke, conserving his energy, his senses stretched taut, constantly scanning, listening. The vastness of the plateau was both liberating and terrifying. After the claustrophobia of the canyon, the wide-open space felt like freedom, but it also emphasized their isolation, their insignificance. They were tiny specks in an immense, indifferent landscape. There were no landmarks, no clear paths, only the relentless sameness of rock, sand, and sun. Doubts began to creep into Maeve's mind. Did Jake truly know where he was going? Or were they just wandering deeper into the wilderness, trading one prison for another? She pushed the thought away, focusing instead on the immediate task. Supporting Ben, watching the ground, conserving her strength. Yet the canyon's influence lingered, subtle but persistent. Sometimes a trick of the light on a distant rock formation would momentarily resemble one of the Guardian's hunched forms, making her heart leap into her throat. Sometimes the sigh of the wind through the sparse pines would sound unnervingly like the whispers she'd heard in the ruins, making her clap her hands instinctively to her ears before realizing it was just the wind. Were these just tricks of a traumatized mind, or echoes of the canyon's power reaching even here? She noticed Jake sometimes pause abruptly, tilting his head as if listening to something she couldn't hear, his eyes scanning the horizon with a renewed intensity. Was he hearing the whispers too? Or was he simply attuned to the natural sounds of the plateau, listening for water, for game, for danger? His silence, his unreadable expressions, fueled her uncertainty. The memory of the almost kiss intruded frequently, unwelcome yet persistent. She would find herself remembering the feel of his calloused thumb against her lip, the intensity in his eyes, the heat radiating from him. Each time she would flush, pushing the memory away, chiding herself for such foolish, dangerous thoughts. Yet the shared intimacy of their struggle, the raw honesty forced upon them by survival, had forged a connection that defied easy dismissal. He was more than just a guide now. He was a partner in trauma, a fellow survivor, a man whose complexities both frightened and intrigued her. The attraction felt less like a fleeting impulse and more like a dangerous current running beneath the surface of their interactions, threatening to pull her under. Midday found them huddled in the scant shade of a rocky outcrop, utterly spent, their water nearly gone. The sun beat down mercilessly. Ben had lapsed back into a feverish doze, his breathing shallow. Maeve felt dizzy, nauseous from heat and exhaustion. Even Jake looked near his limit, his face gray beneath its tan, his movements sluggish. Despair began to settle over Maeve like a physical weight. They weren't going to make it. They would die out here, under the vast, indifferent sky, just another cautionary tale whispered around frontier campfires. "Need water," Jake stated unnecessarily, his voice raspy. He pushed himself to his feet, swaying slightly. "Stay here, with him." He started walking slowly, determinedly, towards a series of low hills to the north, his figure shimmering in the heat haze. Maeve watched him go, a knot of fear tightening in her chest. Letting him go off alone felt wrong, dangerous, but she couldn't leave Ben, and Jake was their only hope of finding water. She could only wait, pray, and fight against the encroaching despair. She focused on Ben, bathing his face with the last few drops from her canteen, murmuring his name, trying to keep him tethered to consciousness. Time stretched, marked only by the slow crawl of the sun across the sky, the buzz of insects, the pounding of her own pulse. Jake was gone for what felt like an eternity. Had he collapsed? Gotten lost? Been taken by some plateau predator? Or worse, had the canyon's influence finally overwhelmed him out there alone? Just as she was succumbing to the darkest possibilities, she saw him returning, stumbling slightly but moving with renewed purpose. He was carrying his canteen, and slung over his shoulder was a rabbit. Small, scrawny, but undeniably fresh game. And his canteen sloshed when he walked. "Water," he announced, his voice rough but triumphant, as he reached their meager camp. "Found a small spring, hidden, barely a trickle but clean." He offered her the canteen. Maeve drank, the cool, clean water tasting like life itself. She gave some to Ben, who roused enough to swallow greedily. Jake drank last, deeply this time. He then set about skinning and cleaning the rabbit with practiced efficiency, using his knife with economical precision. Soon, small pieces of meat were roasting over a tiny, smokeless fire Jake built with expert care, using dry twigs shielded by rocks. The smell of roasting meat, the availability of water, the simple act of preparing food, it felt like a return to a semblance of normality, a powerful antidote to despair. They ate the rabbit slowly, savoring every tough, stringy bite. It wasn't much, but it was sustenance, fuel for their depleted bodies. Even Ben managed to chew and swallow a few small pieces, color returning faintly to his cheeks. As they ate in silence, the earlier tension between Maeve and Jake seemed to ease slightly, replaced by a quiet camaraderie born of shared relief. He had provided, found water and food when all seemed lost. Her reliance on him felt less like a weakness and more like a necessary partnership. After the meager meal, while Ben rested, drifting into what seemed like a more natural sleep, Maeve found herself needing to address the unspoken. "Jake," she began tentatively, watching him clean his knife by the fire. "About last night, before the attack." She faltered, unsure how to phrase it. He didn't look up immediately, his focus intent on the blade. Then, slowly, he raised his eyes to hers. The intensity was there, but softened now, perhaps by exhaustion, perhaps by the shared meal, the momentary reprieve. "Yeah?" "That moment," she struggled for words. "It was the canyon? The stress? Or—" He stopped cleaning the knife, holding it still. He looked at her for a long moment, his gaze searching, assessing. Then he sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of unspoken history. "The canyon. It brings things to the surface," he admitted, his voice low. "Fear, hunger, truth." He paused, meeting her eyes directly. Maybe it wasn't just the canyon, Maeve." The quiet admission hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. He wasn't denying it. He wasn't blaming the canyon entirely. He was acknowledging the spark, the connection, the dangerous attraction that simmered beneath the surface, independent of the cursed place they had fled. Maeve's heart hammered against her ribs. His honesty, his vulnerability in that moment was more disarming than any defense or denial would have been. It threw her own carefully constructed walls into disarray. She didn't know how to respond, what to say. The attraction was real, acknowledged. Dangerous. Where did they go from here? Before she could find her voice, Jake looked away, his mask of stoicism sliding partially back into place, though a new awareness lingered in his eyes. "Don't mean nothin'," he said gruffly, resuming his knife cleaning with perhaps more force than necessary. "Got enough trouble without adding that." He cleared his throat. "Need to focus. Getting you and the boy out." He was right, of course. Their situation was too precarious, the stakes too high for personal complications. Survival had to be the only priority. Yet his acknowledgement, his tacit confirmation that the attraction wasn't one-sided, had changed something irrevocably. The air between them felt different now, charged with a new layer of complexity, a shared secret held close in the vast wilderness. They rested near the spring for the remainder of the afternoon, refilling their canteens, allowing Ben to regain some strength, letting their own battered bodies recover slightly. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon again, casting long shadows across the plateau, Jake climbed a nearby rise to scout their surroundings one last time before nightfall. Maeve watched him go, her thoughts turbulent. He returned minutes later, moving quickly, his expression urgent. "Maeve, come look!" She hurried to join him, scrambling up the rocky slope. He pointed towards the east, towards the vast expanse where the plateau gradually sloped downwards. Far in the distance, almost lost in the hazy twilight, was a faint flickering light, too steady, too yellow to be a star or heat lightning. "A lamp?" Maeve breathed, hope surging, fierce and painful. "A settlement? A ranch?" "Maybe," Jake said cautiously, his eyes narrowed, studying the distant light. "Or maybe just a lone campfire." He paused, then pointed slightly to the north of the light. "But look there." Maeve followed his gesture. At first, she saw nothing but the darkening landscape. Then she caught it. Another light, much fainter, intermittent, appearing and disappearing behind the rolling terrain, and further north still, another faint flicker. Not steady lights like the first one, but moving lights, irregular, scattered. "What are they?" she whispered, a chill tracing its way down her spine despite the hope ignited by the first light. Jake didn't answer for a moment, his face grim in the fading light. "Don't know," he said finally, his voice tight. "But they're moving fast. And they're spread out like searchers." He met her gaze, his eyes dark with renewed urgency. "Or trackers." Trackers. The word landed like a physical blow. Were the guardians or other agents of the canyon still pursuing them, even out here? Or was it something else entirely? Another unknown danger converging on the single point of hope, represented by that distant, steady light. They had run against the crimson tide of the canyon's influence, only to find themselves potentially caught between an unknown destination and an unseen pursuit. The brief reprieve was over. The plateau held its own threats, its own terrifying unknowns. Chapter 22. Sacrifice at Sunrise. The distant lights, one steady beacon of hope, the others scattered, moving, menacing, hung in the vast twilight, transforming the plateau from a place of potential escape into a landscape fraught with converging unknowns. Trackers? Searchers? Settlers? Or something else entirely, drawn by forces they couldn't comprehend? The ambiguity was almost worse than the known horrors of the canyon. "We need to reach that light," Maeve stated, her voice tight with urgency, her gaze fixed on the steady yellow glow to the east. "The steady one. Before those others, whoever they are, get there or find us." Jake nodded grimly, his eyes still scanning the moving lights to the north, calculating distances, angles, risks. "It's miles off. At least half a night's travel, maybe more. Going slow with him." He glanced back towards their camp, towards Ben, who was now sitting up, watching them with wide, apprehensive eyes, clearly sensing the renewed tension. "And traveling at night on this terrain? Easy to break a leg, lose our way. Plus, whatever's out there," he gestured towards the moving lights, "might see our movement easier than we see theirs." "But staying here?" Maeve countered. The thought of waiting for the moving lights to potentially converge on them, or for dawn to reveal them exposed and vulnerable, was unbearable. "We're sitting targets." "Maybe," Jake conceded. He scrubbed a hand over his face, the weariness and the weight of decision heavy on him. "Or maybe those moving lights ain't looking for us at all. Maybe they pass us by in the dark. Reaching that steady light, that's our best chance. Ranch house, maybe. Prospector's claim shack. Someone who can help. Getting there exhausted, maybe injured from a night march, might be worse than waiting for dawn." He was right. The risks of traveling at night, especially with Ben's weakness, were immense. But the fear of the unknown pursuers, the feeling of being hunted again, clawed at Maeve's nerves. She looked at the distant, steady light, a tiny pinprick of promise in the overwhelming darkness. It represented civilization, safety, an end to this nightmare. The urge to push towards it, regardless of the risk, was overpowering. "Jake," she began, wanting to argue, to insist. But he held up a hand, cutting her off gently. "We rest," Hein decided, his voice firm, leaving no room for debate this time. "Just till moonrise. Gives us a few hours, gives Ben a chance. Then we move. Use the moon to see the worst of the ground. We push hard. Try to reach that light before midday tomorrow." He met her gaze, his eyes holding a mixture of command and reassurance. "It's the smartest play, Maeve, not the fastest, but the smartest." Maeve swallowed her impatience, her fear. He was right. His logic, honed by a lifetime of survival, was sounder than her desperation. Rushing blindly could get them killed just as surely as waiting passively. She nodded reluctantly. "All right, moonrise." They returned to the meager camp. Jake explained the plan to Ben, who accepted it with quiet resignation, clearly understanding his own limitations. They forced themselves to eat the last of the roasted rabbit, cold now and even less appealing, and drank sparingly from their canteens, conserving the precious water Jake had found. Then they settled down to wait, enveloped by the immense silence and darkness of the high plateau. Maeve tried to rest, closing her eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. Her mind raced, picturing the moving lights, imagining shadowy figures sweeping across the plateau, listening for any sound beyond the wind. The memory of the guardian's eyes, the whispers, the blood on the rocks. It all felt terrifyingly close, threatening to spill out from the canyon's depths onto this exposed plain. She found herself watching Jake again. He sat slightly apart, ostensibly resting, leaning back against a rock. But she knew he wasn't asleep. His stillness wasn't relaxation. It was the focused quiet of a predator, listening, sensing, waiting. The burden he carried seemed palpable in the darkness, a heavy cloak of responsibility, knowledge, and perhaps regret. Maeve felt a wave of empathy, a connection forged in shared terror and reluctant trust, that warred constantly with the lingering suspicion, the memory of his secrets, the undeniable otherness that clung to him. This dangerous attraction, acknowledged but unresolved, simmered beneath the surface, a confusing counterpoint to their desperate fight for survival. Moonrise came slowly, reluctantly, a pale sliver ascending over the eastern horizon, casting long, skeletal shadows across the landscape. The plateau transformed into a monochrome world of silver and black, shapes distorted, distances deceptive. The steady light to the east seemed brighter now, a clear beacon. The moving lights to the north were still visible, perhaps slightly closer, still spread out, their pattern erratic, unpredictable. "Time to go," Jake said quietly, rising stiffly to his feet. They helped Ben up. He seemed marginally stronger after the few hours of rest, able to walk with support, though still unsteady. Jake took the lead, navigating by the stars, by the distant light, by an instinct Maeve couldn't fathom, moving cautiously but purposefully across the moonlit terrain. Maeve walked beside Ben, supporting him, her eyes constantly scanning the shadows, her ears straining against the wind. The night march was surreal, dreamlike. The moon painted the world in shades of gray, making familiar rocks look like crouching beasts, familiar bushes like lurking figures. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. The silence felt vast, watchful. Maeve's fatigue battled with adrenaline, creating a strange, hyper-aware state where exhaustion threatened to pull her under, even as fear kept her senses screamingly alert. They moved slowly, painfully slowly, stopping frequently for Ben to rest. Hours passed. The moon climbed higher, bathing the plateau in its cold, impartial light. The steady beacon to the east grew marginally closer, but still seemed impossibly far away. The moving lights to the north also seemed to shift, perhaps angling slightly towards the same eastern destination, though it was hard to be certain. As the first hint of pre-dawn gray began to dilute the darkness in the east, they reached the edge of a shallow, wide basin. The steady light was much closer now, clearly visible at the far side of the basin, a single lamp burning in the window of a small, dark structure. A cabin, rough-hewn, isolated, but undeniably a sign of human habitation. Hope surged, fierce and desperate. But as they paused at the rim of the basin, Jake held up a hand, his body tense. He pointed not towards the cabin, but towards the north rim of the same basin. The moving lights, they were much closer now, clearer. Not lanterns, Maeve realized with a jolt of fear. Torches, crude, flickering torches, held aloft by dark figures moving rapidly along the basin rim, converging towards the cabin from the north. And silhouetted against the first pale light of dawn, Maeve could just make out their forms, gaunt, hunched, moving with an unsettling, jerky speed. Not human searchers, guardians, or more prospectors consumed by the crystal fever, drawn perhaps by the same light that offered Maeve and Jake hope. They saw the light too, Jake breathed, his voice tight with grim certainty. Or they sensed life, warmth. He looked towards the cabin, then back at the converging figures, then at Maeve and Ben. Decision time again, immediate and brutal. Can't outrun them to the cabin, not with Ben. Maeve's heart plummeted. So close, so agonizingly close, safety within sight, only to be cut off by the pursuing darkness. "What do we do?" she whispered, despair threatening to finally overwhelm her. Jake scanned the terrain frantically. The basin offered little cover, just sparse brush and scattered rocks. The cabin was their only hope of defense, of finding help. But reaching it meant crossing the open ground, directly in the path of the converging figures. "We split up," Jake decided instantly, his voice hard, decisive. You take Ben, head straight for the cabin, keep low, move as fast as he can manage, yell, bang on the door, whatever it takes to raise whoever's inside." "Split up? What about you?" Maeve asked, horrified. "I lead them off," Jake said flatly, already checking his knife, loosening it in its sheath. "Draw their attention away from you. Buy you time." "No, Jake," Maeve protested, grabbing his arm. "That's suicide. You saw how many there were. You can't fight them alone." He gently but firmly removed her hand from his arm. His dark eyes met hers, and in their depths, she saw not fear, but a calm, almost serene resignation mingled with that fierce, protective intensity she had glimpsed before. "Maybe not," he conceded. "But I can slow him down. Give you a chance. It's the only way, Maeve." He wasn't asking. He was telling her. It was a sacrifice, deliberate and calculated, mirroring the choice he'd made when he refused the Guardian's bargain. He was choosing their lives over his own, shouldering the ultimate burden. "There has to be another way," Maeve pleaded, tears blurring her vision. The thought of leaving him, of him facing those horrors alone while she ran for safety, felt unbearable, a betrayal worse than any suspicion she had harbored. "There isn't," he said softly, his voice holding a surprising tenderness. He reached out, his calloused hand briefly touching her cheek, near the scratches he had treated. The touch lingered, conveying everything words could not. Shared history, unspoken feelings, grim farewell. "Get him there, Maeve. Live." Before she could argue further, before she could process the conflicting storm of emotions, terror, gratitude, despair, and the aching realization of the dangerous attraction solidifying into something terrifyingly close to love in this final, desperate moment, he turned away from her. He took a deep breath, then let out a loud, piercing yell, a wild, challenging cry that echoed across the basin, deliberately drawing attention to himself. He waved his arms, then started running, not towards the cabin, but angling away, northward, directly towards the converging figures, making himself an obvious target. The figures with the torches reacted instantly. Their heads snapped towards the sound, towards the lone figure running across the moonlit basin. They changed direction, abandoning their convergence on the cabin, and surged towards Jake, their jerky movements accelerating into an unnerving, predatory lope. The flickering torchlight illuminated their gaunt forms, their eyes burning with red fire. "Go!" Jake yelled back over his shoulder, not looking back. "Now! Run!" Tears streamed down Maeve's face, but his sacrifice, his command, galvanized her. She couldn't let it be in vain. She grabbed Ben, hauling him to his feet. "Come on, Ben, we have to run. Jake's giving us a chance." Fear, and perhaps a dawning understanding of Jake's sacrifice, lent Ben a desperate surge of strength. Leaning heavily on Maeve, he stumbled forward, half running, half falling, across the open basin towards the distant, silent cabin. Maeve didn't look back towards Jake. She couldn't bear to see it. She focused fiercely on the cabin, on putting one foot in front of the other, dragging Ben with her, praying they would reach it, praying Jake's sacrifice wouldn't be for nothing. Behind them she could hear the sounds, the guttural screeches of the pursuers, Jake's defiant yells, the clash of something. She didn't know if he was fighting with his knife, with rocks, or just leading them on a desperate chase. She ran, fueled by terror, by grief, by the image of Jake's face, his eyes holding that final, resolute farewell. The cabin loomed closer, agonizingly slowly. Maeve risked a glance behind her. The torches were further away now, clustered together in the distance, surrounding a single, struggling figure. Jake. He was still fighting, still buying them time. "Almost there, Ben," she gasped, pulling him forward. They reached the rough-hewn wooden door of the cabin. Maeve pounded on it with her free hand, shouting, "Help, please, help us, open the door!" Silence from within. Panic seized her. Was it empty? Abandoned? Had they run towards a false hope? She pounded again, harder, screaming now. "Please, someone! We need help!" Behind them, the sounds of the fight seemed to fade slightly, ominously. Had Jake? She couldn't bear the thought. Then she heard movement inside the cabin, the scraping sound of a heavy bar being lifted. The door creaked open a few inches, revealing a sliver of lamplight and the wary, weathered face of an old woman peering out, a shotgun held steady in her hands. "Who's there?" the woman demanded, her voice sharp, suspicious. "What do you want?" "Please, ma'am," Maeve choked out, tears streaming down her face, gesturing towards Ben, towards the distant, flickering torches where Jake made his last stand. "Help us. We're hurt. We're being pursued by monsters." The old woman squinted, taking in Maeve's torn clothes, her bloody cheek, Ben's collapsed state, the genuine terror in Maeve's eyes. Her gaze flickered towards the distant commotion, her expression hardening with a look of grim, perhaps familiar, understanding. "Get inside," she ordered curtly, opening the door wider. "Quick now, before whatever's out there decides it wants you too." Maeve practically dragged Ben through the doorway into the small, lamplit interior. The old woman slammed the door shut behind them, dropping the heavy wooden bar back into place with a solid, reassuring thud. Safe. They were safe. But as Maeve collapsed onto the rough floorboards, pulling Ben down with her, listening to the heavy bar slide home, the safety felt utterly hollow. Outside, under the vast, indifferent sky, illuminated by the first rays of the rising sun painting the plateau crimson, Jake was still out there, facing the tide alone. His sacrifice, bought with unimaginable courage, hung heavy in the air, a debt she could never repay, a wound deeper than any physical injury the canyon had inflicted. The sunrise felt less like a new beginning and more like the closing of a final tragic chapter. Chapter 23. Echoes in the silence. The solid thud of the heavy wooden bar locking the cabin door echoed in the sudden, almost suffocating silence. Outside, the sounds of the desperate fight, Jake's defiant yells, the unearthly screeches of the attackers, had abruptly ceased, swallowed by the vast indifference of the plateau dawn. Inside the small, rough-hewn cabin, the air was thick with the smell of wood smoke, dried herbs, lamp oil, and the sharp metallic tang of fear clinging to Maeve and Ben. Lamplight cast long dancing shadows from the single source on a rough wooden table, illuminating a space that was sparsely furnished but meticulously kept. A narrow bed built into one wall, shelves holding tins and jars, a stone hearth cold for now, braided rugs on the packed earth floor. It was the domain of someone accustomed to solitude, self-sufficiency, and perhaps vigilance. Maeve slid down the rough planks of the door, pulling Ben with her, her legs refusing to support her any longer. Her body trembled violently with reaction, adrenaline draining away to leave a hollow, aching exhaustion. Tears streamed unchecked down her face, silent tears of grief, terror, and overwhelming relief. Safe. They were inside. But the cost? Jake. The image of him turning, running towards the pack, drawing them away, sacrificing himself. It burned behind her eyelids, an agony sharper than any physical pain. Ben leaned against her, semi-conscious again after the terrifying final dash, his breathing shallow but blessedly even. The old woman, Martha, stood watching them, her shotgun still held loosely but ready, her face etched with the deep lines of age and hardship, her eyes sharp, assessing, missing nothing. They were eyes that had seen too much, endured too much, and held little room for surprise, only a weary acceptance of the world's harsh realities. "Well," Martha said finally, her voice raspy but firm, breaking the tension, "looks like the plateau tried to swallow you whole. Happens." She leaned the shotgun carefully against the wall near the door, then turned towards them, her movements stiff but purposeful. "Let's see to the boy." She knelt beside Ben, her examination surprisingly gentle, her gnarled fingers probing his pulse, checking the bandage on his wrist, lifting his eyelids. "Fever's still there, but lower," she diagnosed, her tone practical. "Weak as a newborn kit, though, and that wrist." She frowned at the crude cauterization and leaf poultice Jake had applied. "Needs proper cleaning. Got some willow bark tea for the fever. Might help." Maeve watched numbly as Martha bustled about, fetching water from a covered bucket, adding dried leaves to a pot hung over the cold hearth, clearly intending to build a fire later, finding clean cloths. There was a quiet competence about her, an air of having dealt with injuries, fevers, and perhaps even the plateau's darker side many times before. Who are you?" Maeve finally managed to ask, her voice hoarse. The old woman glanced at her, her expression softening slightly. "Name's Martha. Lived out here nigh on 40 years. Husband passed 2 decades back. Just me now." She didn't offer more, didn't ask for Maeve's story yet. There would be time for that later, her manner suggested. Survival came first. As Martha tended to Ben, Maeve struggled to her feet, moving stiffly towards the cabin's single small window. It was covered by a sturdy wooden shutter, currently closed tight against the night, against the horrors outside. She hesitated, her hand trembling, torn between the desperate need to know what had happened, what lay outside in the dawn light, and the paralyzing fear of what she might see. Had Jake prevailed? Or had the crimson tide finally overwhelmed him? Was his body lying out there broken amidst the fading shadows of the guardians? Taking a ragged breath, she unlatched the shutter and pushed it open a crack, peering out. The sun was fully risen now, bathing the high plateau in a clear, bright light that seemed almost indecent after the horrors of the night. The shallow basin stretched before her, empty now, seemingly peaceful. The torches were gone. The shadowy figures were gone. There was no sign of struggle, no bodies, no bloodstains visible from this distance on the pale sand. It was as if the entire nightmare encounter had been erased by the dawn, leaving only the silent landscape and the small, isolated cabin. But Maeve knew it wasn't erased. It was burned into her memory, into her soul. And somewhere out there, just beyond her line of sight, lay the evidence, the cost. She scanned the area where she had last seen the cluster of torches surrounding Jake. Nothing. Just empty ground, shimmering slightly in the morning heat, already beginning to build. Had they taken him? Had his body dissolved like the creature he'd shot? Or had he somehow, impossibly, escaped? Hope flickered, faint and treacherous, immediately extinguished by the brutal logic of what she had witnessed. He had charged into overwhelming odds. He had bought their lives with his own. She closed the shutter quietly, leaning her forehead against the rough wood, feeling utterly, devastatingly alone. The silence from outside felt heavy now, accusatory, the silence of sacrifice. Martha finished tending to Ben, covering him with a thick, clean blanket on the built-in bed. He seemed to be resting more peacefully now, the willow bark tea apparently having some effect, or perhaps just exhaustion claiming him fully. Martha came over to Maeve, holding out a tin mug. "Drink this," she said. "Not tea this time, but water, clean water, and sit down before you fall down." Maeve took the mug gratefully, her hands still shaking. She sank onto a low, wooden stool near the hearth. The water was cool, soothing, but it couldn't wash away the desolation that filled her. The man who was with us," Maeve began, her voice thick with unshed tears. "He led them away, saved us." Martha nodded slowly, her lined face somber. Saw the torches head north after him, heard the yellin', then quiet. She met Maeve's gaze, her eyes holding a deep, sorrowful wisdom. "This land demands payment, child. Always does. Especially for those who trespass where they shouldn't." "Trespass?" Maeve echoed. "You mean the canyon?" Martha hesitated, studying Maeve for a long moment. "Some places," she said carefully, "are best left alone. Got their own spirits, their own rules. Stir 'em up, you pay the price. That canyon down there," she shuddered slightly, looking towards the south, though the canyon itself was miles away. "It's got a sickness in its heart, a hungry one. Taints everything it touches." Maeve stared at her. This old woman, isolated out here for decades, knew. She might not use the language of geology or psychology, but she understood the fundamental, terrifying truth of Crimson Canyon. "You've seen things?" Maeve whispered. "The creatures? The crystals?" Martha looked away, her gaze distant, clouded with old memories, old pains. "Seen enough," she said quietly. "Seen prospectors come through, boastin' about red crystals. Eyes already got that greedy shine. Seen 'em go down there full of piss and vinegar. Ain't never seen one come back right." She paused. "Seen things movin' in the twilight sometimes. Things that ain't natural, down near the rim. Heard whispers on the wind that ain't just the wind." She shook her head. "Learned long ago to keep my door barred tight after sundown, keep my prayers said, and mind my own business." Her words confirmed Maeve's own experiences, validating the horrors, grounding them in a reality acknowledged by someone else, someone who had survived alongside the canyon's menace for years. The line between science and superstition felt utterly irrelevant now. Call it spirits, call it psychic energy, call it mass hysteria fueled by environmental toxins. The effect was the same. The canyon was a place of power, madness, and death. "The man with you," Martha continued, her voice softening slightly. "He looked like he knew the land, had the look of the people about him." "He was part Ute," Maeve confirmed, her voice catching. "He tried to warn us." Martha nodded sadly. "Caught between worlds. Hard path to walk, especially near that canyon. It calls to those with the blood, they say, tests them harder." She sighed. "Sounds like he chose his path, paid the canyon's price so you could walk free." Paid the canyon's price. The words echoed Jake's own grim pronouncements. Maeve bowed her head, fresh tears falling. The weight of his sacrifice, the finality of it was crushing. He had carried the burden of knowledge, of heritage, and ultimately the burden of their survival, paying with his life. They spent the day inside the cabin, the heavy bars secured across the door, the shutters closed against the harsh sunlight and whatever might linger outside. Martha moved with quiet efficiency, tending to Ben, preparing a simple broth from dried vegetables and perhaps some hoarded smoked meat, sharing her meager supplies without comment. She spoke little, respecting Maeve's grief, offering comfort through practical action rather than words. Maeve drifted through the hours in a fog of exhaustion and sorrow. She helped Martha when asked, checked on Ben, forced herself to drink the broth, but her mind kept replaying the events, the climb, the guardians, Jake's face in the firelight, his final defiant charge. The what-ifs were torturous. What if they hadn't split up? What if she had insisted on fighting alongside him? What if the almost kiss had become something more, a connection acknowledged before being severed forever? Regret mingled with grief, a bitter cocktail. She found herself thinking about the canyon's mirror again. What had it shown her about herself? Determination, yes. Resilience she hadn't known she possessed. The capacity for violence in defense of herself and others. But also, arrogance? The scientific hubris that had led her to dismiss the warnings, to push forward despite the risks. And the dangerous attraction to Jake. Was that a strength? A recognition of his spirit or a weakness, a vulnerability the canyon had exploited? The reflections were complex, unsettling, leaving her feeling fundamentally changed, stripped of her old certainties, unsure of the woman who had survived. Late in the afternoon, Ben woke fully, his fever significantly lower, his mind clear. He drank the broth eagerly, his strength slowly returning. He listened quietly as Maeve, her voice choked with emotion, recounted Jake's sacrifice in more detail. Ben wept silently, his earlier resentment replaced by profound gratitude and guilt. "He saved us," Ben whispered, echoing Maeve's thoughts. After I doubted him." "He knew the risks, Ben," Maeve said softly. "He made a choice that had saved them, but left an unfillable void." As evening approached again, a new tension filled the small cabin. Would the guardians return? Would whatever lingered out there try the cabin door? Martha checked the bar on the door, loaded her shotgun with quiet determination, her face grim. "Might be all right," she said, trying to sound reassuring. "Sometimes after a disturbance, things quiet down for a spell, like the canyon digests its meal." The analogy was horrifying, yet felt chillingly apt. They ate another simple meal in near silence, listening to the wind whistling around the cabin eaves. Maeve found herself missing Jake with an intensity that surprised her. His quiet presence, his pragmatic competence, even his infuriating stoicism felt like a lost anchor in the terrifying uncertainty. The dangerous attraction, now viewed through the lens of loss, felt less like a weakness and more like a tragic, unfulfilled possibility, a connection severed before it could be understood. Suddenly, scratching came at the door. Low, insistent. Maeve froze, her blood running cold. Ben gasped, his eyes wide with terror. Martha snatched up her shotgun, aiming it squarely at the door. The scratching continued, accompanied by a soft whinny. "Horses?" Maeve breathed, incredulous. Martha listened intently, then slowly, cautiously, lifted the bar and opened the door a crack. Standing right outside, nuzzling the doorframe, were two horses, Jake's lean bay mare and Maeve's sensible sorrel gelding. They looked weary, trail-worn, but unharmed. They had somehow navigated the passage back out of the hidden valley, perhaps sensed the presence of the cabin, and sought refuge. Tears streamed down Maeve's face again, tears of relief and a strange, poignant joy. The horses felt like a message, a final gift from Jake, a tangible link to the man who had led them, saved them. Martha let them into the small, sturdy corral beside the cabin, giving them water and a little fodder she kept stored. Their presence felt like a small miracle, a sign that perhaps not all hope was lost. Later, huddled near the small fire Martha rebuilt, Maeve looked out the window at the horses standing quietly in the moonlit corral. They were survivors, just like her and Ben, marked by the journey, but alive. "What now?" she asked Martha quietly. "How do we get back?" "Township's 2 days' ride east," Martha replied, "if you follow the ridges. Got an old mule. Slow going, but sturdy. Can lend him to you, help the boy." She looked at Maeve, her gaze sharp. "What'll you tell him, back in town?" Maeve thought about it. Tell them the truth? About crystal fever, ancient guardians, a canyon with a hungry heart, a guide sacrificed to monstrous entities? They would think her mad, traumatized beyond reason. Science had no explanation for what they had endured. I don't know," she admitted honestly. "Prospectors attacked us? We got lost? Our guide died protecting us?" It felt like a pale, inadequate shadow of the reality, yet perhaps it was the only story the outside world could comprehend. "Sometimes," Martha said softly, her eyes holding the wisdom of long, lonely years, "the silence holds more truth than words. Some stories ain't meant for tellin', just for carryin'." Carrying the story, carrying the memory of Jake, carrying the knowledge of the canyon's dark power, that was their burden now. Maeve looked towards the south, towards the direction of the unseen canyon rim. The whispers were silent now, the guardians banished or retreated, Jake gone. But the echoes remained. Echoes in the silence of the plateau, echoes in the fractured landscape of her own soul. They had survived, but survival had come at a profound cost. The illusions of scientific certainty, of control, of unscathed return lay shattered around her, replaced by the harsh, undeniable truth of the canyon's heart and the enduring weight of sacrifice. The silence wasn't empty. It was filled with the echoes of what they had lost and what they had become. Epilogue. Dust settles on the heart. Spring arrived late in Boston that year, hesitant, unsure. Rain washed the soot-stained cobblestones, slicking the streets where carriages rattled and vendors hawked their wares. The air, thick with the smells of coal smoke, damp wool, and the nearby harbor, felt heavy, confining, a world away from the thin, sharp clarity of the high plateau or the dry, mineral tang of Crimson Canyon. Maeve Collins stood at the tall window of her rented rooms, looking down at the bustling street, a cup of tepid tea cooling forgotten in her hand. 6 months since she and Ben had stumbled back into the semblance of civilization, guided by Martha and her sturdy mule, bearing a story stripped bare of its most terrifying truths. The journey from Martha's isolated cabin had been arduous, fraught with Ben's slow recovery and Maeve's own bone-deep exhaustion and gnawing grief. Martha, taciturn yet kind, had led them eastward along routes known only to her, avoiding settlements until they reached a small stagecoach stop miles from Redemption Creek, miles from the immediate shadow of the canyon. There, Martha had accepted Maeve's heartfelt thanks and meager payment with a quiet nod, turning her mule back towards the vast solitude she called home without a backward glance, a figure as resilient and enigmatic as the plateau itself. Maeve never saw her again, but the memory of the old woman's quiet strength, her pragmatic acceptance of the land's harsh truths, remained a touchstone. The story they told was simple, plausible. A geological expedition gone wrong, hostile prospectors perhaps driven mad by isolation and greed, getting lost in the treacherous terrain after their guide, a brave man named Jake, fell defending them from attack. It was a narrative designed for Eastern ears, for officials who dealt in reports and quantifiable losses, not in tales of whispering rocks, ancient guardians, and sacrifices made under a crimson sky. It omitted the crystals, the guardians, the madness fueled by more than just greed, the true nature of Jake's final stand. Telling the full truth felt impossible, dangerous even. Who would believe it? They would be dismissed as traumatized, hysterical, their careers ruined, their experiences relegated to the realm of delusion. And worse, Maeve couldn't shake the feeling that speaking too loudly of the canyon, drawing attention to it, might somehow reawaken its slumbering power or invite its influence back into their lives. Some secrets, as Martha implied, were meant to be carried in silence. Ben had corroborated the edited story, though Maeve saw the conflict in his eyes. He carried his own silent burdens. His wrist had healed, leaving behind a puckered, angry scar that served as a constant physical reminder. The fragments Maeve had extracted were gone, hurled back into the canyon by Jake, but the question lingered. Had the poison truly been removed? Ben rarely spoke of the canyon directly, but Maeve saw the shadow in his eyes sometimes, the way he flinched at sudden noises, the haunted look that occasionally surfaced when he thought no one was watching. He had returned east with Maeve, convalescing for weeks. He had quietly, respectfully withdrawn from the Geological Society, abandoning his aspirations of fieldwork. He now worked as a quiet clerk in a dusty Boston library, surrounded by the comforting solidity of books, immersing himself in the documented, explainable world, deliberately turning his back on the raw, terrifying mysteries the earth could hold. He visited Maeve occasionally, their shared trauma forming a fragile, unspoken bond, but there was a distance between them now, the easy camaraderie replaced by a shared knowledge of horrors they couldn't fully articulate, even to each other. He was healing, perhaps, but forever changed. The bright-eyed enthusiast replaced by a quiet, cautious man who understood the terrifying cost of adventure. Maeve herself felt irrevocably altered. She had returned to Boston, to the familiar world of academia, lectures, libraries. She had tried to resume her life, her work. She still held her position, funded by the Geological Society based on her initial pre-canyon proposals. But the passion felt muted, the certainties fractured. How could she speak of sedimentary layers and basaltic intrusions with conviction when she had seen rocks bleed energy, heard them whisper promises, witnessed them drive men to madness and consume their very souls? How could she map fault lines and erosion patterns without remembering the Serpent's Tooth path, the hidden valley, the ruins saturated with pulsing crystals and ancient despair? Her scientific framework, once the bedrock of her identity, felt inadequate, almost naive. It could explain the strata, the minerals, the physics of erosion, but it couldn't encompass the hunger of the canyon, the sentient malice she had felt, the guardians born of shadow, the impossible fusion of geology and psychic terror. She lived now in the uncomfortable space between science and superstition, unable to fully embrace the inexplicable, yet incapable of dismissing it as mere delusion. The canyon had held up its mirror, and the reflection showed a woman whose neat categories had shattered, leaving behind a landscape of unsettling questions and profound ambiguity. She hadn't published anything about the crimson crystals. Her official report to the society was vague, citing difficult terrain, loss of samples due to the prospector attack, and the tragic death of their guide as reasons for the expedition's failure to secure significant findings. It was a lie of omission, one that chafed against her scientific integrity, yet felt necessary. Exposing the crystals, even describing their unique properties scientifically without mentioning the associated horrors, felt like opening Pandora's box. What if others went seeking them, drawn by scientific curiosity or greed? What if the thirst wasn't confined to the canyon? Could those glittering fragments of concentrated malice spread like a contagion if unearthed, studied, brought into the wider world? The risk felt too great. The knowledge she carried was a burden, a secret she guarded fiercely, protecting a world that would likely dismiss her warnings as madness anyway. Sometimes, late at night, when the city quieted, she would take out the single piece of red-flecked sandstone she had kept, the first sample she had collected outside the canyon proper. She would hold it, turning it over in her palm, half expecting to feel the faint warmth, the disturbing pulse she remembered. But here, far from the canyon's heart, it seemed inert, just an interesting rock with unusual inclusions. Yet she couldn't bring herself to discard it. It was a tangible link, a reminder, a piece of the puzzle she couldn't solve but couldn't completely abandon. And then there was Jake. His absence was a constant ache, a hollow space in the narrative of her survival. Grief was a complex, tangled thing. She mourned the brave guide who had saved her life, the competent survivor who had navigated impossible dangers. But she also mourned the man she had only just begun to glimpse behind the stoic mask, the man caught between worlds, carrying the weight of his heritage, capable of unexpected tenderness and fierce loyalty. And shamefully, confusingly, she mourned the lost possibility represented by that almost kiss, the dangerous attraction that had flared so briefly, so intensely, in the crucible of their ordeal. Was it love? Or just trauma bonding, a desperate clinging to another soul in the face of annihilation? She didn't know. Perhaps it was both. Perhaps, in places like Crimson Canyon, the lines blurred, and love, fear, reliance, and desire became inextricably intertwined, a dangerous, potent brew. She carried his memory like a hidden scar, deeper and more complex than the faint marks left by the guardian's claws on her cheek. She remembered his quiet strength, his rare, fleeting smiles, the intensity in his dark eyes, the rough gentleness of his touch. She remembered his sacrifice, the final defiant yell as he charged into the tide of horrors to buy their escape. He had lived by a code, lines he wouldn't cross, and died upholding it. His memory was both a comfort and a torment, a reminder of the best and worst humanity was capable of, often embodied in the same complex individual. Sometimes she dreamed of the canyon, dreams filled with swirling red dust, pulsing crystals, whispering voices, and eyes watching from the dark. Sometimes, in the dreams, Jake was there. Sometimes as a protector, sometimes as a distant, enigmatic figure, sometimes fused to the rock like Holloway, his eyes reflecting the crimson glare. She would wake up gasping, her heart pounding, the oppressive atmosphere of the canyon clinging to her like grave dust, taking hours to shake off. The silence of her Boston rooms felt profound then, a stark contrast to the charged, humming silence of the canyon, yet haunted by its echoes. She wondered about the canyon's heart. Was it still beating deep beneath the earth, pulsing with malevolent energy, waiting? Had Jake's defiance, the death of the leader guardian, weakened it, or merely angered it? Would others stumble upon it? Would the thirst eventually seep out, find new victims, spread its insidious influence beyond the canyon walls? The questions lingered, unanswerable, a source of low-grade, persistent anxiety. She found herself scanning geological reports from the Western Territories, searching for any mention of unusual formations, unexplained disappearances, outbreaks of strange violence near remote mineral claims, fearing the day the canyon's poison might resurface elsewhere. One rainy afternoon, months after her return, Maeve found herself drawn back to the library where Ben worked. She found him hunched over a ledger in the hushed quiet of the reading room, spectacles perched on his nose, looking older, quieter, almost diminished, yet strangely peaceful within the ordered world of paper and ink. He looked up as she approached, a faint, welcoming smile touching his lips. "Miss Collins." "Ben," she replied softly, sitting opposite him. They spoke for a while, quiet pleasantries, inquiries about health, comments on the weather. The canyon remained the vast, unspoken gulf between them, but as Maeve rose to leave, Ben stopped her. "Miss Collins," he began, hesitant, looking down at the scar on his wrist, tracing it with a finger. "That day, with the crystals, in my wrist, I know you said it was just an infection." He looked up, his eyes meeting hers, holding a newfound clarity, a painful understanding. "But it wasn't, was it? It was them, trying to get in." Maeve met his gaze steadily. The time for edited truths felt past, at least between them, the last survivors. She nodded slowly. "Yes, Ben, I think it was." He absorbed this, his expression somber but resolute. And Jake, he knew. He knew how to fight it, how to get it out. He looked towards the window, towards the gray Boston sky. He carried more than just supplies, didn't he? He carried the knowledge, the burden of knowing how to live alongside that kind of darkness. He looked back at Maeve, his eyes holding a profound, sorrowful respect. "We owe him everything." "Yes," Maeve whispered, her throat tight. "We do." That shared acknowledgement, the quiet acceptance of the inexplicable truth and the immense debt they owed to Jake, felt like a form of closure, a way of honoring his sacrifice by carrying the truth, even if only between themselves. Maeve left the library, stepping back out into the drizzling rain. The city bustled around her, oblivious to the horrors she carried within. She pulled her collar tighter, feeling a familiar pang of loneliness, of existing between two worlds, the rational, ordered world she inhabited and the terrifying, secret world revealed by the canyon. Jake had walked between worlds his entire life. Now, in a way, she did too. She looked up at the gray, weeping sky. The dust had settled physically. She was clean, safe, back in civilization. But the dust of Crimson Canyon, the memory of its glare, its whispers, its blood-soaked rocks, had settled permanently on her heart. It was the price of survival, the cost of knowledge sought in forbidden places. She carried the echoes of the silence, the weight of Jake's sacrifice, the unsettling reflection glimpsed in the canyon's mirror. She was a survivor. Yes, resilient, forever changed, but the canyon remained, its heart still beating in the darkness, a chilling reminder that some truths lie buried deep, and some wounds, like the land itself, never fully heal. The silence wasn't empty. It was pregnant with memory, loss, and the enduring power of a place where the earth itself held a terrible, unquenchable thirst.